Did you know that business analysts are in high demand and that CBAP certification is a game changer for your career? Welcome to the Certified Business Analyst Professional Exam Prep course by Simplilearn. Now, whether you're looking to boost your credentials or advance your skills, this course will guide you through the key concepts from the business analysis body of knowledge, BABOK, and by the end, you will be fully prepared to ace that CBAP exam and apply your knowledge in real-world business analysis. So if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course by Simplilearn. Now, this course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision making. Now, our program is IIBA Babok V3 aligned and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. We'll be engaging with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Now, before we move on, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which of the following defines the required performance and security of a solution? Your options are business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, or transition requirements. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So let's start with the first topic for the day. Let's discuss what is business analysis. I hope my screen is clearly visible to everyone. This page with few W's, lens, two bubbles, then change, and this continuous improvement. You all can give me a thumbs up. It's clearly visible to you all. Yes. Now, before we start with this topic, Projector, Murli, Bruce, and everyone else, before we start with this topic, Rafael, I have one question for you all. Question looks simple, but the answer is not that simple. So I'm going to ask you all one question now. Take your time, think logically, try to think from the analysis perspective. Imagine that you are the BA, you are the business analyst, and think from BA's perspective, then answer this question. No emotional touch to the answer. Everything should be based on the analysis results. Okay. Question to you all is, everyone, there is one 11-year-old boy and there is one 45-year-old woman. Raphael, Bruce, and everyone else, 11-year-old boy, 45-year-old woman, and you are the business analyst, part of company ABC, and senior management ask you, they request you to explain core concepts of inflation to one of them. Whom would you prefer and why? Let me repeat my question. My question is, the scenario is, there is one 11-year-old boy, 45-year-old woman. There are two people here, two choices for you. You are the business analyst. You are getting some instruction from the senior management that there is one very core important topic, inflation, that you have to explain, you have to provide information, and you have to select one of them. Who would you prefer to work with? Who would you prefer to share the details of inflation and why? Question open for you all to answer. Think logically, take your time. Don't think emotionally, think logically, and then answer. Whom would you prefer? And also the reason why. Malik is mentioning here, I'll go with 11-year-old boy because it's easier to explain increase of price. Swati is saying 45 years, a woman because she is much more experienced. Okay, so you're saying number of years on planet Earth is equal to number of years as an experienced person. Year is equal to experience. Supriya is saying I'll go with a woman because she is having more experience. So how with this age you are concluding that she has experience? Is there anything that relates experience with age? Prajakta is saying 45 women because woman has already aware. I would prefer explaining to a woman because she is grown up and really understand through examples. And 11 boy won't understand things from with the help of examples. Boys are deaf and dumb. Do you think that? Komal is saying, and somebody is coming up with a very diplomatic answer. Rafael is saying, I'll go with both. See, people saying both. Yes, this is this is the very good characteristic for BA, but this manipulation won't work here. You have to select one of them. Nobody was interested to know that why we need to explain inflation to them. Nobody said that how would the company benefit? What are the benefits that we'll realize if we explain to them? Nobody asked questions like what is the educational qualification? Yes, don't you all think most Shivangi asked, yeah, that's why I had ignored your answer intentionally. I saw your answer, but I ignored it because I knew that it was good answer. Yes, it was intentional ignorance to focus on other answers. Yes, so Shivangi was correct. The answer is everyone. And Shivangi and others, thank you for your participation. This is my intent behind sharing this example. You all can see here 71% of the failed software projects are traced to poor requirements globally. What do you all think is the main major reason behind this huge percentage? Just look at this percentage, only 29% is a success rate. Just 29%. The main reason is assumptions, emotions, and other aspects. Those should not be part of your analysis work. Analysis should be purely based on the factual evidences. Analysis should be based on your research, exploration, investigation, and there is no scope of assumption when we are doing an analysis. Imagine if I ask this question that why 45-year-old woman? Swati says, I have done the historical analysis. I know that this woman is the CEO of this company. She has got ample of experience. This boy is still in school. So my preference is this woman. But was that information given in the case study? No. So here you should all should have asked this question that we need more information. More information with regard to what exactly is the benefit, why we have to explain this. More information regarding their educational qualification, their background, what they are doing currently. So, meaning to say, it's an important thing to understand the business needs, get a stronghold over the existing behavior, understand the context that in what context we're trying to bring about the change, understand the existing behavior, functionalities, processes, infrastructure, and all such things would then help you come up with the solution. Most of you were coming up with the solution based on assumptions with no factual evidences to support your argument. And that's the first thing that we need to inculcate. We need to start working in, or you may say, start to accept that it's an important thing for us to collect the factual evidences first. Second point you all can see here on your screen, everyone, 40% of the effort in an average software project is in fixing errors. Swati and others, why do you all think we have errors in any project? What's the main root cause of the errors in any project? What's the main reason of issues or defects in any project? Assumptions, incomplete analysis. Yes, you don't understand the business needs. Yes, you have not gathered all the required information and you jump to the solution. No proper testing. Yashir is blaming testers and saying BA is the perfect person, but testers are causing you problems. Yes, but testers are dependent on you for the requirements. If your requirements are not clear, then you cannot blame the testers. Yes, so don't blame testers. Put the blame on the BA first and then the testers. Yes. Okay. Requirement is half cooked, improper testing and documentation leads to all such things. Yes. And you all can see here requirements defects. And Arifullah is saying that sometimes change in the business requirement is also a reason. So in a way, you're trying to blame the business users for this thing. It is one of the factor, yes, but you would agree with me, Arifullah and others. This is something beyond our control to make those things like if business keeps on changing the things. There's something that we can restrict, but some few things are beyond our control. But the thing that's in our control is to do proper detailed analysis, gain proper understanding of the requirements, understand the business needs. Maybe then your business users will not come up with additional requirements more frequently. Maybe you'll be able to win their trust, and that way, that maybe if you work in an organized manner and you are able to define the scope well, they won't change the requirements frequently. Yes. So if you're more organized, if you're more structured in your analysis, if you're able to win the trust of your business users, you may find even the improvement at their end as well. That happens. I've seen this thing, I've experienced this in my projects. That if you are not organized, they're also not organized. They means the business user, but if you are coming with more structured approach, even they're also more structured accordingly. Yes, so in our live sessions, everyone, we will talk about some standard set of practices. We will talk about few important tools and technologies, few important techniques. Those may help you improve on business analysis capabilities. Those will help you provide a complete solution in accordance with the given set of business requirements. Doing the analysis in such a manner that you're able to provide an end-to-end solution. End-to-end solution would help you solve the business problems, make them realize benefits, and the solution would be regarded as a valuable solution, a sustainable solution, usable for the purpose. So all such things we'll discuss in detail in our live session. Business analysis body of knowledge will discuss in detail from chapter number 10 till the last chapter. 50 techniques, 30 important tasks, 6 knowledge areas, 6 underlying competencies. These all would help us come up with a very organized approach, use some standardized templates, sort of important modeling notations. Those may help us come up with a better solution, a complete solution for the given business problems. So this is the first thing to start with everyone. And this was about having these W's on your screen. W's means you are asking questions to gain more clarity, gain more and more information. You are able to draw out, explore, identify the information that is relevant to the change. And that's the purpose of having these W's here. But if you observe here, there is one very important W missing here. This is known as 5WH criteria, but one W is missing. Which W is missing, everyone? Who? And who represents your stakeholders? So we will talk about the stakeholders. Yes, not only the business users. Business users are part of the stakeholder group. The stakeholders can also include your technical experts, your quality experts, and others. Okay, so we will talk about the stakeholders as who in detail, how to capture the stakeholder requirements, and how stakeholder requirements act as a strong bridge in between the business requirements and the solution requirements. So this was about everyone the five WH criteria. The next thing on your screen, everyone, is you all can see here one maroon color or you can say red color lens on your screen. What do you all think is the use of this lens when you're doing your analysis? Why at all we have this lens here? Delve deeper, Debraj is saying, get into the groove of the things, deep dive. Okay, I'll take you all back to your 8th standard physics or science subject. 8th standard science, if I talk about any lens, what are the two important characteristics or properties of any lens? Some of you will be thinking, are we in an analysis session or science session? Yes? No, I'm asking about the two characteristics. One is the magnification, magnifier, another name for it is magnifier, zoom in and zoom out. Another thing is focus. What you are mentioning here is something linked with magnification to dwell deeper, to bring in more transparency. Nobody's talking about this another feature, that is focus. Focus on what? Focus, everyone, should be purely 100% on the requirements with no implementation biasness, everyone. No implementation biasness simply means you are into a liaising role. Yes, you are focusing, as Malik is mentioning, on the solution and the needs, and you are not influenced. You're not influenced by a particular stakeholder group. You are a neutral observer, bridging the gap amongst all the stakeholders. You're focusing on the solution. You're trying to come up with a complete solution in accordance with business needs with no implementation biasness. Sometimes what happens is generally BAs come from the technology background or techno-functional background, so they are more inclined. We have to, I'm not saying that we don't have to consider it. You have to talk to them, you have to understand their ambiguities and their challenges, but at the same time, that won't be a compromise with the system or solution quality. I'm not saying that you won't consider their request, you will turn a deaf ear to what they are saying. The only thing is, their suggestions, their recommendations should not cause any compromise with the solution quality. Okay, their solution should make your solution align with the technology, but not any compromise with the solution or the, you may say, components of the solutions. Yes, so I have a question for you all here. Let's see how many if you're able to. Uh, yes, so I'm going to ask you all one question. So that way I'll be able to expound more on that. So if you are able to answer this question, you will get more clarity around this thing. So I have this question for you all. See if you're able to answer this. If you are, it means you understand what I'm trying to say. Question on your screen, everyone, is which one of the following statement best describes the role of a business analyst? And you have four options. If you're able to select, I can see Law Pancha on your screen. Is that the right pronunciation? If it's not, you can rename so that I can use the same name. You have four options. See which option tells you about a neutral observer into a listening role, talking to everyone, not just one group. There are four options. See which one do you think is the right one. If you select D, it means I need not to dwell deeper into this discussion. D is the right answer. Is everybody going with D? Vijayendra is saying I'll go with C. And C is the best example for the implementation biased business analyst. People are going with C is implementation biased business analyst, and D is the right answer. Let's see how. Madhuri, Pavani, and others are saying that as a BA, I'll be listening with project managers. Yes. Yes, that's my next point, Vijendra and others. Vijendra is saying that I'll be listening with my project managers, project team members, and other business analysts in order to understand the structure and policies. My question to you, Vijendra, is can you get the good understanding? Can you imagine getting good understanding of policies and structure without having a discussion with people like customer, regulator, sponsor, and the end user? Can you imagine ignoring your people who are going to pay money to you? Can I ignore my learners when I am discussing the topic in the live session? No. They are the most important people. Because of them, we are all having a discussion. The same thing happens in any project. So, meaning to say, it's an important thing for you to look into the demands of an internal team. This is an internal team. Project number C is about having a discussion with solution delivery team. This is a solution delivery team. You have to talk to them. You have to talk to them for sure. Yes, you have to talk to them for sure, Shivangi and others. You have to talk to them, solution delivery. But solution delivery is going to help you come up with a better solution. But Shivangi, can you imagine getting the requirements or clarity on the requirements without having a discussion with the end user or the customer? No. You have to bridge the gap. You are into a liaising role. People who are going with C, I have one visual that is going to help you accept what I am discussing here. This is a visual on your screen, everyone. This is how BA works, Shivangi and everyone else. Option number C says you just talk to these people. This is option number C. Option D says you talk to these people as well and you talk to these people as well. Which one is correct now, Shivangi and others? Option number option number D says you are into a liaising role and you're having a discussion with the business people and also with the solution delivery team, and you are sandwiched in between the two stakeholders group. You are trying to gain the clarity around the business requirements from them, and you are trying to remove the implications if they have any in creating the solution requirements. Yes. So I'm getting one question from Gajula here. So BA is like a bridge. Yes, that's why I said into a liaising role between the business stakeholders and the developers to ensure the requirements are properly delivered. Yes, you have to maintain the balance between the two. Is everybody with me on this thing? If you are inclined towards a particular group, you are biased. But if you focus on the demands of all the people and you are able to come up with a solution that's in line with the business expectation and also aligned with your system capabilities, that's how you work as a business analyst. So that's why option number D is the right one and C is incorrect. C makes you implementation biased. Okay? Is everybody now agreeing with this discussion? Is everybody accepting that option D is correct and C is not? Yes, perfect. Yes, thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you so much everyone for your responses. So now everyone understood totally. Thank you, Vijendra. So we have talked about everyone the first very important thing to start with, and that is 5WH and this process centric lens. I'll summarize what we have discussed so far. So we have started with a discussion wherein I mentioned that for any BA, it's an important thing to perform research, exploration, investigation, apply 5WH analysis with minimal scope of assumption. No assumption your business analysis work. That she is old, so she has experience. Somebody is new, so he won't be able to do the things. No. It's all about your analysis results, your evidences, those help you take a better decision. Second thing is this process-centric lens. This lens would help you dig deeper into the given problem, break down the complex requirement into smaller fragments, do the analysis at a more atomic level. And when you're doing your detailed analysis, you have to talk to different people and you have to focus on the objectives when you talk to them and not get influenced by them. If you get influenced by them, if you are inclined towards some stakeholder group, that may lead to a solution that is implementation biased or business users biased, and biasness may lead to several errors or issues. So this was about the 5WH. Should I think, can I ask why if W was present in this slide, yes, then I wouldn't have asked that question. So it's an intentional attempt from our end to miss that W so that we can have questions from you all. Yes. Do you want me to add this W so that people in the next batch don't have such a good discussion? Shehzad, we can do that. Yes. So W is missing here. The purpose is to make you all think and ask such questions. Okay, everyone. I hope everybody is with me till this point. 5WH and the process centric lens. Shall we move ahead and talk about defining needs? Everyone. Next thing is everyone defining needs. Now, when we talk about needs, everyone, needs can be in the form of problems to be solved, or needs can also be in the form of opportunities to grow. Let's discuss one project, the first one in your LMS. We'll try to identify the problems. Let's read few paragraphs together, and then I'll ask you all, Shahzad, Badri, Shivangi, and everyone else, if you all can come up with few important business needs. What is business analysis? So it's about doing your detailed analysis through a process-centric lens, defining needs, recommending solutions that enables change, and this change helps in continuous improvement. Let's take one example, everyone, to understand what are the enablers and why enablers are so important, how they help you bring about the change. Law and others. For example, if I say the current state or the as is state is, I'm talking about the Unilever project, one example from the Unilever project. Current state is that the Unilever employees they're going to the cafeteria to have lunch or to have food. This is the current state. And the future state or the change is that you have your mobile phone, you have your cell phone, smartphone, and you're having one app there as canteen ordering system, and you're ordering a meal online. Imagine, Law, if you were a BA, imagine Siddhant, Partha, Muthukrishnan, Veena and others, Gajula and others, if you are a business analyst and you have to ensure that nobody is going to the cafeteria and everybody is using this canteen ordering system app to order the food. How you'll enable this change? What are the necessary steps? Those may help you ensure that people accept this change. Employees are ordering the food online and nobody is going to the cafeteria to have food. How you'll enable this change, everyone? One of my learner in one of my morning batch, India hours, had to say that shut down the cafeteria and they'll have no other option than to go and order the food online. Is this enabler to shut down the cafeteria? Are we in the Hitler's era? Yes. No, we're not in the Hitler's era. We're not in 1930s and 40s. We have to come up with the Sushil is coming up with a very good point that user-friendly app, a better app. Some Sachin is coming with a very good point. We can come up with Chatra says shutting down is not right. Yes, it's against the democracy. Yes. So so by giving discounts, offers, and you all would agree with me, this may also include proper training. You have to train your employees how to use it. Yes, training, mentoring, usability aspects, a good application to use, and offers, discounts. Yes, and law saying on a very good point that take a tally of those that prefer eating in canteen and come up with certain important offers for them so that it encourages them to use the new app. Yes, so enablers, everyone, are all those important transition requirements. Projector is saying is admin allowed to eat food at the workplace? So that may be part of the policy. You may come up with certain important policies. Yes, so that may be the details around your solution requirements, loyalty promotions. So in a way, everyone, I can understand now that you all are very clear with this topic here, enablers. Enablers are all those important transition requirements. Those may help you, those may help your organization transition to a new future state without any glitch. It's a hassle-free and a smooth transition to a new future state. Is everybody clear with the definition of enablers, or do you need more examples to understand this thing? I'll give you all a few more examples. We all need more examples to understand this thing. Let's take one more example or two more examples. We all have witnessed the COVID-19 crisis, yes. If I talk about the COVID-19 example, everyone, most of us were working from office. Yes, but during the COVID-19 crisis, what happened? Was that possible to work from office? No. So there was a change, and the change was work from home. This became very popular all across the world. Yes, since we have learned from different geographies, this happened everywhere, work from home. What was the biggest enabler here, everyone? What was the biggest enabler that helped us transition to this new future state, Projecta and others? What was the biggest enabler? The biggest enabler was the internet. The biggest enabler was the assets like laptops allocated to everyone. Yes, and even few companies, I don't know about the others, but in my company, they provide a reimbursement to purchase the table, chair, and everything. Even for the pen and copy that we use, for everything we got the reimbursement. I don't know how many of you got the reimbursement for tables and chairs. Yes, so table, chair, yes, they are giving us some bottles and everything to laptop and everything. So what are these important things? Phone bills, yes. And this is part of everyone business continuity plan. Yes, business continuity plan. So somebody sharing with me now is saying that we got reimbursement by saving gas. So you can see here, this was the business continuity plan, everyone. And before the COVID-19 crisis, when we used to have business continuity plan training sessions, people used to laugh. People had never imagined that these things may happen. But disaster recovery is a very important thing. So you can see here, this is one enabler. Enabler is all those important things. Those may help you have a successful, hassle-free transition to the new future state. I'll take one more example of the enabler so that it makes. Yes. So Pavni and others, let's take one more example to understand this thing better. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about the CBAP batch. CBAP batch we are discussing. We are having a discussion in one of the CBAP batch here. And I'm talking about my learners. This is the first session. 7th of Feb 2026. This is the date, yes. And I think next, can anybody help me know the last date? I think it will be 11th or some other date of March as the last day. 7th of March. Yes, from 7 to 7. Perfect. 7th of March. If I talk about my learners at present, as is the state, Ayush, Soumya, and everyone else, you all are aspiring to be a certified business analyst. We all are here to learn the best practices. We all are here to learn what's there in the business analysis body of knowledge. We all are here to be certified business analyst. Yes. So at present, you are aspiring to be certified business analyst. After 1 month's time, if you have submitted your projects, if you cleared your assessment, you are the certified business analyst. This is your current state and this is your future state. And if I ask you all about the enablers, what are the important enablers? The biggest enabler for you and me is the business analysis body of knowledge version 3. I have mugged up in last 12 years. I'm throwing out what I have learned. Yes, before the live sessions, I used to learn this thing early morning, just mugging up everything, and now you can see the results. Yes. So, so Babok V3 is the biggest source, biggest enabler for you and me over the years. Yes, Babok V3 one thing. Then for you all, the important thing is the self-learning module, wherein you'll find the sweet, calm, and pleasant voice. Yes, Law, so you are ignoring that lady. In your answer, you're ignoring her. That's not a good thing. So, so self-learning module, lady with the pleasant voice. It's an important thing for you all to listen to those recorded videos to fill in the gaps, if any, in the live session. Then the class notes that I'm sharing with you all, it's an important thing for you all to go through the class notes. Yes. And then once you're done with these things, it's also very important for you all to go through the recordings of the live session. Once you're done with these things, then it's an important thing for you all to work on your projects parallelly during the weekdays. You all have around 5 days time in between the two, between like the sessions, projects, work on your projects, and then you have to ask questions during the Q&A time. If you are working on all these things, everyone, this is the important thing. Indirectly, I'm telling you about your homework for the upcoming sessions with the help of this example. Yes. So homework for you all is that whatever topic we discuss, you all have to go through the Babok guide, self-learning module, class notes, recordings, work on your projects, and I can assure you of this thing, by 7th of March, you will have the complete understanding of the business analysis, all the important techniques, and this will also help you prepare for your job interviews. Yes, so and these enablers, everyone, one last thing here, enablers, everyone, these are considered to be temporary in nature. Yes, the Malik, these are considered to be temporary in nature. Once you enter in a good job role, you'll forget about the above guide, you'll forget about what we have discussed, these bad examples in the live session, and you'll move to the next role and you'll work there efficiently. So, enablers, everyone, these are also considered to be the temporary requirements, often unneeded, once we transition to a new future state. Yes, is everybody able to understand the reason why these are considered to be temporary? Because this is not something that we're going to carry on for life. No. We are done with this thing. We're done with CBAP, then attempt CFA, go for FRM, go for, yes, go for some different training program. Yes. So yes, we'll have a break in another 3 or 4 minutes. Yes, just we'll have a break in few minutes. Let me summarize few things. So we'll then have a break. Yes. It's time for us to have a break, but just 2 or 3 more minutes. I need to summarize everything. Yes. So Vijay is saying, yes, these are dynamic. So simply enablers when we're talking about Shivangi, Vijay, and everyone else, these all are few important transition requirements. Those will help you transition successfully, hassle-free, smooth, with no barriers in the realization of value. It will help you ensure that there are no undesirable consequences when we are when we are transitioning to a new future state. These are considered to be temporary in nature because once we have a successful and smooth transition to a new future state, these are often not required. Yes, so that's why these are the important things, the enablers. I've discussed this topic in detail here because they sometimes ask me this question in job interviews that what are the important enablers when we are transitioning to a new future state? So you can easily answer them that these can be in the form of workshops, trainings, mentoring, creation of user manuals, training materials, advertisements. Those all things those may help you successfully transition to a new future state. And this will help in continuous improvement. So now, everyone, we are done with the first topic, and that is what is business analysis. And let me summarize it in another 1 minute, then we'll have a short 15 minutes break. So, what we have discussed here, everyone, that business analysis is about research, exploration, investigation, with the help of 5WH analysis. This research should be deep, detailed. You have to dig deeper into the given problem, get into the groove of the problem with the help of a process centric lens. Process centric lens signifies here that we are going to focus on the business objectives without any implementation biasness, without having inclination towards any solution delivery team. We are having a discussion. We are acting as a strong bridge in between the business users and the technology experts. This will then help us define needs. Needs are needs are the form of problems or the opportunities to be solved. This will then help us, once we understand the needs, we can then recommend the solution based upon different types of analysis like feasibility, gap, risk, impact, financial, and other types of analysis. Once we arrive at a solution, the solution would help us then bring about a change with the help of enablers. Enablers are all those transition requirements. Those may help us have a hassle-free and smooth transition to a new future state. And this change, when we are bringing in, this change will help us in continuous improvements with minimal number of defects since we have applied a structured and organized approach. So this is what we have discussed as the first topic, everyone. After a short 15 minutes break, we are going to start with another interesting topic, a basic topic today, and that is who is a business analyst. And here we'll talk about requirements elicitation, discussion the key stakeholders, and few more basic things. Okay, it's an important thing for us to perform 5WH analysis, dig deeper into the problem, perform research, exploration, investigation through a process centric lens. This helps us come up with a better solution for a given business problem. So these were few things, everyone, that we had discussed before the break. Now we have to start with the next topic, that is who is a business analyst. But before we start with this topic, if you all have any question, anything that you discuss with me or other learners, you can please mention in the chat box. I remember before the break, one of our learner had one question, so let me first answer this question. Gajula Shivatmiga, what I see from the chat box here, your name, yes, if I pronounce it correctly, Gajula. So you're mentioning here that enablers are temporary outcomes from the requirements of the present state. Based on this outcome, we'll further think about the correct solution for the problem or future state. Not exactly you'll think about a solution here. Solution is clearly defined. Kajuna and others, these are the requirements related to transition. Enablers can be equated with the transition requirements. What are the transition requirements? Transition requirements are all those important requirements, those act as a catalyst, those act as the important enablers, those may help you successfully transition to a new future state. Here you won't play with the solution. Here you won't play with what the change is. Here you'll come up with all those important measures, like you may organize one workshop to make people understand the advantages of the new solution. You may come up with certain trainings. You may come up with some business continuity plan. You may create certain user manuals, user guides, and all those important things. Those may help you ensure that there's hassle-free and smooth transition to a new future state. Okay. Now, one more thing, everyone, before we move to the next topic, since Gajula, you're asking this question here. Let me share with you all one very important link. And I get this thing from people here that when I search something on Google, Google says something else. So if you have any doubt, everyone, or if you have anything difficult to understand, don't search on Google, search on batimes.com. Don't know how many of you know about this web application. batimes.com, especially people who are new to the analysis world, I request everyone to please click on this link and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link, batimes.com? Please check and confirm. You all can give me a thumbs up if you're able to access this link. BATimes.com, everyone, is a very good and a reliable resource for any business analyst. You all can see here there are a lot of articles for you all to read. There are a lot of templates that you all can use in your projects. There are a lot of events, webinar, conferences, communities, bookstore. You may find a book from your trainer in few months. I'm pushing them to add my book as well, resources. Now, next time, if you have certain questions or if you're not clear with something, just search it here. The reason why I'm asking you all not to search on Google is because Google is fetching information from reliable as well as some resources. Those are not at all reliable. I can tell you this thing. Even this thing happens with Chat GPT as well. People search something on Chat GPT and they said in Chat GPT I found this thing and this is contradicting to what's in the BABOK guide. So it's an important thing that you look at the reliable sources, the relevant sources, the valuable sources, and don't pick in the garbage from the internet. So I request you all, and especially everyone, people who are new to the analysis world, if you all can take out some time from watching those irrelevant reels, just spend 15 to 20 minutes daily going through this application. Yes, spend 25 minutes, 15 minutes going through this the way you read newspapers. This is a newspaper for a BA. And I can tell you within 2 to 3 months, you'll analyze, you'll realize that you know so many things in the business analysis world. You have so many things to talk about in the business analysis world. So make an effective use of this thing. If you find something difficult to understand, you can search it here and you'll find so many good articles from so many good people all across the globe. Yes, so this is straight from the horse's mouth. This is something that IIBA acknowledges and IIBA recommends. Even I'm recommending this thing as a senior trainer. So make an effective use of batimes.com. So thank you, Gajula, for asking this question. This helped me share this link with everyone. It's because of you that I have shared this, else I would have missed this topic. So thank you, Gajula, for asking this question. I hope I've answered your question, Gajula. Yes, you're fine with the answer. So it's all about all those important requirements. Those may help you have a hassle-free, smooth transition to a new future state. Yes, Gajula, are you there with us? With me, following? Any question? Anyone else with any other question before we start with the next topic? Shall we proceed and discuss the next topic now? Yes, perfect. Thank you, everyone. The next topic, everyone, is Akshay, Bruce, and everyone is who is a business analyst? Now, here you all can see here different color bubbles here. We'll focus on this third one first, and we'll talk about the most important thing, that is requirements elicitation. Elicits the needs from the key stakeholders, performs the elicitation. Shall I get some question for us? However, for all these steps, we may have some standard set of steps, templates to follow and find question. Yes, definitely yes. So for this thing, Shivangi once into the knowledge areas, we'll talk about some standardized templates. We'll talk about certain important techniques. Those may help you come up with more structured way of like going through this batimes.com link. So for now, you can search some basic things, but for templates, you'll have to give me another 2 sessions. So after the next 2 sessions, you'll be able to apply right filters in batimes.com. For now, you can search for some basic topics. Yes. So for templates, we'll discuss in detail. Standardized templates like BRD, FRD, FRS, and everything else. Okay, perfect. So thank you, Shivangi, and everyone else. Now, let's talk about requirement solicitation in detail. Let's see what is requirement solicitation, how it is carried out, what's the practical significance behind it. and I'll share with you all one story now. That story is something very much linked with your requirements recitation. So let's listen to this story and see how many of you are able to tell me the moral of this story. Yes. Stakeholders can be the customer, internal working team as well, right? Just we can no. The stakeholder will discuss are all the important individuals or the groups who are directly or indirectly impacted by the change need of the solution. So this includes, as I mentioned before the break, this may include your um, internal team. This may include your external team. Yes, so it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag that may have both internal as well as the external stakeholders. So when we say stakeholders, a stakeholder is not equivalent to business users. There's a misconception. People think that when we say stakeholders, it means business team. No. Even our poor technology experts are also the stakeholders. Okay. So it includes everyone. This is list on your screen, Asif. So we'll discuss about this once we're done with the requirements solicitation and who is a business analyst. We'll talk about it. Yes, it depends. It depends how you're organizing the things in your project. So this topic we have not discussed yet. So we will talk about it. Yes, maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it, not today. The detailed discussion on the stakeholders. Okay. So let's focus on this topic first. Let's talk about the basic topic to start with, and that is who is a business analyst. Now, everyone, before I share that story with you all, we are talking about the who is a business analyst. And there is a very basic thing that I want to start with and discuss with you all before I narrate that story to you all. The topic is the important discussion item is very basic thing. One thing is responsibility. Another thing is accountability. Very popular in any project. Responsible stakeholders, accountable stakeholders. What do you all think, especially people who are new to the analysis world, is a major difference between a responsible person and an accountable person? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? So the first topic is we are talking about who is a business analyst, and here it's an important thing for us to know the responsibility and how it is different from accountability. This question is open for you all to answer. What is a major difference between a thin line of difference between responsibility and accountability, everyone? Shivangi is saying that BA is responsible in performing the 5WH analysis. If BA is responsible, then who is accountable? Hamid is saying that responsibility is about execution. And this is a brilliant answer. Let me add a red heart to your answer. Absolutely brilliant answer. Thank you so much, Hamid, for your response. Lois saying accountability is more about the ownership. Is that the ownership or the answerability? Are you correct with your word that you have used? Law think more about it. Is that the ownership or answerability? Responsible can be many, but accountability lies only with BA. Natasha is saying but for what is BA accountable for everything? Accountability is result focused and responsibility is about execution. This is also very good answer from Malik here. Responsibility is assigned task and accountability is obligation. That's also a wonderful answer. Asif is saying responsibility limits to understanding and taking the ownership. Yes, that's one of the better answer from Asif here. So I can see that most of you are clear with this thing. So let me now take you all to your class notes and let's read few things for the benefit of those who are not clear with this basic difference. So let's discuss this basic difference and then we'll discuss few more things. So let's talk about the responsibility versus accountability, everyone. As per the BABA guide, responsibility can be defined as a sole ownership. That is, a responsible stakeholder will perform the assigned task directly. It means owning the task, working on it, and ensuring the completeness of the given task. Responsible person is regarded as somebody who is carrying the cross on his shoulders. That is, you are doing the execution. You are the owner and directly working on the task. Like I remember Shivangi was mentioning that BA is responsible to perform requirements gathering. BA is responsible to perform 5WH. But Shivangi, if you are doing this thing, don't you think somebody should monitor what you are doing? Somebody should cross check what analysis you have done? Yes or no? There comes the importance of accountability, everyone. Accountability can be defined as answerability. It is about the peripheral involvement. What is peripheral involvement, everyone? You are not doing the things, but you ensure that the things are done in appropriate manner. You are tracking, monitoring, and performing the evaluation. Accountability also includes providing a better environment wherein responsible stakeholders can work effectively and come up with required outputs. Is everybody able to understand this thing? So if Shivangi is doing the analysis, 5WH analysis, and Soumya is acting as a project manager and providing the timelines, budget, and other important details to Shivangi so that she is able to perform analysis in a very organized manner, then Soumya is acting as an accountable person. She is answerable to what Shivani is doing here. But sometimes what happens is, let us suppose Shivangi is into a very senior position, 15 to 20 years into business analysis. So nobody is monitoring what she is doing and she is directly submitting the details to the business. In that case, you are responsible as well as accountable for your work. But ideally, it will be a good practice if somebody else is accountable so that you can cross check, verify, and come up with better quality deliverables. That's the difference between everyone responsibility versus accountability. So, in simple terms, somebody is doing the things, he is responsible for those things. Somebody is tracking, monitoring, evaluating, providing better environment. At the end, he or she is answerable for those things. That makes him accountable. Okay, I'll stop here. Request you all to read this. If you need more examples, I can give you all a few more examples, but should be very clear to everyone. Yes, Vishal, Law, and everyone else following this, or you all have any question, you need more example, I can give you all a few more examples. More example? Okay, let's take one more example. If I talk about this live session, everyone, if I talk about this live session, there are two important stakeholder groups. One is the by learners from different geographies, some in early morning hours, some in midnight, some in evening, some in afternoon. And then there are two people from the Simplilearn. Yes, one person was very proactive initially when we started the live session, but he's on mute now. Akshat. If I ask Akshat, are you listening? He'll just respond as yes. Akshat, but he's not participating here. Another is your trainer Vaibhav. When it comes to conduct the live session, when it comes to train my learners, when it comes to organize this workshop, this is my responsibility. But there is one person who is not involved, but he is listening to everything. What is his role here? He is tracking, monitoring, evaluating. If I have some issues, if you have some problems with regard to the live session, he'll pitch in an answer and try to sort these issues. So he holds the accountability. Akshat, he is the learner success manager, and I'm responsible to conduct this live session. Yes. So, meaning to say, accountability lies with people into the management in most of the cases, and responsible persons working on the given tasks directly. Another example, let us suppose I say Ishita, Isha, and Vijendra are doing their analysis. They're having a discussion around few important solution options, detailed analysis. But then there's one project manager or a product owner, they come up with certain important timelines that within this timeline you have to finish the analysis, else we won't be able to prioritize the things in the given cycle. This project manager and PO, they are not doing the analysis, but they are providing certain important instructions. They're coming up with certain evaluation, certain suggestions. Those help you perform analysis within the timelines. So that's the importance of accountability, everyone. Tracking, monitoring, and evaluation. You're not doing the things, but you are helping somebody. You're providing a better environment so that people who are working, they get better facility, better, you may say, help, or you may say, clear understanding on what needs to be done. That's the difference between responsibility versus accountability. Is everybody able to understand this thing? Simple thing to understand. Yes. Any question from anyone? Perfect. Thank you. Now, let's talk about, since we are clear with responsibility versus accountability, now let's focus on this topic, everyone, and that is who is a business analyst. And here we'll talk about the responsibilities of the business analyst. We'll talk about the responsibility, and one of the major responsibility, what I think Shivangi, you were mentioning a few minutes back, gathering the requirements, doing the analysis, and that is something linked with requirements elicitation. Let's see what is requirements elicitation, how it is carried out with the help of one example. And this example is from a very popular book. I don't know how many of you have read this book, how many of you have heard of this book. I was fan of this book. I used to read this book a lot during my school days. And the name of this book is Arabian Nights. Yes, people from the Gulf countries, from the oil-rich nations can easily relate with this book, Arabian Nights. Yes, and the good thing with this book is there are a lot of stories. Those may inspire you, yes, to work efficiently as a business analyst. So in this book, there was one story. There was one story that can be that can be easily linked with requirement solicitation. So let me narrate that story to you all, and then I'll ask you all the moral of this story. Yes, everyone. So in those days, in that part of the world, I'm talking about the Arabian world, there used to be one Khalifa. I'll just use the common terminology as king, although king is not equivalent to Khalifa, but one king, I'll say. Okay. There was one king, and he had three detectives. Three detectives. Their names were Arabic, but I'll just make it simple for you all as D1, D2, and D3. These detectives can be considered as a modern day business analyst. And these detectives were gathering requirements for this king. They were having some very good experience. They were providing some very valuable information to the king. This helped this Khalifa, this king, to run his kingdom in a very proper manner, understanding the concerns of people of his country and all such things. One fine day, D1 and D2 got to know through some sources that D3 is getting much higher salary, much better compensation, and above all, they realized that he is getting huge respect in the eyes of the king. Now, D1 and D2 were not happy with this thing because they had similar work experience, similar ways of working 24/7 for the king. So, D1 tried to express his anguish. He wanted to clarify these things with the king. So, he tried to reach out to the king and he was about to ask these questions. But king was a very smart person. He knew that D1 is going to come up with such questions. So, king said, before you ask your questions, I have one important task for you. Would you be able to accomplish this task? Would you be able to complete this activity that I'm going to assign to you? Now, this time, D1 took a prestige issue that whatever task he is going to assign it to me, I'll come up with the best possible result. So, king shares with him a scenario. King says that, as you know, D1, that we are kingdom K1 surrounded by kingdom K2 and K3. He said, yes, definitely yes. He said, we got to know that few vagabonds have entered into our kingdom from K2 side. There are few vagabonds here. I wanted you to do some analysis. I want you to help me know who are these vagabonds, why they are in our kingdom, and come up with all the details around these vagabonds. Given that I'll do this thing right away and share with you the information in a minimal time. Given went to that place, tried to locate and identify the vagabonds. Within few hours, he was able to locate them. He then had a discussion with those vagabonds, tried to get more information that why they are entering into this kingdom, what they are doing here. He also had a discussion with people around, and he also tried to understand whether people know more about them or not. So, Devan had a discussion with the vagabonds. He had also a discussion with people around the citizens of the country. And he came back with some information. King said, do you have the information? He said, yes, king. These are few vagabonds passing by our kingdom and they're going to kingdom K3. He said, why they're going to kingdom K3? He said, because they're going to attend one marriage ceremony. So king said, then how much time do you think they'll require to come back? They said within 1 month, within 1 week, they'll come back and they'll go back to their original country, K2. King said, how many men, how many women, are they carrying any instrument that may harm us? Devan said, I never inquired up to that level. I just know that these are the vagabonds. They are going to attend a marriage ceremony and come back within 1 month, 1 week's time. So king asked Devan to stand behind the curtains. Then D2 came in. D2 also had same set of questions for the king, and king assigned the same task to D2 as well. Now D2 went to that place, had discussion with these vagabonds, had discussion with people around, and D2 came up with a lot of information as compared to D1. King was asking several questions, D2 was answering all of them. D2 said, yes, these are few vagabonds passing by our kingdom. They are very jolly nature. They are singing songs, people loving their company. These many men, these many women, they don't have any instrument that may harm us. They are going to go to kingdom K3, come back. And all such details in a very detailed manner he was sharing with the king. And king was also so happy to gain these many details from D2. But then all of a sudden D3 comes in. D3 was not looking comfortable. D3 had a fearsome face. D3 was in a hurry to share something with king. So D3 said, please stop then and there. Don't share these cock and bull stories with the king. This is not going to help us. I have some very urgent thing to share with king. Now king was not happy with this attitude because king and D2 were having very good discussions. So king said, is that really very urgent? D3 says, yes. That's why I've stopped in middle. My apologies for that. But I need a very quick discussion with you, a very urgent discussion with you. King asked D2 to stop for a while and says, since he had a huge respect for D3, he said, yes, please, you may go ahead. I'll share the detail. King, when he was having a discussion with D3, D3 comes up with very surprising statements. D3 says that King, I was listening to what D2 was mentioning. These are not vagabonds. And this surprised everyone, D1 as well as D2 as well. Then King said, then who are these people? D3 said these are enemies disguised as vagabonds. They are around 15 to 20 at present, but thousands of them, as per my analysis, as per my experiments, hit and trials, I know there are thousands of them hiding behind the bushes in the countryside here. These people are locating our important army positions. These people are trying to understand the different things that we're doing here, creating and defining some strategy. And these people are waiting for this instruction from these people, and they may attack our kingdom at any point of time. So instead of listening to these cock and bull stories, it's an important thing for us to alert our army, catch hold of these vagabonds, and then come up with a strategy to win the war against these people here. King listens to D3, he comes up with a proper strategy, and eventually they are able to win the war, and then again come up with the stabilized kingdom, and the story goes on from there. My question to you all is, what do you all think was the difference between the analysis that D3 has performed as compared to D1 and D2? Law is saying D1 and D2 are getting less salary. Less salary means less work. Yes, that's not the right thing to say. I think it's on a lighter note. But my question to you all is, what is the moral of this story, Law? Why do you think D3 was able to come up with a better solution? How D3 was able to say that these are enemies, and why D1 and D2 were not able to predict this thing? Vijayendra is saying D3 was CBAP certified analyst. Yes, and D1 and D2 were not. What else? Think more about it. Veena is saying to do the deep research, detailed analysis. What else? Bhavna is saying detailed information, attention to detail. Let me explain this now, everyone. Understand the problem. If you see here, everyone, you are missing one very important thing. You're missing one very important thing that I have discussed in this story here. Maybe you are like mesmerized by the Arabian Nights. Let me make it very clear. D1 and D2, their analysis was focused completely, was dependent, everyone. If you all agree with me, in the story we just listened to, we just that we have discussed, D1 and D2, their analysis were completely dependent upon the information that they have gathered from vagabonds and people around. Can you depend 100% on your stakeholders for the information? The stakeholders may not know about the information. Yes or no? They're your own people, but they don't know that these are vagabonds or enemies disguised as vagabonds. But if you look at D3 is performing a requirements elicitation. He is talking to people. But along with that, he's also doing his own research. He's also performing certain experiments. So, moral of the story is it's an important thing. It's an important thing for a business analyst to perform requirements elicitation with the help of these three important pillars. Let's discuss the moral of the story now with the help of what's there in your class notes, everyone. In your class notes, session number 1, you'll find the answer. Answer is, everyone, moral of the story is to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to the change. Business analyst should focus upon three things: collaboration, that D1 and D2 did. They both collaborated with people around and vagabonds. But along with that, we also have to do our own research, look at the historically available information, look at the existing information, try to do some data analysis, try to do some exploration, and also perform experiments like hit and trials, prototyping. When we are doing all these three things, then it is requirements elicitation, and this will help you gain clarity around the requirements, and then you'll be able to come up with a better solution. So, moral of the story is that every BA must cry. Raphael, next time you get the requirement, start crying. And then if your manager says why you are crying, then tell him that in the CBAP certification program, the trainer was telling us to cry when you get the requirements. Crying means collaboration, research, and experiments would help you perform requirements elicitation in a very organized manner. For example, let's take one more example. Let us suppose I say, Vijendra, we have Raphael with us. Raphael and Vijendra maintain 100% attendance in the live session. Is this good enough for them to become a certified analyst? Is this just enough if you collaborate with me? No. You have to go through the BABA guide. You have to go through the class notes. You have to spend some time going through batimes.com. This is all your research. Go through the batimes.com, read the articles, go through the BABA guide. Do not completely rely on what you're getting from the trainer. Complete reliance may bring you to the same level as D1 and D2. But if you want to become a certified analyst like D3, you have to dig deeper into the BABA guide, go through the class notes, work on your projects on your own, not copy the projects. Those are already there in your drive link. Yes, so requirements elicitation depends on three pillars. That was the moral of the story here: collaboration, research, and experiment. Now, experiments we'll discuss in detail with the help of some tools. We'll install and we'll talk about some important tools. Those may help us create prototypes and also perform hit and trials. Moral of the story is every BA must cry. Okay? When you just focus on collaboration, you are gathering the requirements. Sometimes they ask you this question in your job interviews, that what's the difference between requirements gathering and requirements elicitation? Would you be able to answer such question if they ask you in the job interviews that what's the difference between requirements gathering and requirements elicitation? Requirements gathering primarily focuses upon a detailed discussion and engagement with your key stakeholders. But requirement solicitation encourage BA to not only collaborate but also do your own research and perform experiments to arrive at a better set of requirements and their corresponding solution. That's the moral of the story, everyone. Are you able to understand now what is requirement solicitation? Yes. So this is the moral of the story. You all have to remember CRE, collaborate, research, and perform experiments. Okay. So we have discussed about the requirement solicitation. Everyone, what we have discussed today as part of elicitation is just the basic discussion. We have a separate knowledge area, chapter number 4, is specific, very, very specific to this what we discussed today. So how to cry loud, we'll discuss here. We'll cry here, loudly here. We'll cry here in a very detailed manner. So here you'll find all about crying in detail. Yes, so it's better to say that BA should perform requirement solicitation. Yes. Requirements. So let me add a red heart to this. So Shivangi is a very good point. So I'll not say it's better to say, it's better to practice requirement solicitation. Yes, if you'll just say it won't help. You have to practice this thing as a BA. Requirements gathering alone won't help you. You gather the requirements, it's good. Gathering the information is a good thing. I'm not saying I'm not against you having a discussion with stakeholders. You talk to them, it's good, but 100% dependency or reliance on what you get from the stakeholders is not a good thing. Cross validate, do the research, perform experiments. Yes, because you cannot assume that what they are getting from the stakeholders is 100% accurate. Okay, everyone, Shivangi, Isha, you all are with me. Fine with this story. The next time you get the requirement to start crying, yes, and everybody will be surprised in your project that why you are crying. Tell them that now you are certified analyst, so you have to cry. Yes. So, so that's the moral of the story. Innocent, the requirement of the key stakeholders. The next thing is, everyone, discover, synthesize, analyze the information, investigate and clarify stakeholders' desires, determine issues and their causes. Last point is performs the tasks defined in the BABOG guide. So let's discuss about the BABOG guide now. What are the tasks defined in it? And what are the important knowledge areas? What are the important techniques? So now let's switch our focus to the BABOG guide, the table of content, and let's see what all topics we will discuss in our upcoming sessions. I request you all to parallelly open this book at your end as well, so that you are able to follow the things better. Once everybody is with me, you have this table of content on your screen, then we'll move ahead. You all can give me a thumbs up once you're ready. We'll then move forward with our discussion. Yes, everyone, perfect, thank you. Now, everyone, chapter number 1, ready, everyone? Yes, thank you. Chapter number 1 and chapter number 2, these two chapters are the basic introduction to business analysis. Like today, we have discussed about the purpose, what is business analysis, we're discussing who is a business analyst, and we're also talking about now the structure of the BABOG guide. This is the introduction. In tomorrow's session, we'll talk about the stakeholders in detail. If time allows, today we'll discuss. We'll talk about the 6 core concepts, key terms, and tomorrow's session will also start the discussion around the creation of the BRDs, how to document the BRD. We'll discuss the standardized template BRD. We'll talk about the FSDs. We'll talk about the user stories. We'll talk about the functional requirements, non-functional requirements, all these things. So this is again the introduction to business analysis. So chapter number 1 and chapter number 2 are the two important chapters as part of the introduction. Then everyone, the chapter number 3, please focus here everyone. Chapter number 3 is the first knowledge area that we're going to start with. First knowledge area is business analysis, planning and monitoring. And here we'll discuss about 5 important tasks here. These are the important tasks to be performed by the business analyst. 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 4 and 5. These we'll discuss in detail as part of chapter number 3. Then after the first knowledge area, the second knowledge area is elicitation and collaboration everyone. Again, 5 important tasks here. Then the third knowledge area, requirements lifecycle management, 5 important tasks here. Strategy analysis, again 4 important tasks here. Requirements analysis and design definition, 6 important tasks. And chapter number 8 is the last knowledge area. So from chapter number 3 till chapter number 8, total 6 knowledge areas we'll discuss in detail. And if I sum up all the important tasks here, so we'll discuss 30 important tasks as part of these 6 knowledge areas. From chapter number 3 till chapter number 8, 6 knowledge areas having 30 total tasks in number. Chapter number 9, everyone, that we'll discuss is about the underlying competencies. And we'll talk about all these underlying competencies. And then the most important thing that we'll discuss parallelly with the knowledge areas is the techniques. This is the backbone, everyone, of this certification program, the techniques. Few techniques like acceptance and evaluation criteria, business cases, concept modeling, balanced scorecard. There are few techniques wherein we'll come up with some comprehensive documentation. Whilst in few techniques like data flow diagrams, data modeling, business model, and others will come up with certain important flow diagrams. In few, we'll come up with the block diagrams. In few, we'll create some BPMN notations, UML notations, lightweight documentations. So all these techniques, all 50 techniques, we'll discuss with the help of some examples in the live sessions. User stories, SWOT analysis, use cases, workshop, these all techniques we'll discuss. These techniques are going to help you work on the task in a very efficient manner and come up with the required output. So these techniques are very important. Chapter number 11 is something that we are not going to cover. It's not part of the syllabus. This is something that's going to be covered in your upcoming courses like Agile Scrum Master, Power BI, SQL, and others. So 11 is not part of the syllabus. We'll just talk about the last thing as chapter number 10. So if I summarize what is the structure of the BABA guide and the table of content for us, chapter number 1 and chapter number 2, this is about the basics of business analysis, or you can say introduction. Then chapter number 3, starting from chapter number 3 till chapter number 8, total 6 knowledge areas, wherein we'll talk about 30 important tasks. And to complete these 30 important tasks, we'll talk about chapter number 10, that is the techniques. And in techniques, we have total 50 techniques that we'll discuss. Yes, and chapter number 9 is about the underlying competencies. Yes, and chapter number 11 is something out of scope for ECBA, CCBA, and CBAP. Yes, so these are the details around the structure of the BABA guide. I can see I have one question from Malik here. Yes, so let me explain this thing. So in your drive link, I have pasted one screenshot so that you all get the information right from the horse's mouth. So you can see here that there is one question that's pasted here. I hope my screen is clearly visible to you all. It says there's a question here on your IIBA website. Will BABA guide on perspectives or underlying competencies be tested in ECBA, CCBA, or CBAP? And look at the answer. Malik, are you getting the answer to your question here? It says there will not be specific exam questions that test on perspectives or the underlying competencies. So even chapter number 9 is also not part of the syllabus, but we are going to discuss 9 as well as part of 11 as well. If time allows, I'll cover 11 as well. But 11 is our, you may say, the lowest priority. Okay. Sometimes we have the time in our live session, so we can talk about it. Yes, since I have a PG degree in data science and machine learning as well, so it's not that difficult for me to cover BI and all such things. Okay. Power BI and SQL are part of the master's program, and you will find separate trainer, different trainer talking about those things. I am here to just talk about CBAP business analysis for another 1 month. After that, you'll find a different trainer for Power BI, a different trainer for Tableau, and other courses. Okay, 6 knowledge areas, not 5, Malik, 6 knowledge areas from chapter number 3 till chapter number 6, chapter number 8, the total 6 knowledge areas. 6 knowledge areas, 30 important tasks. Okay. Yes, Malik, Partha, Shivangi, and everyone else, you all are with me. So let me reopen the table of content here and go back to what we had discussed. So this is what we have discussed. I'll take a pause here, wait for your questions before we move to the next topic. Yes, so this is about the syllabus. This is about what we will discuss in the next 1 month. Every weekend, we're going to talk about these important topics. So this is about the structure of the BABA guide, and now we have completed. Is CBAP certification post all module or only this one? Yes. This is a good question, Vijendra. Once we are done with our discussion around these important topics, and once you have unlocked your certificate, you are eligible to appear for the CBAP examination conducted by IIBA. Yes. So just give me a second. So you need not to wait for all the courses to be completed. If you're planning to appear for IIBA examination, once we are done with our discussion and you have submitted your project as well as you have cleared the assessment, you can simply appear for the examination. Yes. For 7,500 hours eligibility, I have created few important documents in your drive link. You can go through these Excel sheets. You can go through the document I've created here, and here you will get more information around how to justify the 7,500 hours. So let me make it very clear for everyone. And one more very important thing is going for the IIBA certification program is not mandatory. It's up to you. For example, if your organization is providing the reimbursement, I'll highly encourage you to go for it. But if you're searching for a job, you're going through some financial crisis, even the certificate that you're getting from Simplilearn, the master certificate, is equally valuable. You first find a good job, enter into a good job, ask your company to provide the reimbursement, and then you may go for it. There are so many learners who are able to get an opportunity to work with some very good companies after getting the certificate from Simplilearn. Simplilearn is a globally recognized education provider. We have footprints, we have presence in more than 150 plus countries. So the certificate that you get from Simplilearn is also very valuable. Don't think that you have to go for a CBAP in order to get into some good job role. Even this certificate has helped a lot of the learners. Getting it? Not talking about the eligibility thing. So IIBA offers three programs, everyone. One is elementary certificate in business analysis, wherein you need not to come up with any justification for experience. Anyone with 0 to 1 year of experience may go for it. It also offers program like CCBA, wherein you'll need experience in between 3 to 4 years, I must say. Yes, and for CBAP, it is more than 5 years, which is equivalent to 7,500 hours plus. Okay. The calculation, how you'll arrive at this number, how to justify these things, you'll find all such calculations in your drive link under CBAP registration related documents. Just go through those documents, Vijendra and others who are preparing for CBAP, and you can discuss with me in the next session if you find anything difficult. I have come up with all those very simple calculations. Those will help you understand the things in a very simplified manner. Yes, as I said, it's not necessary. It's nice to have them. Okay. So, and one thing very clear, straightforward to you all is you should try for CCBA or CBAP. ECBA won't add much value. This certification program is having much more value than ECB. Okay, there will be few people from US, Canada, and others. They may think that I'm talking against IIBA. I'm not against IIBA certifications, but I'm just telling you this thing that in case you are having some financial problems, in case you have some issues, don't think you have to go for it in order to add value to your CV. Even this certificate that you get from our end is also equally valuable. Okay, getting it? Just that's my personal suggestion to you all. If your company is providing the reimbursement, then definitely go for it. ECBA, CCB, or CBAP. Yes, but if you are spending the money from your own pocket, then you may wait for a better company to provide you the reimbursement for it. Yes, is everybody clear with this thing? The certification programs. So what we are discussing in live session covers all three. Cost is all mentioned in your documents here. So if you go to, if you look at this document, registration CBAP, you'll find cost in every detail here. The membership, $125. Then the exam fees and other things you'll find here. Application fee, exam fee, everything you'll find here. So that's why I'm saying the cost is high, so you can select accordingly. Yes, even if you're not going for it, then also it's fine. The certificate that you get from RN is also valuable. Okay. So you'll find all these details under CBAP registration related documents. Excel sheets, you'll find application process, you'll find handbook, membership pricing. Yes, so all these details you'll find here. And if you need more details, then you can simply visit iiba.org and under the certification here, certification, if you click here, IIBA certifications, then you'll find all the details here, CBAP, CCBA, ECB. These all details you'll find in ECBA. Let me share this link. Here you'll find all the details. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link? IIBA certifications, ECBA, CCBA, CBAP. Here you'll find all the details of all the programs. Plus, one more thing here, everyone. IIBA is very good at responding to their learners' questions. So, if you need some more information, you can simply drop them an email and you will receive a response within 24 hours. And this I've experienced. I have dropped them so many emails with so many questions that I have for them, and they're very good at responding to your questions and queries. So if you have any question or query for them, you can simply drop them an email info@iiba.org. And within 6 to 10 hours, you'll find they'll come up with a very detailed answer to your questions. Okay? So any question that you all have, you can simply ask them, or you can ask me as well. I have marked up all the answers that they provided in last 10, 12 years. Okay? So you can either talk to them or you can talk to me, you will get the similar answer. Yes, everyone with me on this thing? Questions from you all before you move to the next topic? If you all are with me, shall we move ahead and talk about the interesting topic that is the stakeholders? Yes, everyone. Our next topic, we won't be able to finish this topic today, but yes, we'll start with this topic today. The topic is stakeholders. The stakeholders, as we had discussed today in the first half on high level, stakeholders can be defined as an individual or a group that is directly or indirectly impacted by the need, change, or the solution. BA is going to talk to them, interact with them directly or indirectly. And you all can see here, everyone, there are few blue faces, happy faces. There are few orange or you may say pale yellow faces, lethargic, tired faces. Can anyone of you guess why we have different color conventions being used in this diagram here? What blue represents, what yellow represents, what red represents? First, let's focus on the blue part. What, according to you, is this group all about? Blue faces. They all are stakeholders, whatever you see on your screen, Bruce. These all are the stakeholders. Yes. Perfect. This is a good answer. Thank you. These are external. These are the external ones. The blue faces are the external ones. These are the internal ones. But my next question to you all is, when we say internal or external, these are the relative terms. My question is external to what? Internal to what? Don't say organization, that's the wrong answer. Something else. External to what? Internal to what? Yes. Absolutely wonderful answers I'm getting from, again, a very good answer from you, Hamid, and from you, Law. Yes. The correct answer is solution delivery. People who are directly involved in developing a solution, people who are directly involved in creating a product, these all are these tired faces. That's why these are tired faces, because they are working day and night. They are the ones who are developing a solution. And why these are happy faces? Because these are the beneficiaries. They are the ones who are going to realize benefit. They are the ones who are going to use the solution. They are the ones who are external to it. They are the ones who are not involved in directly developing this product. Yes, Prajakta, absolutely wonderful. Thank you for your answers, everyone. So these are the internal, these are the external, these are the internal, and the reference point is the solution delivery. Some of my learners ask me this question that why not organization? Organization would be the correct answer if you're just focusing upon the IT service industry. But don't you all think nowadays so many companies have their own captive units? It may be that you are working on some in-house product. So it's not always that your IT team is your service provider. IT team may also be part of your organization as well. Yes or no? That's why I said organization is not the point of difference. The reference point is the solution delivery, not the organization. Okay, everyone, with me on this thing? Yes? Let's start with our discussion now and let's discuss about these important stakeholders. First, a very popular, yes. So Kritika coming up with a good answer. Thank you, Kritika. Kritika is saying, I'm working as a business analyst, part of IT, and here are business users for me. Are the end users? Yes. So absolutely wonderful thing. One more thing, everyone. I get one more question from the learners. So let me clarify on this thing. Sometimes I get this question from the learners that is data analysis part of business analysis? Some people say, is a product owner a business analyst? Some people ask me this question that is business analysis just about the process analysis? And some people ask me that what is the, you may say, what are the different roles that we have within business analysis? Although not received such query from you all, but I get this question from learners from the previous batches or from other batches. So let me answer this question as well. In your BABA guide 1.3, page number 3, you can see here the very important thing mentioned here. Common job titles for people who perform business analysis includes business architect, business system analyst, data analyst, enterprise analyst, management consultant, process analyst, product manager, product owner, requirements engineer, and system analyst. So you all can see here the data analysis is not something outside the business analysis umbrella term. It is part of it. Like if I talk about my career path, when I was new to the business analysis world, since I come from a technology background, I got an opportunity to work as a system analyst, and alongside I was also doing some data analysis. After doing some certifications, after having some good experience into the business analysis world, I got the opportunity to work as a process specialist, process analyst. And then after a few years, I got an opportunity to work as a product owner and with this role as a management consultant in my current organization. So meaning to say that business analysis profile has several job titles. It's sometimes based upon your work experience, it's sometimes based upon your skill set, and also about your background. Okay, so these are the common job titles for people who perform business analysis. The product owner, product manager, enterprise analyst, business system architect, system analysis, these all are part of the business analysis umbrella term. Okay, everyone, let's come back to our discussion around the stakeholders. And these are the key stakeholders on your screen. One very common question that I get from the learners is that what's the difference between the customer and the end user? Or these are one and the same thing? Let's discuss this thing with the help of few examples to understand the difference between the two. Who is the customer? Who is the end user for the internal team? And what's the major difference between the two? Okay. So let me take you all to your projects. Let me ask you all a few questions. So, Partha and others, project number one, it is canteen ordering system for Unilever. Hamid and everyone else, in this project, canteen ordering system for Unilever, who is the customer for the solution delivery team and who is the end user? Unilever as an organization is paying for it. They have the legal rights. They are the ones who are owning this product. So Unilever is the customer. Whilst these 1,500 employees, till the time they are part of Unilever, they're able to access this application. They are using it. They're using it. They're operating it. So they are the end users. Similarly, if I talk about Madhuri and others, library management system for the Stanford University. Yes, I'll come back to your question another in a few minutes. You have a very good point. So we'll come back to this question as well. Library management system for the Stanford. Here, Stanford University as an organization, as an educational institution, is acting as the customer for the development team because Stanford University has the legal rights, has the moral rights. They have purchased or they are paying for this product. But who is using it? Students, alumni, faculty, or staff. These all are the end users. If I talk about WhatsApp Pay, WhatsApp Pay is owned by the company Meta or the Facebook. But who is the end user? You and me, who are using this WhatsApp Pay, are the end users. Hospital management system for Mayo Clinic. Here, the Mayo Clinic is the customer having all those legal rights, whilst the medical staff, the patients, the doctors, the nurses, and everyone else, those all would be the end users. So this was the main difference between the two. Now, one of our learners is coming up with a very good question here that in some cases, customer may also act as the end user. When customer himself or herself start using the product, then he or she becomes the end user. For example, I'll take a very simple example. Let us suppose there's one company, Ford. Yes, Ford, and can anybody help me know what was the main business model of Ford? Why Ford as a company became so popular in US first? What was their business model? Business model was to come up with cheap cars, cheap in the sense with very low prices. Yes, the cars with low prices as compared to companies like you may say BMW, Mercedes, and others. So they came up with a business model to produce and manufacture the cars with lesser rates so that it's easily affordable to a common person. That's why it became so popular in US first and then different parts of the world. So Ford, if I talk about Ford as a company, and if I say today Isha or Pavni, they pay for this car and they become the owner for it. Yes, Isha and Pavni are sitting on the back seat and there is one driver driving it. Then Isha and Pavni are the customer for Ford and this driver is the end user. But there is no driver in this car and Isha and Pavni are themselves driving this car. Then Isha is customer as well as the end user for Ford. Are you able to understand this example? When in which all cases customers are also acting as end user. So somebody is paying for it and they're also using it. Then in such cases, customer is customer is equivalent to the end user. But in most of the cases, it happens that customer is purchasing it while somebody else is using it. Yes, so that's about the customer and the end user. Everybody with me on this thing, following this thing? Yes. Now let's talk about the last topic for the day and one last story to share with you all, and that's related to regulators. Since there are so many learners here joining from the North American region, so many people here from USA and Canada here. So I'll share one story from 20 years back. I'll take you all back to the year 2007 and 8. 2007 and 8, everyone, or I can include 9 as well. These 3 years are considered to be bad for the business all across the globe. This was a period of great recession. Yes, great recession. And can anybody help me know what happened in US in 2008 and 9? That was the major reason for the recession. Yes, it's also known as the subprime crisis. The subprime crisis, or as Vijayendra is mentioning here, the Lehman Brothers collapse. What was the main reason, everyone, behind the Lehman Brothers collapse? Especially people who are joining here from US. I was part of one of the European bank then, and we had a very strong relationship with this financial institution. Yes, housing market bubble somebody is talking about. Yes, what is this housing market bubble, everyone? What happened, everyone? I'll just make it very short since we're into last 15 minutes. Lehman, in those days, in that part of the world, I'm talking about the North American world, real estate business was at its peak. Most of the people all across the world were planning to settle in US. US was considered to be a heaven for people to live, and there was a mad race to leave their native nation and go to US and settle there. And what happened because of this? And also US government opened the doors for everyone that you all can come here, invest and live here, especially the skilled people. As a result of that, there was a huge, you may say, exponential rise in the real estate market. And Lehman Brothers thought of making a lot of investments in the real estate business. And they had huge investment in the real estate business. Due to some reasons, due to some of their bad decisions, you may say, or some market speculations, they started to lose the trust of their investors. People were not only people, but the corporates, the companies started to withdraw their investments from this financial institution. Even In my bank, wherein I was working as an operational, you may say somebody who's into business operations as a very, you may say, a new person in the corporate world, we witnessed that all of the people were like, all of the banks were willing to withdraw the investment from this Lehman Brothers. As a result, what happened was they were short of, you may say, funds, and I'll use one term from the banking world, liquidity. Liquidity was causing problems. They never had cash or cash equivalents to return to their investors. As a result, what happened was they started to sell their properties, their investments in real estate business. And then what happened? When they started to sell the things, there was a subsequent haircut in the real estate business. What is a haircut? What's the meaning of haircut in the real estate business, everyone? Haircut simply means when there is a significant drop in the prices of the real estate properties because somebody is selling it on a massive scale. Now, what happened was they were selling the things, they were not getting the actual price of what they had invested. As a result, they were not able to clear the debts, and then eventually they were declared bankrupt. Their bankruptcy led to the huge recession all across the globe. And then there's one place in Switzerland. Yes, the name is Basel. Some people say Basel here in India. There was one committee that was established. The name of the committee was BCBS, Basel Committee for Banking Supervision, and they came up with some important principles. And it was made mandatory for all the European banks. It was made mandatory for all the North American banks to follow those norms. There were clear instructions that if you don't follow these norms, your license will be revoked. And here in India as well, we all follow now. The Reserve Bank of India has accepted these norms. Here in India as well, we follow all these norms. So, what is the importance, everyone? What is the important significance of regulators? Regulators are going to come up with all those important policies, rules, regulations. Those are going to help you avoid the uncertainties in the business. Those are going to help you ensure that your solution is within the given limitations and it's aligned with the policies of the organization, the country, and other parameters. For example, if I say I'm talking about capital market here in India, people joining from India, what is the name of the governing body, the regulatory body that governs the capital market here in India? SEBI, yes, Security Exchange Board of India. SEBI. If I talk about the banks, nationalized or the private banks, then what's the name of the regulatory body? It's the RBI. Yes. Similarly, in UK and US as well, we have different bodies monitoring the activities of different people. Like is anyone joining here from UK here? In UK, I work with the HMRC, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth Department, HMRC. Now it's in the name of the King after the death of the Queen. So HMRC is about the tax collections in UK, and they come up with all those norms for the tax collections. So, meaning to say, regulatory bodies play a very important role when we talk about policies, rules, compliances, and other things. So, first thing that we'll discuss, everyone, was about few statistics that IIBA has gathered from different projects all across the globe. It's not just the IT service management projects, it's all the projects in different domains, and they have come up with these statistics. So we had discussed about these statistics like 71% of failed software projects are traced to poor requirements globally, just 29% success rate, 40% of the effort in an average software project is in fixing errors, requirements, defects account for 56% of the rework. And we also looked at few numbers to understand the money invested and wasted in all these activities. 250 billion plus of annual waste. So, how many others you all can see here is traced to poor requirements globally. And 194.4 is spent on software development. And look at this percentage. 46 billion is spent on fixing software requirement servers. So you see here, the major problem is the poor requirements, and the good opportunity for us is to learn the standard set of practices, the good practices, the important techniques, the important tasks. Those are going to help us provide a better solution, a complete solution, an end-to-end solution for the given business problems. So this was the very first thing, everyone, that we had discussed, that what exactly the purpose of business analysis, why at all we need a good business certified business analyst in any project team, and why this certification program is so important for any business analyst. And then everyone, we had discussed about the standard definition of business analysis. Here we had discussed about the very first thing as the 5WH criteria. 5WH criteria, as we had discussed yesterday, that it helps, it encourages, it is very useful to do the detailed investigation, exploration, research through a process centric lens, and that way we'll be able to gain more information, more clarity, and those things will then help us define the business needs. So, business needs we have discussed, these can be in the form of the problems or the opportunities. Yesterday, we had discussed about one project, the Unilever project, wherein we found there were needs in the form of problems. Now, today, we'll discuss another project wherein you'll find that there were no challenges in the current state, but there are a lot of opportunities to grow. So, we'll also talk about needs in the form of opportunities to grow. So, defining needs, recommending solutions. There can be a number of solutions for a given business problem. To identify the optimal solution, the best solution. In the sessions to come, we'll talk about three very important types of analysis like feasibility analysis, impact analysis, risk analysis, financial analysis, strategic analysis, tactical analysis, variance analysis. So many types of analysis we'll discuss in our live session. Those may help us come up with a good solution, a complete solution for the given set of business needs. This solution would then enable a change, and this change helps in continuous improvement. Yesterday, we had also discussed about the enablers, and we had discussed about the importance of enablers, everyone. Enablers can be defined as the transition requirements. Enablers are all those important set of activities and tasks those are performed by the business analyst. These tasks and activities would help you ensure that there is a hassle-free and a smooth transition to a new future state. Enablers can be in the form of business continuity plan. Enablers can be in the form of certain trainings, mentoring, user manual creations, advertisements, offers, and all such important activities. Those may help you transition to a new future state without any barriers in the realization of value. To avoid any undesirable consequences, to avoid any barriers in the realization of value, enablers are of utmost importance. But the very important thing here, from the job interviews perspective, enablers are considered to be temporary requirements. Temporary in the sense these are no longer required. Often, it's not like you'll just completely ignore them, but in most of the cases, these are no longer required. once we successfully transition to a new future state. That's why these are also known as the temporary requirements. So they may ask you such question in job interview that why the enablers as transition requirements are considered to be temporary in nature. So you can mention that once we have a successful transition to a new future state, it is no longer adding much value. So this is temporary. Okay. Yes. So we have a very good question from Swati here. And let me make it very clear to you all. And thank you, Swati, for asking this. I had to explain this thing yesterday, but I think I had missed this part. So let's talk about what Swati is mentioning here. Swati is coming with a very good point, and let's discuss this thing. Swati is saying at Simplilearn, we have courses related to analysis and courses also related to analytics. What's the difference between the courses offered by Simplilearn? Those are related to analytics as compared to analysis. Yes, is that what you're asking here, Swati? So let me ask this question to my learners here, everyone, more than 70 plus today. So my question to you all is, everyone, there is one term that we often use in our projects, and that is analysis. And there is another term that is getting very popular nowadays, and that is analytics. Analysis, analytics. Can any one of you, based on your prior work experience, prior understanding, answer my question? My question to you all is, what is a major difference between analysis and analytics? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? Analysis versus analytics. What's the difference? Anyone? Okay, let me make it simple for you all. Analysis is undemanding the problem. What is analytics? Backed, Vijay is saying analytics is backed by data and visualizations, and analysis is not backed by data and visualization. In analysis, it is prohibited to use data analysis. Is that so? Think logically. Analytics is data driven, and analysis is not data driven. Okay, let me answer it. Let me make it very simple for you all to understand, and let me clear the cloud of confusion here. Very simple differences, everyone. I'll just add one more term. I think it will be very clear to you all. If I add one more word here, statistics, and I say that I'm removing this sys from analysis and this part from statistics and combining the two together. This simply means analytics is not something outside analysis world. Analysis is a broad and a huge umbrella term that includes different types of research, different types of, you may say, experiments, exploration, investigations. But when, everyone, please focus here, when we're taking the help of mathematics, formulas, measures of central tendency, mean, median, mode, correlation, regression, cluster analysis, probability distribution functions, permutation combination principles, that dimension or that segment within analysis is known as analytics. So the answer is analysis is a broad umbrella term that includes mathematical approach to arrive at a solution or take a decision, and that is analytics. So wherever you find certain formulas being used in an analysis world, It's nothing but one branch of analysis, that is analytics. Okay, so analytics is not something outside analysis. It is an integral part of your business analysis work. Like if I tell you about my current profile, so in my project, there are a lot of AI things coming in, and there are a lot of things related to Python and machine learning coming in. So then, like 2 years back, I had to like register for a PG program in machine learning and AI, and I successfully completed that. Now it's helping me interact and have a better discussion with my team members who are working as an AI expert. Although I'm not coding the things, I'm not like involved in Python programming, but since I know Python, now I know analytics and machine learning, I can easily coordinate with them. So, Swati, are you getting the answer to your question? So, analytics in those courses, you'll find that they will be focused on Python, they'll be focused on learning statistics, probability distribution functions. So those are the other courses offered by Simplilearn. If you need more information, you can simply visit our website and you will find more details around the content and the syllabus. Okay, and you'll find tools like SAS, RStudio, Python, Tableau. What else? You'll find the advanced Python. Yes, if you are interested to know more about advanced Python and all, I can share those details, but those are not part of your syllabus. Okay, getting it. So simple answer is when you rely on mathematics to take certain decisions, when you rely on statistics to come up with any particular solution for a given business problem, this is known as analytics. As simple as that. Okay. Any question from anyone? You may find several other answers on Google and other platforms, but this is the simplest definition that I have mentioned to you all. Yes, analytics is a combination of analysis plus mathematics or statistics. Okay, fine with this description, the definition, everyone. So this was about everyone. What is business analysis? The standard definition. And then everyone, we have discussed about another very important topic. Who is a business analyst? And here we have discussed about the very first thing, the very basic topic to start with. We have discussed about responsibility versus accountability. Responsibility is more about the ownership, working on the given task directly. You own the things, you work on it, complete it. But there's some other person, some other group who is tracking, monitoring, evaluating what you are doing. Also providing better environment facilities. Those may help you work efficiently. And that group is the accountable group or people who are accountable for what you are doing as a responsible person. So accountability, we have discussed more about the answerability, while responsibility is more about the ownership. And then everyone, we have discussed about requirements elicitation yesterday. Requirements elicitation is to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to need, change, or the solution. And yesterday, everyone, we had discussed about three important pillars to requirements elicitation. Pillar number one, pillar number two, pillar number three. Can any one of you recollect and mention the chat box those three important pillars to requirements elicitation that we had discussed yesterday? So yes, whenever you get some requirements to analyze, you start crying. When you are crying, it means you are collaborating with your key stakeholders to gain more and more information. The stakeholders may not know about the full information. with the projector and others. Maybe the stakeholders are also new to this project. So it's also very important that along with collaboration, gathering the requirements, you also do your own research. Now, for research, in our sessions to come, we'll talk about the historical data analysis using data mining, data modeling, data flow diagrams, how to look at the existing stories in the SharePoint and Jira and other tools. So, research is more about analyzing, discovering the information, synthesizing the information, looking at the historically available information, getting some insights from the existing data. Those all things will be part of the research. Research can also be in the form of document analysis. Then let us suppose I say I share one topic with you all, and Kritika and Projekta sharing this, or like Kritika and Projekta search this thing on batimes.com. Don't you all think if Projekta and Kritika are looking for the information on batimes.com, this is also kind of a secondary research when you look for something, yes, on Google or some other external source, yes. So if you're doing your research, as I mentioned yesterday, do not directly search on Google because it may come up with some contradictory information that's not the right information. So if you're doing your research after the live session, prefer batimes.com. Okay, that's the best way to do your own research. Don't go over chat GPT. And one more thing. Yesterday somebody was asking me this question that what's the role of AI in the business analysis world? If you search something on chat GPT or any other AI tool, once you get the answer, you should also ask them what is the source from where you have picked this information. And always cross check the source before you accept what is the answer from ChatGPT. Okay, I can tell you my experience. We were using ChatGPT in our project for some very important projects, but we found around 60% of the information was not correct. Yes, so be very careful, be cautious when you are like searching something on ChatGPT or any other AI tool. You think it. So so AI is good, but blindly following what AI is doing is not the right thing to do. Ask AI from where you got this information. Okay. So, so that's why it's an important thing that when you do your research, you search for a reliable source. And then the last thing is experiments. In the experiments yesterday, we had discussed about that. We'll discuss in our sessions to come how to create the POCs, prototypes, the MVP. Yes. So for experiments, everyone, I have one homework for you all. And a very short and very interesting homework is, everyone, homework for you all is, and this we'll discuss in the next session. Homework is for you all to just read through one article from batimes.com, and this is something linked with, yes. So this article, let me share in the chat box, especially for those people who are not from the BS business analysis profile and they are planning to switch to BS profile, people from sales and other domains. The homework is please click on this link and confirm. You all can give me a thumbs up on this link. Is everybody able to access this link? Demystify MVPs, prototypes, and other in the BA landscape. Now, the homework for you all is, everyone, just read through what is prototype. Just read through what is prototype, what is proof of concept, what is MVP, what is MMF, what is MLP. Just 5 important definitions I'm giving you all as a homework to read through. And then in our next session, that is on Saturday, next Saturday, we'll talk about these important concepts in detail. Okay, people have some misconception about these things. When I talk about these in the live session, some people come up with some irrelevant counter questions. So to avoid such things, I'm requesting you all to read through this article on batiles.com, and then in our next session, we will discuss these topics in detail: prototype, POCs, MVP, MMF, and MLP. And it's very important for people who are preparing for the job interviews. One more link I would like to share with you all here before we move ahead. And it's important for those who are preparing for job interviews. At Simplilearn, we have created few questionnaires, especially for people who are preparing for job interviews. Again, one more link. I'm sorry I'm sharing so many links with you all. Please click on this link as well, bookmark this link, and help me know if you are able to access this link. Top 65 plus business analyst questions and answers. Yes. Now, here what we have done, everyone, this is especially for those people who are preparing for the job interviews. You all can see here, we have come up with some very basic questions to start with, and there are more than 65 plus questions. I am covering all of them in the live session. My intent is to cover all of them, and the homework for you all is to parallelly go through these questions. And during the Q&A time, you can come up with your questions that I went through this thing, I've read this thing, and I don't find this thing easy to understand. And then we can discuss your questions during the Q&A time. So you all can parallelly start going through these questions that you have here in this top 65 interview questions. And then we can discuss on your questions in our live session. Okay. So for today, you can just go through question number one and question number two, question number three also, and fourth one we'll discuss in our next session. So first three questions you all can go through, read through this thing, and if you find anything difficult to understand, we can discuss in the live session. Okay, so you all can bookmark these two links: 65 plus interview questions and how to differentiate between the POC, MVP, and others. Okay. So everyone, we have discussed about the requirements elicitation, the three important pillars to it. Then we also discussed about the structure of the WebOp guide. And let me ask you all one question here. Yesterday we had discussed about the structure of the business analysis body of knowledge. And here we have discussed about few important things. Dash many knowledge areas, dash number of tasks, dash number of techniques, and dash number of underlying competencies. Kritika is saying 50 knowledge areas. Is that the right answer? Don't you think 50 is a huge number? 50, 50 is the number of techniques. 6 knowledge areas, 30 important tasks, and 6 underlying competencies. Yes. So 6 knowledge areas from chapter number 3 till chapter number 8, 6 knowledge areas. These knowledge areas include 30 important tasks, and chapter number 10 is about the techniques. Chapter number 9 is about underlying competencies. Chapter number 11 we had discussed is not part of your syllabus. Yes. So thank you, Kritika. Yes, correct. 29 competencies. Okay, you are adding the sub competencies as well. Then it's right. But 29 are not the competencies, it's competencies plus sub competencies. The total 6 in number, within which you may find 7 more sub competencies. So correct, Gajula. Thank you. Thank you, Gajula, Kritika, Jagan, Bruce, Veena, Dennis, Nikita, and everyone else for your participation. So everyone, these were a few important things, Swati and everyone else that we had discussed yesterday. We had also discussed about the stakeholders as the last topic yesterday. We'll revisit this topic again once we're done with the BACCM model. So the first topic for the day, everyone, to start with is everyone the BACCM model. So let's talk about the BACCM model now. But before we start with this topic and talk about the business analysis core concept model, yes. Now, before we start with this topic, I am coming up with one statement, and you all have to come up with the answer. My statement is backup model, the BACCM model is considered to be an ice breaking step, a trigger to understand the high level requirements. Those can be then transformed into the low level requirements. My question to you all is, what are the high level requirements and how these requirements are different from the low level requirements? Backup model is going to help you gain clarity around the high level requirements. What are the high level requirements and how these are different from the low level requirements? This question, especially for those who have spent some time in business analysis world, this question only for those who are there into business analysis profile for some years or some or more than 10 years. You have some experience into business analysis world. You all can share your thoughts, your experience with others. What are the high level requirements and how these are different from the low level requirements? This question is open for you all to answer. Meanwhile, I'll open the details in your class notes. The answer is there in your class notes. So in your class notes, session number 1, page number 2, you'll find the answer, everyone. High level requirements, everyone. Okay, I'm getting some good answers. So let me first read the answer from the learners and then I'll come up with what is there in the BABA guide. Lois saying high level requirements describe what the business needs are. Okay, perfect. Kritika is saying high level requirements are ones which has maximum reach and has severe impact on business. Okay. High level requirements where multiple stakeholders are required to involve. Komal is saying high level requirements usually are a combination of many low requirements here. So Komal has the answer that's closest to what's mentioned in the above guide. Jagan is coming up with a very simple answer. Jagan is saying basically it is non-technical. Absolutely wonderful. Yes. What else? Sharmuga is mentioning here help is yes, correct. Low level one describe how solution is going to work. That's also a wonderful answer law here. So thank you everyone for your participation. Most of the answers are correct. Let me explain this to everyone, especially people who are new to the analysis, but to understand this better. High level requirements, everyone, is considered to be the top view or the bird's view when the requirements are mentioned in the form of an overview or a summary. This is termed as a high level requirement. High level requirements can be categorized as bird's view or a top view. Any BA needs to break it down and capture the details in more granular, decomposed, or fragment form. This granular form of requirement represents the low level requirements. For example, let's take one example to understand this thing. Yesterday I had given you all one homework to select any two projects of your own choice. How many of you are going for the last one, HMS? You all can just give me a thumbs up. Learners will prefer to go for this last one, HMS from healthcare. In healthcare one, project number 4, yes, Purnima, Lord, you all are going for HMS, and HMS is a very good project, I must say. So you have made a very good choice. HMS is one of my favorite project, and it's good for people who are new to the analysis work to select this one HMS. It's one of the better projects. So let us suppose I say everyone, the example is that you have to develop the hospital management system. When we say we have to develop, when we have to create this product HMS, this is the high level requirement for us. Just the summary that we need to develop an advanced solution HMS. Law comes up with the detailed analysis and says that for HMS, the very important thing is the patient's registration. Patient's registration would include the name of the patient, their medical history, their contact details, their residential address, and other scanned copy of the existing tests or existing consultation with other hospitals. Once they submit these details, one patient ID would be created, one unique ID. This unique ID would help them get the appointment with doctors, consultation with doctors. For consultation with doctors, they have to come up with the time slots, they have to pay that fees, they have to visit the OPD and other things. Then, after appointment with doctors, what else can be part of it? Lab tests, laboratories, yes, blood tests and all such things, radiology and all such things. Then medicines, then something else. When you are decomposing this summary or high level requirements into smaller fragments, these all represent your low level requirements. Yes, law is saying that you're missing a very important thing for which we are creating this HMS. The payments, everything is dependent on payment. Yes, so I haven't missed that part. I mentioned this thing at the time of appointment itself. Yes, so I am more interested in payments. That's why payments I had mentioned here itself before we go to the medicine part. Okay, so payment at the first instance itself. Yes, so so payments is a very important thing that you are mentioning here. Yes, so HMS we are trying to come up with. Someone is mentioning about the companies like IFCO, Tokyo, yes, and other companies. So the insurance, reimbursements, and all such things may also be part of it. So meaning to say, and these are the details. So when we are dwelling deeper into the details, in a way we are focusing, we are trying to define the low level requirements. Is everybody able to understand the difference between high level requirement and the low level requirement? High level requirement simply means a summary, overview, or just a top view. But low level means you are doing your detailed analysis, you are breaking it down into smaller fragments. Okay. Now, I would also like to share with you all, everyone, one very important tool that may help you create the low level requirements. So let me share, just give me a second. Let me open one good diagram and then I'll share with you all. Just allow me one more minute. So this is one thing I want to share with you all here, everyone. And this is a very good, yes, kind of a use case you can say. I request you all to please click on this link and confirm is everybody able to access this link. This is one very good tool, everyone, and the name of the tool is Creately. Now, Creately tool, everyone, this helps you not only create some good visuals, but they also share with you all some sample or some examples. Those may help you understand how to use a given template. Like if I click on this one, if you see here, let me increase the size here. You can see here, let us suppose I say you have to create a website like the canteen ordering system. Now you all can see here that for this website, you have to create one home page, header, sidebar, logos. Header should include logos, navigation. So you can see a breakup. This is the main topic. This is the main topic. This is the subtopic. Subtopic into further subtopics. And that way we are able to come up with low level requirement. Creation of a website is kind of a high level requirement for us. And with the help of Creately tool, we were able to functionally decompose and come up with the smaller granules in the form of low level requirements. Yes, everyone. So if and this is very important for you all to know how to do such thing, because now in the agile world, this is the expectation from a BA to create something on these lines to represent high level and low level requirements. So Creately tool you all can try as a basic tool to start with. And you all can see here, everyone, on top you have the option to edit this template. So you can also edit this template and customize it as per your requirements. So you just simply need to click on edit, and you can edit the text here and make it as your own template. So for Creately to work, you can open any template, click on edit, and then double click and change whatever you want to. Like you can make it as canteen ordering system. Yes, Shivangi and others, you can make it as HMS. Okay, so whatever you want to, you can play with this. If you want to add few things, just Control C and Control V, and you will find that there will be more icons here. So you can play with this tool. Yes, don't pay for it. Just use the trial version for it. Yes, don't pay for it. And you'll also find some videos. Those may help you understand this tool better. Okay, so try this out and try to work on that task. Write down the main features that needs to be developed. Okay, Shivangi and everyone else, you have so many things that you can do. I just mentioned one homework for you all, but Creately you can see here. I'll just open the Creately tool. There are more than 120 plus templates here. So I show you the Creately tool. Even we see Visio is that I was using 20 years back till date. Visio is used. So Visio is the pioneer tool, I must say. But since Visio is the traditional tool, there's so many companies who are like planning to transition from Visio to some good new tools with better visualization. So Visio is the best one, I must say. But you can use other tools, yes, because these are getting more popular nowadays. So you can see here, Lucid is also a very good one. Yes, Lucid will discuss. Lucid will talk about Lucid as well. So I have Lucid in my list. So we will talk about Lucid as well. So Lucid chart is also a very good one. BPMN will discuss using the Lucid. Draw.io as well. If you see here, Draw.io is already there on my screen. So we will talk about all these tools. So you have to hold your horses. We'll talk about all such tools. Yes, this is Draw.io. Ritika, this is your Lucid one that we'll discuss. This is the Creately. So one by one, step by step, we'll cover all these tools. So for today, just the very small homework, the very simple thing is that using the mind mapping template, create the feature list. Is that simple for you all? Yes, just use this template and create the list of features. Yes, Shivangi and everyone else following this thing. And, and if you find anything difficult, you can share your screen in our next session and we can discuss those things together. Okay. We will definitely have questions and I'm here to answer your questions. Okay, so try it yourself, see if you're able to. Yes, you can use this tool creatively. And you can see here that, and I've just shown you one of them. If you think that you want to use some other template, you can go to this WBS and you can use some other template as well. So when you open hand, whichever one you think is good one. Like if you want this the curved one, you can use this curved one. This is also a good one. If you see here this curved one, project title 4.1, 4.2, this is also. Yes, getting it. No, types of map and all is not part of the syllabus because you just in your above guide, it's just mentioned the mind map. Okay, so dwelling deeper is something that you can do yourself, but the important thing is for you to know how to decompose the things. Okay, now there can be different types of maps. That's for you to explore and do the research. The concept is the main thing is that you know the high level requirement and using different types of map, you're able to decompose it. Okay, getting it. But do we give the input to this tool and generate the template with the generated? Yes, definitely. Yes, you can do that. You can give your inputs, but it will not generate. It will just, you can simply edit. Or if you find this tool a bit complex, Shivangi and others, I'll share with you all the very basic one. App diagram, the draw IO. Here you can create your own. You will not have any sample one to edit. I've shared with you all this one because here you will get some sample templates to refer. So you can explore creatively. If you find this good, you can use this one. Else I'll share with you all 5 to 8 more tools. Those may help you come up with some better designs. Okay, everyone. So is everybody clear with the difference between the high level versus low level requirements? If somebody asks you this question in your job interviews, especially people who are new to the analysis world, would you be able to answer such questions? High level requirements versus low level requirements? Yes. So that was about everyone, the high level versus low level. Now let's delve deeper into these core concepts here and let's talk about these 6 core concepts. First one is everyone, the needs. Yesterday, everyone, we had discussed about the needs, and those are all in the form of problems that we had identified in the Unilever project. Yes. Today, we'll discuss another project wherein you'll find that there is no problem as such, but there is an opportunity to grow. Context, everyone, is a very important thing. Circumstances that influence or are influenced by and provide understanding of the change. Context is about everyone. Yesterday, if you all remember, when I had discussed with you all that question 45-year-old woman and 11-year-old boy, I was expecting that some of my learners come up with the question that what is the context? And I think Shivangi was the only one, I think law as well, 1 or 2 learners who asked this question that why we are doing this thing and nobody asked. No, everyone was coming up with the assumption based solution. Yes. So what is the context, everyone? Context is going to help you understand the background, the existing behavior, what exactly is happening in the current behavior that may help you come up with a proper definition of business needs. Context is something that will help you understand what are the existing functionalities, how organization operates at present, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. That way you'll be able to understand what are the important business drivers for the change. Is everybody with me on this thing? So context is a very important thing to analyze first. When you analyze the current state, it will help you then define the context. Context is going to help you understand the business objectives, the business drivers. Yes, so that's why context is an important thing when you are analyzing the high level requirements. Is everybody clear with this thing? Vijendra, I think you had this question on context. Are you fine with the answer now? Yes, everyone. So this is your BACCM model with 6 core concepts. One more example. Okay, let's talk about the WhatsApp Pay. In WhatsApp Pay, Vijendra and others, what is the context for the change? Why Meta as a company is planning to launch a new app or planning to launch a new product? What's the context? Context is, anybody help me know what's the context? Harnis has a very good point, digital payment. But why at all the digital payment? Why at all they're bringing about a change, or why at all they think that this is going to be a good business for them? There are several things. If you see here, first important thing is that globally people are transitioning to the digital payment process. Nobody is now willing to pay the cash from their pocket. Simply they can scan the code and they can pay for it. So it's easy. The people are switching to digital payment. So it's in demand. So that's why they're going for it. And they also have a huge customer base. So they think this will be a profitable business for them. Yes, but ultimately that was not the good business for them after 6 years or 8 years. Okay? But still they are earning good revenues from it. So context is going to help you understand why a change has been initiated. What were the key business drivers behind it? Okay? So that's about the context. Hanij is saying that send money to family, friends while chatting and while watching reels. Yes, I'll add one more thing. At the same time, yes, become very integral part of everybody's life. So yes, perfect. Yes, so you can see here that context is going to help you understand the background, and this will help you understand what are the key business drivers, and that way you'll be able to then define a proper solution. So that's why context is so important. It will help you in simple way, in simple terms. Context is going to help you understand the existing behavior, the current behavior, the as is state, the background, and then you can easily come up with the complete definition of need and then the corresponding solution. Okay, getting it? Vijendra, I can give you a few more examples if you're not clear with this thing. I have a few more things, a few more examples if you want to understand context better. Yes? No? Okay, perfect. So we are done with this topic now. BACCM model. Learners who are preparing for the CCB and CBAP examination, you all can create one short form to learn this thing as NCS and CVS. NCS and CVS are the 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. NCS and CVS. Yes, everyone with me? NCS and CVS. Okay. The next topic is relatively more important, everyone, and that is the requirements classification. Here, Vijay and others will discuss about context one more time with the help of one BRD template. So you'll understand context better once we'll talk about BRD in detail. Okay, so we'll revisit context one more time. Requirements classification schema is our next topic, and you all can see here, everyone, four different types of requirements: business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, and then the transition requirements. Yesterday, we had discussed about the transition requirements in the form of enablers. So today, we are going to focus upon these three, that is business, stakeholders, and solution requirements. Business requirements, everyone, and stakeholder requirements, these are combined together and they're documented in one standardized template. And can anyone of you guess what's the name of the template? The business analysis standardized template that captures both business and the stakeholder requirements. Yes, absolutely wonderful answer, Glenis and Hamid. Answer is BRD. BRD is one standardized template wherein you'll find the complete description of the business requirements and the stakeholder requirements. Business requirements and stakeholder requirements, these are also known as the high level requirements. Here you will find some summary, some short descriptions, and then when you perform your detailed analysis, when you apply several important techniques, it will then help you break down this BRD into smaller fragments, and this fragment level information is your low level requirement, and this is defined as the solution requirement, everyone. Solution requirement, this is a very good question that now you're asking me, and I'll come up with the answer in a few minutes. Solution requirements, everyone, is nothing but the low level details, how well you're able to break down the summary, the overview into smaller granules, how well you're able to come up with the details around the BRD. And solution requirements include functional and the non-functional requirements. So, Kritika will take one example. We'll now discuss one sample BRD. So, this will help you understand in a very better manner what exactly the BRD represents and what exactly business requirements represent. So, let's discuss one sample BRD now. And then you'll also get the answer to your question, Law, that who is documenting. Once we'll discuss the BRD components, you will get to know that whether your business users are writing it or the BA is doing it. Okay. So let's discuss one sample BRD now. And with the help of BRD, let's see what are the important components to it, who is writing it, why we are writing it, and what's the practical significance behind it. I'll directly take you all to the very important thing, and that is project summary. You all can see here, it's mentioned. Let me increase the font size. I hope it's very clearly visible to everyone on my screen, the project summary. Yes, so you all can see here, project summary, objectives, background, and then at last you'll find the business drivers. Objectives, these should describe the overall goal in developing a project, high level description, just the high level description, not the details. High level descriptions of what the project will do, how they're aligned to business objectives, and the requirement for interaction with other systems. This is also very important thing. Second thing is, everyone, the background. Background, everyone, is about, if you look at this explanation here, provide a brief history of how the project came to be proposed and initiated, including business issues, problems identified, and expected benefits of implementing the project and developing the project. And last thing is business drivers. List the business drivers that make development of this product important. This can be financial, operational, market, or environmental. And Vijayendra, you had this question on context. These three things you'll be able to define if you know this core concept, context. Yes, Vijayendra, with me on this thing. So context, if you know, it will help you define the objectives, that what product is going to do, how they're aligned to the business objectives, and how the requirements are going to interact with other systems, the linked systems. What are the financial benefits? What are the monetary benefits? Operational benefits? Market conditions, environmental conditions, all such things can be easily defined if you know the context. Yes, Lois saying, what's the difference between the objectives and the drivers? Yes. So what are the drivers, everyone? Let us suppose I say, let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. If I say canteen ordering system, financial driver is, you all would agree with me, office productivity. Yes or no? Financial driver is the office productivity. Once you come up with this app, this will help you uplift the office productivity. Operational benefit is that it will drive employee satisfaction. Now, law and web are not going to stand in long queues waiting for the tables to be vacant. This will help uplift their business operations. Market and the environmental conditions are now that now you're providing better services, no more food wastage, no more wastage of time, proper time management, and all such things. And that way you may also attract people, and people are now willing to work with Unilever instead of filing for job, instead of requesting for job with other companies. They're now preferring Unilever because it has got better facilities, employee centric, better products, better services. So these are the drivers. Now look at the objective. What are the objectives? Objectives tell you that what product is going to do. Product is going to help you request food delivered to your work location. And what are the interaction with other systems? Okay, if I ask you one question, law and others, canteen ordering system, what are the important interactions? One interaction is the order from the employee. Yes, employee is going to order. Second is order received by cafeteria management team. Yes, delivery boy is getting the details of the order, and also customer providing the feedback. Yes or no? These all would be part of the objectives. Yesterday, somebody was talking about having a small area. I don't know. I'm not able to remember the name. I think Nikita, somebody else, pantry. Yes, somebody talked about. Yes, Pavni, you talked about it. Pantry. So that can also be part of the objectives. Is everybody with me following this thing? So what we are doing here is, as part of the BRD, we are first coming up the very important thing as project summary. Project summary is something that defines your business requirements. If they ask you this question in your job interviews, that what are the essential components to any given business requirements? What are the important sections to define? So you can tell them that objectives, backgrounds, and drivers are the key components as part of project summary, and this helps us define the business requirements. Next thing is everyone, next important thing is project scope. Now, project scope is something that can be linked with stakeholder requirements. It says describe what work is in scope for the project and specifically what work is out of scope. Now, this is very important. Beyond the current budget, resources and timelines as approved by the project stakeholders. Now, my question to you all is, ideally, we should just focus on something that lies within the boundaries, in scope things. But in the BRD, in the BRD it is mentioned, everyone, sorry, in the BRD it is mentioned that not only focus on what lies within scope, but also define what lies outside the scope, out of scope. Can anybody help me know what's the purpose, what's the intent behind defining both in scope as well as the out of scope requirements? What's the purpose? Why at all you're focusing on both the things? The main purpose is, everyone, to prevent scope creep. Dennis, you're coming up with the right answer. I hope you've not copied it from the third line here. It's your own logical thinking that you've come up with this answer. Yes. So it's a brilliant answer. Yes. If we're not defining the out of scope requirements, then the chances are unintentionally or due to some assumptions, these are absorbed in your solution. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. Yes, let's take one example to understand this thing better. Yes, let's take one example to understand this thing better. So, scope might change with time, that's another point, but at least we should have certain important boundaries to define. So, scope change can be managed, but it's an important thing to first define the boundaries. Like if you all see here on your screen, everyone, I have one example to share with you all here. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about food order. Law and others you all can see here that only 1500 employees may order food. Here, a login page to validate the users must be created. It will help in authorization and authentication. No other person or employee outside Unilever is authorized to order food. Now, this way, if you are capturing the in-scope and out-of-scope requirements, it will help our technicians, our technology experts understand how to come up with thick and strong boundaries for our solution. Now, if I ask you how you will ensure that it's just the Unilever employee and no other person ordering, how you will ensure that this thing happens? What you'll do then? You'll simply try to come up with certain authentication, as Isha is mentioning here, a very good point, that you can only log in if you have the official email ID and one-time password shared over your ID. If you're able, yes, so ID password integrated with employee ID, which is a very good point. Yes, the employee ID can be one of the very important authentication. Nowadays, we have this SSO feature in most of the companies. Yes, single sign-on. That's also a very good authentication feature. How many of you are using it? It's a very good feature nowadays, the SSO one, wherein you just need to enter your employee ID, and based on certain authentications at their end, they'll take you to the next page. If yes, so several authentications may help, like order timing. Employees may order food during the weekdays only, not on weekends, and between 12 noon to 2 p.m. only. It's not like if you have uh, uh, like you enter into the office at 9 a.m. in the morning and you feel hungry and you're ordering food. Yes, it's just about 12 noon to 2 p.m. that you'll be able to order the food. So that way, if you are able to come up with certain important restrictions, boundaries, you are able to define the project scope. Yes, SSO may cause problems. Yes, it has some shortcomings as well. So what I'm trying to explain you all here is the project scope that should include both any scope as well as the out of scope requirements. Out of scope requirements would help you ensure that you prevent scope creep. Okay? So if they ask, and this is one job interview question, they may ask you this question, people who are new to the analysis world, how do we prevent scope creep in any project? How do we ensure that the project scope is very clearly defined? You can say that by defining both in scope and out of scope functionalities, we can pass on the clear message to our technicians. This will help them create thick and strong boundaries, considering that what lies within scope, what lies outside the scope, and this way we'll be able to prevent scope creep condition. This way we'll be able to prevent any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted component in the solution. Is everybody clear with the scope creep, or do you need some examples to understand the scope creep better? Do you need some examples to understand the scope creep better? I can give you all one more example. Yes, let's take one more example. Yes, let's take one example. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about hospital management system. And in hospital management system, we have one form as patient's registration. During the patient registration, let us suppose I say we have Madhuri with us, and Madhuri is filling this patient registration form. She has mentioned the name, the date of birth, the medical history, and then there's an option to select the doctor from the list of doctors. This is the list of doctors based on their specialization, and this is one combo box, a list box wherein they're all names displayed. Madhuri is selecting Dr. Mr. Dr. XYZ, books an appointment with this doctor. The appointment is scheduled, timings is also mentioned. And when Madhuri is going to the hospital, she is there in the OPD and she shares the details of the appointment. She is surprised to know that this doctor is no longer empaneled with Mayo Clinic. This doctor left the organization, the hospital, 1 month back. Madhuri is not happy with this thing. She has traveled 15 kilometers to consult this doctor. And now hospital is saying that he is no longer impaneled. This appointment is getting cancelled. What is the flaw in the business model here, everyone? What is the challenge and how you'll remove this flaw if you are the business analyst? If you are the business analyst, what you'll do is you'll come up with one very important step that if any doctor is getting impaneled, his name, his details should be removed the same day to avoid any chaos and confusion. His name appearing in this list is causing scope creep. This scope creep is causing problems for Madhuri. It may cause problems for others as well. So this list of doctors should only include the active doctors, active in the sense those are impaneled with Mayo Clinic, people who come from database development background. Simply in our database table, we may add one flag as active or inactive, and only active names are displayed. Inactive ones are the creep, and these should be removed. Yes, Murli and everyone else are able to understand how to prevent the scope creep condition. So scope creep is about your solution, your solution having some redundant, duplicate, or unwanted components. Those are causing unnecessary noise. This may also result into some employee dissatisfaction, employee complaints, and sometimes very severe issues. Okay, so that's about the scope creep and how do we remove this. Vijayendra and others, are you all fine with the example? Are you all now able to understand what is scope creep? Yes or no? If you're able to understand this, I have one question for you all, and let's discuss this question and see if you all are able to answer this question. Just give me a second. So, law and others, if you look at this question here, you are the business analyst for your organization and you are with another business analyst, Steve, on the requirement solicitation for a new solution. You warn Steve, that you'll need to be tracing the requirements in an effort to prevent scope creep. What is scope creep? And you all have four options on your screen. Hamid is quick to answer. He says option number A, and A is the right answer. The scope grows slightly larger as more requirements, often unneeded, are added to the scope. So that's why option number A is the right answer. Thank you, everyone, for your participation here. So we have discussed about, everyone, the business requirements and the stakeholder requirements, everyone. Let me summarize what we have discussed, then we'll have a short break. And after that, we'll talk about solution requirements. And we'll also discuss one case study to understand these requirements better. So I have one more case study to share with you all. So business requirements are the statements of goals and objectives and outcomes that describe why a change has been initiated. The stakeholder requirements describe the needs of the stakeholders that must be met to achieve the business requirements. Solution requirements that we will discuss after the break describe the capabilities and the qualities of the solution that meets the stakeholder requirements can be functional or non-functional in nature. Now, before we go for a break, I have just one last question to discuss with you all, and then we may have a short break. One last question based on what we have discussed, and then we all may have a short break. We all may have a cup of coffee or tea. This question, good one, and you may find such questions in your job interviews as well. Ayush, so asking everyone else, an organization won a project for an e-commerce website. BA has gathered the requirements from the client, analyzed and documented it, and got it reviewed from peer BAs as well as the development team. Review has been from the BA as a development team. During the implementation, development team is not very clear with a few requirements. So they communicate the problem with BA. And a very surprising thing here is, everyone, when BA goes to the client for clarification, client says that they never asked for this thing. Why you are developing this thing? We never asked for it. In the whole process, which step you all think BA has missed, which led to this confusion? And you all are wonderful with your answers. Answer is without, without, answer is B. B is the right answer. People are saying A. You can see here that he has gathered the requirements, analyzed and documented it. So he has gathered it, he has done his research, he has also documented. So he has followed crying. He has cried. Yes, he has cried, but the challenge is the review is only internal. BA is implementation biased here, everyone. You're just talking to BAs and development team. Can you ever ignore your business users and start with your development? No. That's kind of, you may say, the biggest blunder, or you may say it's like the biggest mistake by any business analyst in any project. The moral of the story is without the approval of the key stakeholders, it's an important thing to get the things validated. Without their approval, we cannot arrive at a final solution. Proper approvals, you have to gain consensus. If they have questions, you have to resolve their conflicts, build consensus, make them understand the things. When everybody is on the same page, the common understanding, then only you can start with your implementation. The moral of the story is the stakeholder requirements act as a strong bridge that connects business requirements with the solution requirements. You cannot go ahead with implementation without proper prior approval from the key stakeholders. Okay, so answer is B, everyone, not A. Okay, is anybody agreeing with this thing? Or do you all have some difference of opinion you can come up with? Yes. So, Law is saying something here that a BA without a sign off. Yes, yes. Absolutely wonderful. So you have to get the sign off. Like even if you look at my live session, without getting the consent, without getting the approvals from my learners, is that a good thing for me to move forward? No. I have to ensure that everybody agrees, everybody is with me and following, and then only I can move forward with the discussion. Even if I'm doing the same thing in my live session, it will create chaos and confusion. Yes, same thing happens in the project as well. You get the things reviewed internally, it's good. but also check with the business users, ensure that they are fine with what you have documented, what analysis you have done, and then you may start with the implementation. Okay? So the same thing is mentioned in your slide as well. If you look at your presentation here, it's very clearly mentioned solution that meets stakeholder requirements. And that's why everyone, the last statement is the stakeholder requirements act as a strong bridge in between the business requirements and the solution requirements. Without crossing this bridge, without gathering the requirements, without requirements elicitation, you won't be able to come up with a proper solution. And this is the major flaw in most of the cases. This is a major reason for poor requirements. That we are not getting the proper sign off. We don't involve the key stakeholders, and then we come up with an incomplete solution. Business people blaming the BA blaming the business team, and eventually everything collapse. Yes, project shut down, and you're looking for a new job. so, so, so things should be very organized, structured. Yes, so this answers your question. It's an important thing that you write the BRD. Yes, in conjunction with your domain subject matter experts and your business team. If your business team is kind enough to share the details with you, that doesn't mean that it's a BRD. You have to document it, have a discussion with them, gain the approvals, and then you can start with your solution requirement. So when people ask me this question that do we need to write the BRD? After this whole explanation, I get the statement like what law is mentioning here. So you can remove that question mark and replace with full stop. Yes, that's the moral of this story. Yes, everyone. So after the break, we'll discuss a very interesting case study and we'll again talk about these requirements in detail. And then we'll also today talk about the Jira tool. We'll try to install and create credentials on Jira and we'll write few stories using the Jira tool today. What do you all think can be a good solution for the given set of requirements? So let me share one case study with you all now. It's there in your class notes, session number 2. I hope it's clearly visible to everyone. My screen, requirements classification schema case study. Yes. Okay, let's read this thing together. And then you all have to think, analyze, and come up with a solution for this case study. So this is basically for my project. This is the real-time case study from what we did a few years back. So there is one application, everyone, the website that is primarily designed for those employees who are on the verge of retirement or are simply resigning from the company. This application helps them raise a few tickets and request for reimbursement and helps them raise requests for pension and provident fund withdrawal. During the COVID-19 crisis, this happened in my project, we started getting complaints that this application was causing some problems. Performance was very low sometimes, and sometimes it was not responsive, and on few occasions it goes down completely. So now, since this was causing problems and there were a lot of complaints from different business users, so this was assigned to me to like discuss and resolve this problem. So I then discussed this problem with my production support manager and he shared some valuable inputs. He mentioned that this application was designed 10 years back and the scalability was marked as 20. So when we say scalability was marked as 20, this simply means there can be 20 concurrent users to this application, not more than that. If there are more than that, yes, users at a time, as Kritika is mentioning here. So 20 concurrent users. If there are more than 20, it may start to create some problems. Now, during this COVID crisis, you all will agree with me, government in different countries came up with a lot of relaxations to withdraw your savings, to withdraw your funds. So now what happened? Like there was, you may say, huge traffic, and the traffic increased many folds, and sometimes there are more than 300 plus users logging into the application. Now this was one problem. This is your case study on your screen. Now Ayush, Ritika, and everyone else, imagine if you were a BA like me facing such problem in the project, Shehbaz and another, Akshay, Isha, and others. What do you think can be a possible solution for such given business requirements? What do you all think can be the best approach to resolve customer queries to ensure that people are not facing this problem? What can be a good solution for this case study, everyone? Questions open for you all to answer. Jagan is saying that very simple thing is increase the bandwidth of the database in the cloud infrastructure. So similar suggestion I had for similar suggestion I had from the production support manager. I said, why don't we increase the scalability? I never came up with such a good answer like Jagan, but I said like very simple terms that please increase the scalability up to 500 and so that everybody can use it. But Jagan, when I said this thing, the production support manager had a smile on his face. He said, if it was that simple, we would have already done this thing. The challenge is it's our own dedicated server, the old technology. 10 years back, we had developed this thing. And if we'll try our level best, we can increase the scalability up to 50. Then I said 50 is not going to solve the purpose. We need something that's more than 300. Now, what Pavni and Komal are suggesting, that was my next suggestion. And I said, why don't we create a new application? Then he said, that why you're telling me this thing? If you want a new application, get approvals on the budget, get approvals on the stakeholders, get the approvals on the resources, and then you can come back to me and then we can do it. It's not my job to give you suggestions on the new product to be created. Now, if you realize here, look at the situation. People who are saying create a new one. Do you think Rome was built in a day? Do you think we can create an application within a day or two? No. Upgradation or a new application transitioning to a cloud platform, this will take time. And do you think people during the COVID-19 crisis are going to wait for a new application to be launched? Are they going to use that application heaven, yes, or hell? No, they need an immediate solution first. So, so that was a very challenging thing. Now, I'll share with you all Asif is saying, I would first find out the trends of the. Now, I'm getting the very good answers. Let me read few more answers before I come up with my solution. Asif is saying, I would first find out how the trend of the visitor had changed during the COVID, post COVID, and I'd find out the daily number of visitors. So this information is already given to you. Daily number of visitors is crossing 300. Loy is saying that short-term fix is performing tuning, infrastructure scaling. Absolutely wonderful answer. Thank you. Komal is saying advise them to route the requirement from the alternate source. Okay, so if there's alternate source, then we can do that. But in our case, there was no alternate source available. Pavni is saying investigate, collect data, how many are going to retire and resign. It's not about how many people are going to retire and resign, it's about people who are logging in. Because now, even if you're not retiring or resigning, since government has come up with the relaxations, everybody is interested to withdraw the amount. Yes, because government had given the option that you can mention that you are going through COVID crisis and you need money, and you can easily get that money from your funds. So this was the problem. So not only people who are resigning, even people who are part of the job, yes, just to go out with friends and family and enjoy some time in the hilly region, they're taking out the money in the name of COVID-19 crisis. People misusing the government relaxation. Kirtika say increase the scalability, dedicated email to raise requests so that someone can raise the request on behalf of them. That can be one thing, yes. But let's look at the solution that we came up with. I'm not saying that the solution that I have come up with is the best solution in the world. No. But this solution, all the business users agreed to, all the stakeholders authorized to provide sign off, they approved it, and everybody was agreeing to this solution. So let's see what was the solution that we came up with and how we were able to cater to these business requirements. So, everyone, this is a solution on your screen. Solution is everyone on your screen. I'll just rearrange a few things so it's clearly visible to everyone. Solution, everyone, was divided into two parts. One is the strategic solution. Point number one is strategic solution. And point number two is the tactical solution. My question to you all is, what is the difference between the strategic solution and the tactical solution? A strategic solution, everyone, is a structured, organized, and well-defined solution that's going to fetch goodness in long run. A solution from long-term perspective. A solution with minimal defects. A solution with all those capabilities, those may drive customer satisfaction. That's the strategic solution. So as most of you were saying, Jagan and everyone else, we raised one request to create a new application with a scalability marked as 1000, everything on the cloud platform, the advanced application based on the AI capabilities, and this request was approved. And our team, the development team, our technicians came up with the estimate that it may take around 7 months to deliver the new application with new capabilities. For these 7 months, there was a workaround that we came up with. First thing that we did was As per the suggestion from the production support manager, the scalability was increased from 20 to 50. This was the maximum value. This is now the maximum scalability. On the main login page, one functionality as a counter was introduced. This recorded the number of logged in users. When the record count reaches to 50, the 51st user is redirected to the maintenance page with a pop-up error message. And what is that pop-up error message? That now the maximum scalability has been reached. You can wait here or try again later. There is a scheduler that monitors the ideal time for the logged in users. If the ideal time crosses 15 minutes, then users are automatically logged out and the users in the queue get the opportunity to log in. Now, that way, we were able to come up with a solution for this problem, everyone. So, you all can see here that we had a tactical solution in the form of a workaround, and we had a strategic solution from the long-term perspective. Now, in this solution, everyone, we have few functional aspects, functional solution, or you may say functional set of requirements, and there are few non-functional requirements as well. Functional requirements, referee is saying, can that solution be already obsolete on the AI agent era? That's also something, a good question, a debatable topic that we can discuss here. But let's keep this topic for the Q&A time. We can discuss this thing. So let me first complete this thing. Now, if you see everyone in this solution here, we are talking about certain important features to be developed, certain important functionalities are introduced, and we're also talking about certain non-functional requirements. What are the non-functional requirements, everyone? Non-functional requirements are the requirements those you cannot see but you can feel, kind of an abstract noun, like the better performance, better usability, maintenance, availability, scalability. So these are all the environmental conditions. Those help, those support the proper working of the functional requirements. Now let's look at few examples of non-functional requirements, and then we'll come back to this topic again and we'll talk about functional requirements as well. In your drive link, in your BABOK guide, everyone, if I take you all to chapter number 10, the technique section, here you will find page number 303, 15 categories of non-functional requirements. Please check and confirm, everyone. Please, I request everyone to please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find, locate the 15 NFRs in the BABOK guide? Please check and confirm. Categories of non-functional requirements. This includes availability, compatibility, maintainability, performance efficiency, portability, reliability, scalability, security aspects, usability, ease of use, certifications, compliances, localizations, even the service level agreements, extensibilities, these all are considered to be the non-functional requirements. Non-functional requirements are the supporting conditions, environmental conditions, those may help, those may support functional requirements to work efficiently. The more popular ones nowadays, everyone, they may ask you such questions in your job interviews that what are the commonly used or commonly, you may say, defined NFRs in any project? The answer is security. Answer is performance efficiency. Answer is usability, system availability, maintainability. These all are few, you may say, important NFRs to consider. All 15 are important, but these are the more popular ones. Usability, security, performance efficiency, maintainability, and availability. Okay? Let's discuss one question, and with the help of that question, we'll see if you're able to understand, we'll see if you're able to come up with the right answer. The question is, everyone, just give me 1 minute, let me open the right question. Yes, this question. Question is on your screen, everyone. BA Jack is working on developing an e-commerce website. He has gathered the requirements from the key stakeholders involved in the project. Then he did his research. After discussion with the key stakeholders, he drafted the requirements and decided to present it to the stakeholders for the confirmation. Now, when he was having a discussion with the key stakeholders, he identifies, he discovers that an important non-functional requirement is missing. Which of the following statement is supporting this finding? Now the hint is, you all have to select the option that's a supporting condition, something that you cannot see but you can feel. Law and Veena are going with C. Suhasini is also going with C. Radhika is also going with C. And I am also going with C. C is the right answer. Absolutely wonderful. I really appreciate that everybody is going with C. It means you all are following what we're discussing. It's such a wonderful thing to see that all are saying that C. In few batches, I've seen people saying A, B, C, D, all four options. Why C is correct, everyone? And let's see why A, B, and D are incorrect. Option C is correct, everyone. The reason is, if you see it's mentioned, the system must not allow a transaction to fail. And what exactly they are doing? They're coming up with fail over setup of servers. In a way, they are trying to come up with better performance, better scalability, system availability. Yes, what else? Which other NFR do you all think can be added to it? Apart from performance, scalability, and availability, system maintenance. Yes, so these all NFRs are catered when we talk about failover setup of servers. Yes, reliability is also a very important thing that law you are mentioning here. I have one more question to discuss with you all. Let's see if you're able to answer this question. Question is, Gym needs a separate application server to help deal with increasing amount of work. Here means this means simply means load or capacity. Gym needs a separate application server to deal with increasing amount of work. Which of the following best describes the gym's requirement? Answer is the non-functional requirements. Some people are saying A. So what exactly makes you think, Jagan, because you gave a very good answer a few minutes back, why do you think answer is A? And somebody else, Kumar, is also saying A. Is there any specific reason why you went with answer number A? When you when you're talking about the server capacity or to deal with increasing amount of load, don't you think this is something linked with the environmental conditions? This is something a supporting condition. So the answer is non-functional requirements, everyone, option number B, not the option number A. And let's read few things here. You'll gain more clarity. Non-functional requirements capture conditions that do not directly relate to the behavior or the functionality of the solution, but rather describe environmental conditions under which solution must remain effective or qualities that the system must have. Yes, Jagan and Komal, are you fine with the answer? Are you now agreeing that option number B is correct, not the option number A? Yes, or do you have something to discuss? If you have some argument or some other point that you want to discuss, mention, we can discuss your question if you have any. Yes. So, meaning to say, everyone, this is all about the supporting conditions, the environmental conditions. Those may help you work efficiently. Functionalities would remain intact, and this will help you come up with better performance-oriented system. So that's your non-functional requirement, everyone. Homework for you all is, everyone. The homework is the BABA guide, page number 303. Go through all these 15 NFRs. Just read and let me know if you have any question around these 15 NFRs. Is everybody fine with the homework? Just to go through these 15 NFRs and see if that's making sense to you all. If yes, we'll move ahead. If you have some questions, then we'll discuss in the next session. Okay. Is everybody fine with functional and non-functional requirements? Link once more. Okay. So this is the drive link that ends with du not, and here you will find one folder as CBAP ebook where you will find the link to download the BABA guide. Yes, everyone. So now we have discussed the theoretical part. We have discussed about these 4 different types of requirements. If you all are with me, shall we proceed and talk about very good tool today, a very interesting tool, and that is Jira. Jira is a very popular tool in the agile projects nowadays, and Jira helps us capture all these 4 types of requirements. If you all are with me and no other question for me, TFS is also a good one. Now the name for TFS is changed. TFS is now known as Azure DevOps. Yes. Earlier it was TFS. Now it is Azure DevOps. Even I'm using TFS. That's why I know. Yes. TFS is also a very good one, I must say. But we'll talk about Jira first. The reason is for TFS trial version, Microsoft asks for the credit card details. And most of us are reluctant to share the details, although they won't deduct any payment, but they ask for the details, and that's why people find it difficult to or reluctant to install this. So we will talk about Jira first, and then we'll also talk about TFS. Is there anyone who is using Rally in their projects? RALLY, Rally for the documentation. Trello, anyone using Trello? So we'll talk about all such tools. But first, today, we'll talk about the most pioneer one, the legacy tool, that is Jira. Yesterday, I had given you all this as an optional homework to see if you're able to install or create your credentials on Jira. So let's talk about the Jira tool now. Now, yesterday I had given you all one optional homework to install the Jira tool or try to create your own credentials. Did any one of you get a chance, or did anyone try to install the Jira or create your credentials on Jira yesterday? Vijay is saying yes. Jagan is also saying yes. So good to see that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for saying yes. Okay, let's see. And how many of you were not able to, and you need my help? Malik says God installed. Thank you. Shanuga says yes. Jagan, okay. Let's not just okay. Let's discuss this thing now. Let's see for the benefit of people who are new to this, to how to create your own credentials and how to use this Jira, and how do we create. Yes. So you'll get the answer to these questions. Let's start from the scratch. I'll presume that nobody has installed it. Okay, I'll presume that nobody has installed it. Everybody is new to this thing, and let's start from the scratch. Okay, shall we move ahead and talk about Jira now? Do you all have any other question for me before we start with our discussion around the Jira? Yes, perfect. So let's start with this topic now, Jira. Jira, everyone, is one tool, a document collaboration and project management tool. This is owned by one Australian company, Atlassian, and this tool helps us create some important BA deliverables, document the high level as well as the low level requirements, and Jira tool in a way reduces the dependency on Microsoft products like Word, PPT, and others. And Jira also acts as a document repository. So let's see what is this Jira tool all about, how to create your own credentials, how to use this tool to write the different or capture different business analysis deliverables. That was a short description about Jira. In your Drive link, let me share Drive link first. In your Drive link, there is one folder as tools, and within tools, you'll find here modeling and design related tools, and within this, you'll find Jira installation procedure. You simply need to click on this link, or you can copy this, and then you'll find here the Jira page. For me, it says continue because I already have access to this one. But for you all have to start a new site. For new site, you have to first mention your personal email ID. Never mention your official address because it may create some problems. because they may come up with certain advertisements and other over your email, official email. So mention your personal email address. Once you mention your personal email address, it will automatically create your own site, and then you can click on continue. Once you click on continue, it will then take you to the next page, and it will ask you to select one of the three options. So it's taking few seconds to load the next page, and then we'll see what we have in the next page. So you all can see here, there are three important templates here: Kanban, web design, and Scrum. Now, Kanban is for the short duration projects for defect fixing for production support. Kanban will not focus at present. Web designing is not for us, it's for the technicians. We'll focus on a Scrum Agile approach to plan, prioritize, and schedule sprints using the Scrum framework. So we'll select Scrum, then we'll click on continue, and then you have to name your space. So let us suppose I say I have see Shahzad name on my screen. So Shahzad CBAP sample project. Shahzad CBAP sample project, and I click on get started. So tasks, assets, and click on next, and again click on next. Then it says Jira better than when used together, but I'll do it later. And this takes me to Kanban will discuss. Kanban will discuss. Sharpuka, just Kanban is basically one of the agile approach that is generally used for the production support, for maintenance, and for the short duration projects. So Kanban is less popular approach as compared to Scrum. Scrum is more prevalent. Scrum is more popular. Scrum helps to handle the software development projects better. So that's why we are discussing Scrum first. We'll also talk about Kanban. So what is Kanban? Kanban is one of the agile approach to handle and manage the small duration or the production support related projects. Okay, getting it? You may get a different view for sure. There may be several views. Like if I show you here, I have one more view, and this is kind of bluish or greenish. So you may get different views. Views is not the problem. The important thing is, are you able to see the name of the space, and also are you able to see the button like create and others? Are you able to find Jira on top? Everyone, yes or no? Karishma, Shanmuga and others. Is everybody able to reach till this page, or do you all have any issues? Now the next thing is, everyone, click on this plus. Is everybody able to find spaces in the left hand section? A space with the Saturn icon. Yes, a space. Click on this plus, and then once you click on this plus, you'll find here. Okay, let me slow down a bit. Dennis, I'll wait for people to reach till this page and then we'll move ahead. Once everybody is here onto this main dashboard, we'll then move ahead. Dennis, everyone. There now, everyone. GL link once more. Okay, let me share the GL link once more. So this is a Jira link. So let me repeat the steps. Let me repeat the steps. No. The answer is no. We'll talk about it in detail. Even if you pick Kanban, then you can toggle to Scrum. So you can go to the spaces, and from there you can simply, yes, so people who had selected Kanban or any other template, you can simply click on a space and then you can easily change the template. Okay, Rafael. So you can simply go to software development, and from here you can again select the Scrum. Okay. So let me repeat the steps, everyone. Let me repeat the steps. First important thing is for you to click on this link, and then you have to mention your personal email address. When you'll mention your personal email address, then it will automatically create your own site. Yes, once your site is created and there's a green tick, then you can click on continue and then select the Scrum template. Once you select the Scrum template, it will ask you to create your own space, and there you have to mention something as a title to create your own space. Then click on continue and the job is done. It will take you to the main Jira dashboard. On main Jira dashboard, let me repeat, this is the main Jira dashboard. You have to click on this space, this plus button, this plus icon here. In the software development, now you all can see one more thing here, that Jira has a diversified use. It's used in sales, analytics, operations, designing, finance, human resources, marketing. Yes, last week I was into the HR analytics course and we created some dashboards for the HR team. So it's not just confined to software development. It's also used for analytics. It's used for HR analytics. It's also used for marketing, product management, work management. We are going to focus on software development. I'm going to select Scrum here. Use this template, team managed, and then you can mention the name of your space. Like I can mention here, uh, Rafael, CBAP, sample project, team managed. Short acronym is created here. Scrum project. Click on next, and this takes me to in few seconds to the I'll do this thing later. I think somebody had this question today. Bring your team along. So just click on I'll do this later. I remember somebody talked about this thing in the beginning today. Shanmuga, you talked about it, yes? So you can simply say I'll do this thing later. And this will take you to your Jira main dashboard, main Jira dashboard. Yes, everyone. Now you all can see here I have Shazad as one project, another as Rafaelio. Now, everyone, section of Scrum, then you have to, Vishal, mention the name of your project. You can mention any title like Vishal's project or CBAP sample, anything as a title, and then click on next. Ignore if there are some warnings or messages, and it will directly take you to this main Jira dashboard. Okay, Vishal and others. Now, if people are having problems, don't be shy. During the Q&A today, last 15 minutes, people are having problems, you can share the screen with me. Okay, for now, we'll move ahead with our discussion. But if you have questions regarding this, if you're facing some issues, need not to worry. Don't think that it's just for people to know Jira. No, it's for everyone. So during the 15 minutes Q&A time, you can share your screen with me and we can discuss together your questions. After clicking on the screen, it's not taking you to the main same screen. So if you find there's an option to skip something, skip that part. It may happen in the trial version, you may get some different screen. Okay, so see if you have an option to ignore or skip that page, skip, ignore, and move ahead. Or if it's asking to type something, write some test thing, and move ahead and see if it works. Okay. Or you can wait for another 20-30 minutes or so, and during the Q&A you can share your screen with me and we can discuss in last 15 minutes today. Okay. So people who are facing problems need not to worry. Last 15 minutes is for you all to share your screen with me and we can discuss together. Yes, yes. So there's an option. This is enabled. If you see here, I will follow this option enabled. Not sure this is enabled for you all or not, but for me it is enabled. I can simply take the screenshot and share with my learners. So see, if for me it is enabled, it should be enabled for you all as well. If it is not, yes, enabled for you, Ayush. So check, Arif, if you're able to just click on this one, you see on my screen, and you'll be able to simply share your screenshot with me. Okay. And if you have some questions or if you're not able to during the Q&A today, you can share a screen with me and we can do it together. Okay. Okay, everyone. Shall we talk about the one very basic thing today to start with? If you all are with me and you all have this Jira page, this Jira dashboard on your screen, shall we move ahead? Yes. Let's talk about everyone. The first very important thing. In your drive link, everyone, in your drive link, there is one folder as class notes, within which you'll find one document as Jira Basics. Let's focus on this document. Please click on this link and let's read few things together. Two important BA artifacts or documents that we're going to discuss today, everyone. One is the epic. Another is the user story. Epic, everyone, represents the high level requirements, whilst user story represents the low level requirements. In the epic, we can capture what we have in BRD in a very short form or in a very summarized way. We can capture the things in the epic. User story is decomposition of the high level requirements into smaller fragments. So, one epic, everyone, may have several user stories and user stories. So, epic and stories have a parent to child relationship. Epic is the high level requirement and the stories are the low level requirements, or simply you can say solution requirements. For example, if the epic is online meal ordering, yes, I'm coming back again and let me repeat this thing. Shanuga and others, if my epic is online meal ordering, then corresponding stories can be a login page, the food menu, food delivery, payment deductions, or the feedback from the employees. These all are my stories for the given high level requirement online meal ordering. So what exactly epic means, everyone? The summary, the overview, or simply the high level requirements. And this high level requirement can be broken down into smaller fragments. And these are the low level requirements, the solution requirements. Yes. And Malik is extending this thing that I was planning to discuss in the next session. Malik is saying the next level of decomposition is within a story, we may have tasks, subtasks, and other activities. Absolutely wonderful. But till this point, I'm not going to third level today. I'll just focus on first two things. So Malik and everyone else, is everybody able to understand this critical part, the parent to child relationship? If you are, then let's try to do this thing using the Jira tool. Is everybody able to understand the relationship between epic and the story? Or do you need more examples? I can come up with more examples if you're not clear with this. Shall we discuss more examples? Or you all are clear with this? Not clear? Virendra, let me discuss one more example. Let me discuss one more example. Let us suppose I say my epic is the hospital management system. This is my epic. To create the hospital management system, this is my epic. Epic may include several features. This includes several features that needs to be developed. For this epic, Vijayendra and everyone else, hospital management system, I am defining some short, small stories as patient registration. One story that talks about the patient registration. Story number one. The story number two talks about the appointment with doctors. The story number three talks about the medicines and the lab test. The story number four talks about billing. So you all can see here that one epic, the high level requirement HMS, can be broken down into smaller low level requirements. This was the first topic that we had discussed today, if you all remember. Absolutely wonderful analogy Kritika is coming up with. Kritika is saying that when we look at the table of content, yes, in the morning, for people who were joining from US, in the morning when we talk about the table of content, this is the high level requirement, the table of content. But if I click on any of these topics, I'll get the details. This is the low level requirement. Are you with me, Vijay and everyone else? So what we are trying to understand here is the epic. Epic is the high level requirements, the summary, and this epic can be broken down into smaller fragments. And these fragments, these granular level details are my solution requirements, the low level requirements. Now, this was the theoretical part. Let's establish this relationship in Jira by performing some basic steps. Let's do this thing in Jira. So, everyone, on the top of this page, the top ribbon, if you'll move towards right, after this search, you'll find one blue button with plus icon here. Is everybody able to find this blue button on top? Yes or no? Yes. Click on this blue button and then you can see here, you'll find here work type as user story. Now here, just make it a bigger screen and instead of story, first select epic. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find the work type as epic in this drop down list? Vijay is saying yes. Vishal is saying yes. Rafael is also with me. Yes. Madhuri, if you have a task and you're not able to find the epic, then it means that you have not selected the Scrum template. So you simply need to go to people who are not able to find the epic. You simply need to go to the space, click on this plus, select software development template, then Scrum, then create your own new space, then click on submit, and then you'll find it. Okay, Madhuri and others, if you're not able to find epic and the story in this list, it means you are not at the right space. You have to create the Scrum space using this plus icon here. Okay, and if you face any problem during this thing, during the Q&A, Madhuri and others, you can share your screen with me and we can discuss. Okay, everyone. So Epic I have selected, and then the summary I have mentioned here as canteen ordering system. Description we're not discussing today. Description we'll discuss in the next session, or next session we'll talk about how to write this. For now, you can leave this blank and then just click on create. When you click on create, everyone, you'll find one message that changes are saved, and you have this epic created as RCSP, something like this. And this is the epic created here. Please check and confirm. Is everybody getting this message? And are you all able to find the epic like this? Yes, Rafael is saying yes. How about others, everyone? Is everybody able to create the epic the way we have done here? Yes. Perfect. Now everyone, let's try to create. Yes. You are getting SCSP because you are using your name, Shahbaz. So I think it is Shahbaz. C, I'm not sure why C, but SP means Scrum project. Okay, like for me it is Rafael. So RCSP. Okay, perfect. So now we have one epic. Now let's create one user story. For user story, again we'll click on this blue button. Work type we'll select as the story. And the story will create one login page. Epic you will find, only as I mentioned a few minutes back, let me repeat this. On the top section here, top ribbon, this blue button, click on this blue button, and here in this work type drop down, you'll find one of the option as Epic. Okay. No, don't say anything right now. Don't select parent or anything as of now. Just create the story. Okay. So just work type as a story, and summary you can mention here as login page as part of. If you only have task in Epic, it means it's not the okay. So if you should not able to find the story in this list, you can add the work type in the story. Are you able to find this option, add work type? Rafael and others, learners who are not able to find a story in this drop down, you can add a work type as a user story. That's a workaround. Okay, perfect. So summary is login page as part of canteen ordering system summary, and then you can simply click on create button. When you click on create button, again you will get a pop-up message that your story is now created. Click on this link, everyone, and on top you'll find here an option to add the epic. Please check and confirm, everyone. When you create your story and when you open that link, you'll find it on top. It says add epic. This simply means it's asking you to add the parent to this child. So what you'll do, simply click on this pencil icon. Yes, it's the same thing. Yes, it's the same thing. You can add a parent or you can do it like this. So I'm just showing you how to do it in a very simplified manner. You can also add a parent to it. That's also fine. So you can simply add the epic like this. Yes, and then click on this link one more time. Click on this link 2 times, and everyone, then you'll find here that there is one epic as canteen ordering system, and child work items include the story that you have created. Is everybody able to establish the parent to child relationship in the Jira tool? Please check and confirm. Now you can add several stories here, like you can add here second thing as another story here, and you can mention here the food menu. This is your next story, food menu. Another story can be your payment gateway. This can be another story here. You can also add food delivery. So now we are able to establish what we discussed theoretically, that one epic, this high level requirement, may have several low level requirements in the form of user stories. Yes, is everybody able to perform this basic activity? Are you able to establish the parent to child relationship, the epic, and the user stories, everyone? Yes or no? No, Shehbaz? So, what is exactly the problem that you're facing? Probably you're not able to. What's the reason? If you can share the reason with me. Okay, there are people with answers no as well. Okay, so you can share your screen with me in another 15 minutes. Okay, we'll have. Okay. So I'm not able to find my created epic. Okay, if you're not able, okay, yeah, let me answer this thing. I got your point. Learners who are not able to do this thing, let me tell you the workaround. Click on your project name, like here for me it is Rafael, and then you'll find one tab as backlog. Arif, Shahbaz, and others are able to find this backlog just below the name of your project. Yes, click on the backlog, and then in the backlog, if you mouse over, you'll find an option to add the epic. Please check and confirm. In your backlog, you will find the stories that you have created, and if you mouse over, you will find an option to add the epic. Yes. And also, as Jagan is on a very good point here, you can also click on more, go to the recent tab, and under recent, you'll find it. Okay. If you go to recent, you'll find all the recent items that you have created. Yes, Jagan. Thank you for mentioning this. So you can find under recent all your recent activities. Please check and confirm Arif and others. Under more, go to recent. Within recent, you'll find all the epics and the stories that you have created. Bhavna says then, yes. So if I begin and others, adding parent is like adding an epic. Yes. So you can simply, one more alternative is, you can simply edit your story, and in your parent you can add, Vijay, you can see here. When I've added the epic, automatically in the parent, the name is displayed here, canteen ordering system. The answer is yes. Adding a parent is like adding an epic. So epic is acting as a parent for any given user story. Okay, everyone. So I'm planning to have extend the Q&A today to 20 minutes so that you all can share the screen with me. I'll just try to wrap up everything in another 10 minutes. Okay, so that you all can share your screen with me and we can sort out your issues. So we'll have 20 minutes Q&A today. Okay, so I have 10 more minutes to finish few things. Let me finish this topic and then you all can share a screen with me. People were saying no, and we can sort your queries together. Okay, so just allow me 10 more minutes to summarize things, and then it's all yours. You all can share the screen with me and you can discuss with me. Okay, so everyone, you all can see here that in the backlog, I have so many items here, so many stories here, and if I move towards right, there's one drop down here with options like in progress, done, and view workflow. If I click on this view workflow, you all can see here that we can easily perform requirements traceability here. We can track and monitor the work items. We can see, we can examine, we can evaluate whether the item is moving towards the completion or not. So that's another very important feature in Jira that helps us track and monitor the work items. Now, let me do one basic activity and let's see how many of you are able to answer my question. If you all focus here on this part, I'll change the status from to do to in progress, then from in progress to done. Yes, this I've changed from in progress to done, and the name of the story is RCSP2. Now I'll refresh my screen, and on refresh of the screen, you'll find that in my backlog, that story no longer exists. Let me repeat this. For the RCSP3, I'll change the story to done, and then I'll refresh the screen. Now this is also removed. Can any one of you help me know why these stories are getting removed when I'm changing the status to done? The simple, straightforward answer is backlog means remaining work items. When I've changed the story status to done, it means it has been completed. Once it has been completed, it's no longer a backlog, it's a completed work item. Now, if I want my story back in this backlog, what I'll do? If I want those items to be back in the backlog, what Jagan was suggesting, I'll go to this more, to the recent option. In the recent option, I'll find my stories here, like login page. I'll change the status from done to in progress. I'll again click on this link, go to the backlog, and this story reappears. Same thing, I'll go to the more option, recent, and I'll check for the other story that I have here, and I can again change the status and it will be back in my board again. Yes, Sean is mentioning that if it is completed in the backlog, won't you lose the sprint points? If it's That's a very good point that Sean you're mentioning here. A very good point, I must say. This is just to explain you all, Sean and others, the workflow. But ideally, in our sessions to come, we'll discuss how to come up with a sprint backlog, how to plan the sprints. This is just to explain you all how this workflow works. Okay, but not exactly what we do in our agile projects. So it's a very good point. Yes, point noted, and it's a very valid point. And thank you for coming up with this thing. Very good point. Yes. This is just to explain everyone. Okay. Since we are in the very first session talking about Jira, to just to explain everyone that how the items are removed and how the items are added. I have mentioned this thing, but yes, your point is very valid one. It is something that we can easily do with the help of sprint planning. Here we cannot directly remove or add the items. Okay, correct. Absolutely correct. Okay. Thank you, Shaw Bedford, for coming up with such brilliant comment that to the last 30 minutes. Appreciate your patience and responses, everyone. Other than recent, how can we edit from done to in progress? So that you need to plug and play. Yes, I can tell you different alternatives, but it's for you to plug and play with this app and see where you'll find all such options. Okay, there's several ways to do this thing. You can do it here, you can open the work item, go within this thing and plug and play with different options. Okay, so I leave it to you all to do this thing. Yes, story points, we'll talk about it. We haven't discussed those things yet, so we will talk about the story points, splitting the stories and everything. Okay. Now, how to write the story, we have not discussed this thing yet. This is something I'm giving you all as a homework today, and then we'll discuss on this thing in our next session. How to write the stories. I have one link that I'm going to share with you all now, and then we'll discuss this thing in detail in our next session. So, how to write the stories? This is one very good link. I'm sharing with you all this link, and this is from very famous personality in the business analysis world. You all must have heard of one name as Mike Conn. Is anyone who knows about who is Mike Conn? You'll see his face here. Mike Conn, a very famous personality in US and Canada, is one of the pioneer, is somebody who was one of the drivers behind this agile methodology being adopted by so many countries, so many projects. So Mike Conn has suggested few things how to write these stories. So before you listen to what Weber has to say about how to write these stories, it's better to listen to someone straight from the horse's mouth. Okay? So this is the homework for you all. Read through and see how to write these stories, how Mike Conn is suggesting you to write these stories. And then we'll discuss in the live session how to write the stories in detail. Okay. Jira is also a ticketing tool used by operations to raise the tickets, but we'll not focus on ticketing. We are not here to learn production support. We are not here to raise tickets. We are here to learn analysis. So Jira has a diversified use, but we'll just focus on the analysis part. Okay, so ticketing will not focus upon. That's something for operations people to do. We are here to learn analysis, so we'll focus upon creation of stories, epics, and create some important BA deliverables. Yes, let me share the link. This is the Mountain Goat software, everyone. And here, everyone will find more than 200 plus stories that you can download for free. Okay, so you can watch his videos on YouTube as well. People who are new to the analysis world, go to, or like you can visit his website and go through his articles, go through his videos, and also on YouTube you'll find a lot of videos Mycon telling you how to write the good stories. So first give priority to Mycon, then your trainer in the next session. Okay? So just read through, explore, do some research and see how to write the stories, and then we'll discuss the stories. I have those things here, but I'm giving you all some time to do your own research first. And then we'll see how to write these stories. And then we'll move ahead and we'll talk about the very first knowledge area, business analysis, planning, and monitoring. So, everyone, in our first two sessions, the introductory sessions, we had covered chapter number one and chapter number two from the background guide. I hope, I believe, I presume that everybody has got access to this book that is on your screen. Is there anyone who is joining in today and he or she was not there in the first two sessions and you need access to this book? Yes, you all have the access. Is anyone with the answer as no? Yes, everybody has got the access to the book. Perfect. So, everyone, in our very first session, the very first topic that we all had discussed was about what is business analysis. Here we have discussed about the importance given to the 5WH analysis, to ask questions, gain more clarity, work on the factual evidences, the zero level of assumption, research, exploration, investigation through a process centric lens, focusing upon the business objectives and not getting influenced by any key stakeholder, no implementation biasness. And these all things would help us come up with a proper, clear definition of business needs, then the corresponding solution. This would enable a change, and this change would help in continuous improvement. Alongside, we had also discussed about the purpose of the PAPA guide, everyone, and with the help of few statistics, we try to understand the importance and significance of the requirements and how these help us come up with a complete solution. In these statistics, we found that due to poor requirement, there are a lot of, you may say, defects, a lot of money spent and wasted on fixing the bugs and issues. So all such things we have discussed, everyone, as part of what is business analysis and the purpose of the BABOK guide. Then after these things, we have discussed about, everyone, who is a business analyst. Here we had first discussed about the major difference between responsibility versus accountability. Responsibility is more about the ownership, working on the given task directly, whilst accountability is more about tracking, monitoring, evaluation, providing environment, and it's more of an answerable role. Yes, and then we have discussed about the responsibilities of the business analyst, and the very important one is to perform requirements elicitation. Whenever a BA is performing the requirements elicitation, it's an important thing for him to cry. And here we have discussed about the three important pillars to the requirements elicitation: collaboration, research, and the experiments. Collaboration we'll discuss in detail, maybe in our tomorrow session. As part of plan stakeholder engagement, we'll talk about how to identify the stakeholders, their characteristics, how to perform a stakeholder analysis, create certain matrix like ratio matrix, stakeholder matrix, and others. So collaboration we'll discuss in detail as part of 3.2. Research also we'll discuss with the help of few important techniques like data mining, data modeling, and others. Research is more about discovering the information, looking at the historical data and identifying certain patterns and trends in the historical data. All such exploration would be part of the research. Experiments we'll discuss if time allows today, as tomorrow we'll talk about creation of proof of concepts, POCs, creation of the wireframes, and we'll discuss hit and trial as well, hit and trial. These all are the important experiments performed by the business analyst. So that's how we had discussed. This is what we had discussed about everyone as part of requirements elicitation. We had also discussed about everyone the structure of the Babcock guide. 6 knowledge areas in total from chapter number 3 till chapter number 8, 6 knowledge areas. 30 important tasks clubbed under these 6 knowledge areas, and 50 important techniques to accomplish these tasks, to work on these important tasks as part of these 6 knowledge areas. So, these were few important things, everyone, that we discussed as part of chapter number 1. Then, as part of chapter number 2, everyone, we have discussed about the business analysis key concepts. And here, the very important topic that we have discussed, the first topic is the BACM model, the BACCM model, or simply business analysis core concept model. Now, the question for you all is, Shivangi, Vijendra, and everyone else, here we have discussed about the 6 core concepts. Can any one of you help me know what are those 6 core concepts that we have discussed in detail as part of the backup model? If you all can recollect. So we have discussed about NCS and CVS need. We have discussed that this can be in the form of. Okay. So not to worry. Let me share. Just give me a second, guys. Let me share with Vivek the drive link. It's an important thing for everyone to have access to this link. So Vivek and others, those of you who are not there, Bhupendra and others, people who are not there in the previous 2 sessions. So please bookmark this link, and here you'll find CBAP ebook folder, and within this folder you'll find the Babcock guide. So it's for everyone. Please check and confirm, Vivek and others who are not there in the previous 2 sessions. Check and confirm. Is everybody able to download the book with 514 pages? Yes, Vivek. And how about Bhupendra? Yes, you are with me. Veena? Perfect. So, everyone, we have discussed about the 6 core concepts. Let's come back to our topic that we had discussed in our previous session. And one more thing, Vivek and Bhupendra, since you all were not there in the previous 2 sessions, you will find the recordings in your LMS under my classes here. I will strongly recommend to go through the recordings of the previous 2 sessions. This would help you gain better understanding, and you'll be able to come up with, yes, more engagement, more discussion with me in the live sessions. So please ensure that you go through the recordings to really help you understand the topics better. Okay, so thank you, Vivek and Bhupendra. Yes, so we have discussed about need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. As part of needs, everyone, we have discussed about that needs can either be in the form of problems, or this can also be in the form of opportunities to grow. For problems, we have discussed the canteen ordering system project, and for the opportunities, we have discussed about the WhatsApp Pay. Yes, change we have discussed is about act of transformation response to the given business need when we transition from one state to another. Like for example, in canteen ordering system, instead of going to the cafeteria, now people are ordering the food online. That's a change. Solution is way to satisfy one or more needs in a given context. Context we have discussed are the circumstances that influence or influenced by and provide understanding of the change, that why a change has been initiated. So context is about the background, context is about the summary, the existing behavior that helps us understand 3 important things. So context would help us define the business objectives, the business drivers, and also the background. So somebody asks you this question in job interviews that why it is so important to define context when you are analyzing and defining the backup model. So context is going to help you in creation of BRD. And in BRD, when we write the project summary, it's an important thing to define the business objectives, the business drivers, and the background. These all things can be clearly defined if you know what is the context. So that's why context as one of the important core concept is most important one. Okay. So we have discussed about the context in detail, and then we have discussed about everyone value parameter. Value can be further broken down into two smaller factors. Can any one of you recollect what are the two important measures? Those may help you define the value parameter. So Shivangi is coming up with the best answer, the first answer, the right answer. And we have also, guessing Shivangi and Kritika is also the right answer here. Business value, everyone, and the customer value. Business value, everyone, will discuss in detail with the help of, yes, so Pavni, you are correct. Business value we have discussed on high level. In detail, we'll discuss possibly in our next session or next to next session. We'll talk about that business value is all about the profitability. And to calculate the business value, we'll take the help of ROI, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return, total cost of ownership, cost of the change, opportunity cost, sunk cost. These all calculations we'll discuss with the help of some numerical problems. So those would help you understand how to calculate and estimate the business value. Customer value is a bit straightforward. Customer value can be measured with the help of two factors. Can any one of you recollect those two important factors? Those may help you define the customer value or measure the customer value, everyone. One is house of quality, and another is voice of customer. House of quality simply means you come up with all those, define all those important features, functionalities, behavior that may drive customer satisfaction. House of quality leads to minimum viable product. Now, I've given you all one homework to read through one article from the batimes.com. How many of you got this chance to go through that article? The title of the article was Demystifying MVPs. Did you yes, you went through that? Okay. So we'll discuss this thing today in detail, that article as well during the Q&A time. And that article is very important for people who are preparing for the job interviews and also people who are doing the analysis, who want to know and understand what is MVP, what is POC, what is prototype, what is MLP, what is MMF. So all such things you'll find in that article. So today we'll talk about that article as well. So house of quality would help you define the minimum viable product. What is MVP? This we'll discuss today in detail. And then we have discussed about voice of customer. Voice of customer is more about the feedback, the review comments, the suggestions from the key stakeholders. So BHCCM model, these key terms were discussed in detail. And then we have discussed about, everyone, the requirements classification schema. Requirements can be broadly classified into four major categories, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this question for you all to answer. What are the four major classifications to the requirements that we had discussed in our previous session? Four different types of requirements. Aishwarya, Pavni, both of you are wonderful with your answers. Vijendra, Madhuri, Glennis, Yes, what you are mentioning, Glennis, is part of the solution requirement. That's also correct. Thank you. Isha, thank you. Yes. But your answer, Isha, is something that's a derived thing, not the fundamental things. Let's first talk about the fundamental requirements, then the derived ones. Okay. So we have discussed about first thing as high level statements of goals and objectives. Those are your business requirements. Then it's an important thing for a BA to understand the concerns, ambiguities, challenges faced by the key stakeholders, document their viewpoints and views, understand what are their expectations, understand what issues they are facing, and those all things are part of stakeholder requirements. Isha and those stakeholder requirements, business requirements combined together, these are documented in one standardized template, and that is known as BRD. Yes. Now, these two are everyone considered to be the high level requirements. BRD is the high level requirement. And then what you'll do as a business analyst is what Glennis is mentioning here, that we'll then perform a detailed analysis, perform research, exploration, and investigation, apply several techniques, and those will help us come up with the solution requirements, everyone. And these solution requirements are the low level requirements. And these solution requirements can be further decomposed into functional and non-functional requirements. Supporting conditions are the non-functional requirements, like I've given you all one homework to go through page number 303 from the BABA guide. Yes, there were total 15 NFRs. Can any one of you recollect at least 5 NFRs out of the 15 in your BABA guide? Those NFRs, what if you all recollect? Performance efficiency, the was the very important one, performance efficiency, maintainability, maintenance, security, Gajula, you're talking about one of the very important one. So let me add a red heart to your answer. Gajula, you're talking about one of the hot topic that we have nowadays, security. Security is one of the very important NFR, I must say. If in a job interview they ask you this question, that if you have to prioritize the NFR, which one would be the top in the list? So you must say security. Security, performance efficiency, scalability, system availability. Pavni is a very good point. Compliances, localizations, and one very important one that you are missing is usability, ease of use. How well you are able to come up with, how well you are able to come up with the design, the solution that is usable for the purpose. SLAs Shahbaz is talking about, yes. So these all are important NFRs that we have discussed. NFRs may not be visible, but you can simply feel them that yes, the NFRs are met. So that's why sometimes you may find in few books that NFRs are also considered to be environmental conditions, supporting conditions. Yes. So functional requirements, non-functional requirements, we have discussed the third pillar. And the fourth one is your transition requirements. So these were the four different types of requirements that we had discussed in detail as part of the requirements classification schema. We had also discussed about one BRD template, not the full, but yes, first few pages we had discussed as part of the BRD template. And then we had also discussed about everyone the Jira tool, and there we had tried to create few high level requirements in the form of an epic. And one epic we had tried to link with several stories and establish parent to child relationship between the epic and the user stories. And then we also discussed about the stakeholders, requirements and design. We are trying to discuss with the help of the Jira tool. This is something that we have discussed on high level. We'll discuss in detail designs as part of chapter number 7 again. So these were everyone few important things that we had discussed in our previous two sessions. Today we're going to start with a very important, the first knowledge area, business analysis, planning and monitoring. But before that, if you all have any question, if you all have anything that you have gone through during the weekdays and you want me to cover that topic again, or if there's any topic that is not clear to you and you want me to summarize it, we can do that one more time. So Kritika has one question for us. Transition requirements, if you all remember, we had discussed that these are all enablers. If you all recollect, this was the very first topic that we had discussed in the very first session. What are the enablers, everyone? Enablers are all those important requirements. Those may help you transition successfully without any hassle, without any barriers in the realization of value. Transition requirements can be in the form of training, business continuity plan, advertisements, offers, and all those temporary requirements. Those may help you ensure that there is hassle free and a smooth transition to the new future state. And we'll also discuss this thing that these transition requirements are often unneeded once we successfully transition to the new future state. Okay, and if somebody asks you the example for it, so example is your workshops, trainings, and even the business continuity plan. These all are part of which is this thing. Do these things may go in hand with business requirements? Now you can see here, you can create it along with business requirements. But the good thing would be that first you understand the solution and then come up with the enablers. Because the reason is, Vijay and others, BRD is always the high level information. With high level information, would you be able to train people? No. You won't be able to tell the nitty-gritties. You won't be able to explain people in detail if you're just going with BRD and creating a transition requirement. A good practice will be that once you have a solution ready, then according to the solution, you come up with the transition requirements. That's why transition is the last one. If it was something driven by business requirement, then it would be something close to business requirement, but it is closer to solution requirements. Getting it? So it is derived from it for sure. But yes, it will be a good thing to have first a solution, then you come up with a workshop or training program. Okay? Getting it? So the answer is yes. These are some examples, and you'll find the same thing in your book as well. If you go to this one, you'll find here topics as data conversion, training, and business continuity. These all are examples in your book if you see here. Data conversions, if you have trainings, business continuity, and they are temporary in nature. Getting it? So basically, in simple terms, it helps your user gain more confidence. It helps you promote your product. It helps your user make an effective use of the solution or the product being delivered. As simple as that. Getting it? Yes. So that's your transition requirements. Any other question from you all before we start with the first topic for the day? FRD, yes. Now, Pavli is a very good point. Pavli is saying that you never talked about the FRD. The reason is, Pavni, in the agile world, today we'll discuss FRD in detail, but let me make it very clear. In the agile world, in the modern day agile world, in your word, I'll not say my word because when I started, FRD was the most critical document to create. But for you all, people who are new to the analysis world, creation of stories, epics, features, this is considered to be the lightweight documentation, the new documentations, and FRD, FSDs, SRS are no longer significant. We will talk about it. I have some FRD templates to discuss with you all. We'll talk about use cases as well. But for you all, it's more important to know more about the stories. How to write these stories, how to document them, how to create the epics. FSD, FRD, SRS is now thing of the past. When I was new to the analysis world, in those days, FRD and FSD was the most critical document to create. But now these are considered to be comprehensive documents. It's considered to be documents overhead. And in most of the projects all across the globe, nobody is creating it now. It's of no use. In the agile world, the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps have made stories more significant, more important, and FSDs are not that important. But yes, we will talk about it. I have FSDs in my drive link. If you see here, FSD and SRDs, and we'll talk about it once we'll reach to this topic, requirements analysis and design definition. Here we'll talk about FRDs and FSDs. Okay, so there is a difference for sure. Priyanka and others, FRDs, SRS, FSDs, but a very thin line of difference. So those things we'll discuss in detail. Okay, but for you all, it's an important thing for you all to focus on tools like Jira, focus on creation of stories, understand more about the story. Did I share with you all the Mountain Goat software link in the previous session? For you all, yes. So for you all, it's an important thing to listen to Mike Conn. Mike Conn is the pioneer. He is the one who was part of the Agile community. And if you listen to his videos, if you go through how to write the stories here, this is what you need to focus more upon. FSDs and FRDs are not important for you. Okay, so go through his videos, see how the stories are created, see, look at backlog, the stories, and explore this link. Yes, and how to write these stories. I think I had shared with you all this gherkin syntax and all. These things are important. FSD is not that important for you. Okay, but we will talk about it. Since I have spent more than 10 years, 11 years creating FSDs, I'll definitely talk about it. Okay, any other question from you all? If there's no other question, shall we start with the first topic for the day, and that is business analysis, planning, and monitoring? You all are with me, following? Shall we move ahead? Yes. So thank you, Shabaz, Vipin, and everyone else, Gajula, and all. So the first topic for the day, everyone, is Akshay, Arnab, and others. Business analysis, planning, and monitoring, Raphael, and others. This is the ice-breaking, you may say, knowledge area, or a very important one to start with your analysis. And the name of the knowledge area is business analysis, planning, as well as monitoring, popularly known as BAPM, business analysis, planning, and monitoring. And this knowledge area has five important tasks, everyone. I'll use different ink here. Plan business analysis approach. Plan stakeholder engagement. Plan business analysis governance. Plan business analysis information management. And at last, identifying business analysis performance improvements. And people who are preparing for the CBAP examination, for them, it's an important thing to create some short form like this: A, S, G, I, P. Yes, A is your approach. Today we'll discuss about the approach. It can be predictive, it can be adaptive. A waterfall or the agile methodology we'll discuss in detail today. A is your approach. S, everyone, is about the stakeholder engagement. Here we'll talk about how to identify the stakeholders, their characteristics, how to perform stakeholder analysis. Those all things are part of stakeholder engagement. G stands for governance, I stands for information management, and P stands for performance improvements. Please make a note of this thing, everyone. And then we'll start with 3.1, plan business analysis approach. Once you've noted down this part, you can mention chat boxes done or give me a thumbs up. We'll then start with 3.1 and we'll discuss plan business analysis approach. Yes, everyone. So let's talk about everyone 3.1 plan business analysis approach. And let's see what we have as part of this task here. Plan business analysis approach, everyone. So thank you, Samrat, Supriya, and everyone else for your confirmation. Let's start with the first one, plan business analysis approach. So you all can see on your screen here, everyone. Ayush and everyone else. It says, everyone, define overall method to conduct business analysis activities. Now, method, everyone, Soumya, Ayush, and others, this can be a traditional method. This can be the modern day method, the new method, and it can be an old method. It can be a method when I was new to the analysis world. It can be a method when you all are new to the analysis world. Yes. So method can be everyone, the old one, or you may say old is not a good word to use. So I'll use the word traditional. Yes, method can be traditional. Method can be the legacy method or simply in bracket old one. Yes, like your trainer. And method can be the modern method, the new method. Yes. The traditional method, this is popularly known as the predictive method. And we'll discuss why it is known as predictive in a few minutes. And the new methodology is known as, can anybody guess what is the name given to the new methodology, the new ways of working? That word is accepted. The new method is adaptive. Yes, adaptive is the new methodology. The adaptive, the advanced one, the adaptive one. Predictive, everyone, if I talk about predictive, examples can be waterfall, V model, the spiral model. These all were like very important and very popular when I was the college pass out, when I was looking for a job. In those days, these methodologies were like, you may say, religiously followed in the IT world. But now, after around 20 years or so, there is a drastic shift These are considered to be the old school, these are considered to be outdated, and these have all been replaced with adaptive methodology, and this includes agile and DevOps. So, everyone, we have discussed here about the methods. These can be of two types: traditional or the modern. Traditional methodology is known as predictive methodology, and the modern methodology it is known as adaptive methodology. Adaptive in the sense, adaptive in the sense it is more flexible, flexible in terms of delivery, in terms of documentation, in terms of communication, in terms of release plan as well. So that's why it is adaptive and this is predictive. Please make a note of this, everyone, and then we'll discuss the differences between the two, predictive versus adaptive. You first make a note of this thing. Also this it's mentioned in your class notes. Once you are done with this thing, give me a thumbs up. We'll then start with the difference between the two. Yes, Bruce, Rafael, everyone. Perfect, thank you. So, everyone, let's talk about the differences. And in your BABOK guide, Law, I think you have just joined. Yes, I was missing your responses. Thank you for your thumbs up. So, in your BABOK guide, everyone, page number 27, I request you all to please open this thing pally on your screen as well. This table that talks about the difference between predictive and adaptive. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find this table in the book? Approach predictive versus the adaptive. Please check and confirm. Page number 27, everyone. Yes, Law, Soumya, and everyone else. Perfect. Now, you all can see, everyone, there are four important differences. People who are new to the analysis world, learners who are preparing for the job interviews, this table is very, very important for you all. You all can bookmark somewhere, you all can write it somewhere that it's an important thing for you all to know the four differences between the predictive and the adaptive methodology. Yes, first one, everyone, is solution definition. Let's focus here. It says defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. This used to happen when I was new to the analysis world, when we used to create FSD and SRD. Today you all had questions around it, FSD, SRD. So this used to happen when we used to write FSD and SRDs. But now what is happening? If you look at this keyword here, define in iterations to arrive at the best solution or improve an existing solution. Now, this is a very important thing for us to understand. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. The very first point, solution definition. So let's try to understand this thing now. So let me create some data here, some example here. So we are talking about everyone, the approach. And let's first talk about the predictive approach. In the predictive approach, everyone, there was one terminology, SDLC, that was very popular. Can anybody help me know what are the important steps that we follow in the SDLC, the software development life cycle? People from the engineering background, people who have been into analysis or development for some time. What is the SDLC, software development life cycle? Let me write it here. Steps include requirements gathering. You have gathered the requirements and you come up with corresponding solution. Yes, this is a complete solution. Then once you have the solution, then you'll ask your development team to develop the code or code implementation. I'm just covering the basic steps, not all the steps. Then what will happen is developers are going to develop the code, and then once the implementation is done, code implementation complete. I'm using the word complete here again and again. Complete implementation include deployment. Once this is done, then there will be testing, quality analysis, quality assurance. I must use the word quality assurance for the complete solution. Complete solution. Then what will happen after the testing? What's the next thing? The user acceptance. Yes, after user acceptance, what you'll do? You'll go live or you'll push the change to production. Yes, yes. So user acceptance is about the sign off and then you deploy it to the live environment. Yes. And then if there is some issue, then you will maintain the things. Yes, these are the important steps, everyone. Now, everyone, this is what we used to do in the predictive world. And let's try to understand what is happening in the new agile world. In the predictive approach, the release plan is equal to sometimes 3 months, it can be 6 months, or in even in few projects, or even 1 year. Yes, everyone. And I hope everybody understand the meaning of release plan. Yeah, release plan simply means you analyze, you develop, you test, and then finally deliver a solution within a given time frame. That's a release plan. Now, what is happening, everyone, in the adaptive world? In the adaptive approach, there is a slight twist in the tail. There is a slight difference. Release plan, let us suppose it's of 3 months. But what we are doing is there is a concept of partial release, or you may say incremental delivery. So what is happening is, instead of sharing the complete product at the end of 3 months, we are sharing the partial solution after certain time period. Let us suppose I say we are coming up with a partial release that after every 2 weeks will deliver for R1 requirements solution as one. Yes. Now, everyone, if 2 week is cycle number one, how many such short cycles we'll have in 3 months? Very simple basic mathematics. Release plan is of 3 months, and we are planning to deliver some part of the solution, some part of the requirements after every 2 weeks. So we'll have total 6 times we'll deliver it: C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, and C6. Is everybody clear with this thing? That why 6? Yes, because our release is divided into smaller short cycles of 2 weeks duration. Now, what is happening here is, in C1 you deliver S1, in C2 you deliver for R2 S2, and in C3 what you're doing is R3, and for this one S3, and similarly for C6 you have R6 and you have S6 as a solution. So what is happening here, everyone? Instead of delivering the complete solution, instead of doing the complete analysis upfront, what we are doing is we are coming up with the incremental delivery concept, the partial release concept, and these 2 weeks are the iterations, the repetitions that we have within this 3 month cycle. Now, my question to you all is, which approach do you all think is more flexible? Which all approach do you all think is better? The second one, adaptive, or the first one, predictive, in terms of solution delivery? The second one is more productive, everyone. The main reason is, if something goes wrong in the first cycle, you have the ability, you have the flexibility to make corrections in the upcoming cycles. It brings in more visibility. Now, you all can see here, after every 2 weeks, if I'm sharing something with Anurag, Anurag has more visibility. Anurag is not waiting for 3 months to get over to look at what's the product, what it looks like. Every 2 weeks, he is getting some flavor of the solution. Every 2 weeks, he is getting something to test and analyze. He can come up with his continuous feedback. He may come up with his comments. He may come up with certain plan to make certain improvements. That way, it helps us come up with a rapid delivery, a quality delivery, and more, you may say, ability to negotiate, ability to adapt. And this way, it helps us come up with a better quality solution. Now, everyone, this 2 week cycle, if it is consistent throughout the release plan, there is one name given to it. What is the name given to fixed iteration, everyone? This fixed iteration that we're talking about, what's the name given to it? Fixed iteration. Sprints is the right answer. Sprints is the right answer, everyone. These fixed iterations of 2 weeks, this is your sprint. Now, I'm not saying that it's always 2 weeks. You may customize it in your project and make it 1.5 weeks or something like that. So let's see how it is created. So in your Jira, everyone, you all can see I have this backlog here. And in my backlog, you all can see here that I just remove this and start from the scratch. If you see, if I delete this, I have an option, a button to create this sprint, and it says add dates. Now, sprint number 1, duration, if I make it as 2 weeks, an update, you all can see here that 2 week cycle we have here. And then if I create another sprint, so this will be another sprint. It should reflect the dates. Let me make it as 2 weeks. Starting date today and update. Okay, it should reflect the date. I'm not sure why it's not, but it should reflect the date here. So you can see the sprints are created with the given dates here. So this concept of a sprint, everyone, helps us divide the release into smaller, short iterations. Yes. And this is a very good thing that Bichuji is asking. Bichuji is saying that is adaptive something different from the predictive in terms of the SDLC? No. The same thing is followed. It's a release within a release. Vishwajit, the same thing is followed in Agile as well. But the only thing is, the main important difference is the requirements gathering that we're talking about is not gathering the complete requirement. Adaptive comes up with this concept of partial, breaking down into smaller fragments, iterations. So cycle is going to remain the same, but the only difference is it's not the complete requirement. You are going to gather the requirements for sure. You are going to talk to the stakeholders, but not on the complete thing, but on the partial things that makes this approach flexible. Okay, and then one very important thing is that BA is not going to analyze the things in the sprint. A sprint is for the technology and testers to work. Your analysis must be ready before the start of the sprint. So BA never works in a sprint. BA always works in the release cycle. Okay? Vishwajit and others, I'm making sense to you all. So BA is not working in sprints. A sprint is not for BA to work. BA should be ready with his or her solution before the start of the sprint. BA is analyzing the things concerning the whole release plan. And then it's for the team to divide into smaller chunks and prioritize it. So if I go take you all back to your first point, it will make more sense to you all. If you look at first point, Vishwajit and everyone else, solution definition defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. But here, solution is not the complete solution. It's a partial solution, defining iterations to arrive at a best solution or improve an existing solution. Is everybody now able to understand point number 1? Yes? Is everybody able to understand this thing? Example, as I mentioned, example can be, let us suppose I say, you are developing canteen ordering system. Yes, you are developing canteen ordering system and it has several requirement components to create a login page, food menu, payment gateway, yes, food delivery, feedback. If you are in the predictive world, all these requirements, those are prioritized for the release, must be closed first. You should come up with the solution, get the sign off, and then you'll start with the implementation. But in the agile world, even if you have got this sign off on the login page feature, you may start with your development. Getting my point, Vijay and others. So difference is here, even the partial sign off may help you start with your development. But in the previous one, the complete approval and sign off was required to start with your to start with your implementation. So it's defined before implementation is solution. But here it's not about defining the complete solution, it's about some part of the solution discussed and agreed, and you may start with your development. Are you with me, Vijayendra and others? So the important thing here is that that let me talk about the risk as well. The important thing here is this is a very rigid approach. Rigid in the sense, let me let me take you all back. Vijay, you have a very good question. Let me answer this. So, software development life cycle was religiously followed in the waterfall methodology. Why the name waterfall, everyone? And here the name is agile. Can anybody guess why the name was defined as waterfall for the predictive approach? Waterfall, because how water falls? What's the flow? Water falls from the high altitude to low altitude. Yes, it will go with gravity. Yes, high to low. And it has certain steps. Imagine, imagine Anurag and Kritika are the two business users. And Vijayendra was the BA gathering the requirements from them. And they provide some sign off here. They say, okay, we give you a sign off, you start with your development. Anurag and Isha are the human beings, they are not robots. And it may be that Anurag has given the sign off, but then later he thinks that he wants to add few more things. It may happen. Yes, Anurag and Isha, it may happen that Anurag and Isha change their mind and they want few more things, or they want to exclude few things. They have given the sign off, but that sign off doesn't mean that it's the end of the road, that you cannot make changes. It may be that Anurag wants something new, or Anurag wants to delete something, and their problem starts to happen. There was no scope, hardly any scope of making changes to the already, you may say, agreed upon requirements of the corresponding solution. Changes were not welcomed here. If there were changes, yes, you cannot change things in between. If there were changes, you are requested to create one change request, and this used to be prioritized after 3 months. Imagine if Anurag has missed something during a sign off as a business user, he has to wait for 6 months to get this thing. And now 6 months' time, in the modern day agile, do you think anybody is going to wait for 6 months? No. No client, no team. In 6 months, there's a lot of change. Yes, you may find in 6 months, the complete development team has switched to another company. You won't find the same developer that was there 6 months before. Yes, if you look at the trend, earlier people used to spend 15 years, 20 in the same company. But if you talk to people, the young blood, they'll say in last 4 years I switched 11 companies. But that never used to happen 20 years back. Yes, so what is happening, everyone? The thing is, we are in the adaptive world. Yes, it's about the rapid delivery of the software, the quality delivery, and that's why the traditional approach, yes, constant change and the ability to handle that change, that makes this approach more fruitful, more, you may say, acceptable to everyone. Yes, Vijayendra, are you getting the answer to your question? Are you able to understand this thing with the help of example that I've shared with you all? So the example is, if you come up with a complete solution first and then try to implement it, it's the predictive approach. But if you're able to get the partial sign off on even some part of the solution, and if you're able to start with your implementation, it's you are working in the iterations, the small cycles, the small partial release within a given release. Second point, everyone, is the very important one, and that is level of formality, everyone. Now, today I remember somebody was mentioning that did we talk about FSD, SRD, SRS? And I said no. The reason is If you look at the second point, we'll get the answer. Some I'm not able to recollect the name. Was that you, Pavani? Somebody else who talked about FSDs today? So you all can see here, formal information is captured in a standardized template in the old world. Example, FSD, SRD, SRS, even the BRD. I'll add BRD to this list as well. But now in the agile world, they are using this new terminology, and that is the light weight documentation. I remember when I was new to the analysis world, I'm talking about 2008 or 9. In those days, when we used to create the FSDs, this used to take more than 2,500 pages. Use case documents more than 4 to 5 pages long. And nobody's reading it. Everybody is scared to see such a heavy textual document. But just for the sake of SOPs, we were doing it. But now, those FSDs, SRDs, SRS have all been replaced with the lightweight documentation using tools like Jira, Azure DevOps. Even some of you would be using Rally as well, Trello. These all tool helps us create some short, crisp, and you may say lightweight documents like epic, features, stories. So now it's more informal approach in the agile world. Okay? Is everybody with me? That why we discussed about the stories and why we never talked about it? Because this is considered to be comprehensive document, heavy textual documents, and in the agile world, this is not required. Some of my learners ask me this question that are you in favor of this thing? Do you think it's a good practice? I don't think so. I feel that these documents should still be created. But the problem is you don't have that much of time in the agile world to write those comprehensive documents. These documents used to help us in knowledge transfer, understand the things better, know all the important protocols. But now, since we're in the agile world, everybody is the mad race to develop a better software, rapid delivery of the software. So these documents are no longer significant. It's all about creating some short, crisp documents using the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and others. Yes, everyone, is everybody clear this? The second point, level of formality. So, in simple terms, the protocols, the SOPs, the standardized templates are getting replaced with lightweight documentation. Comprehensive documents are getting replaced with some small, short, crisp documentation with the lightweight documentation. So that's why it's an important thing for BAs to know how to use the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and others. In our first session, we had discussed about this thing on high level. In our sessions to come, we'll talk more about Jira, how to create the Jira dashboards, how to write stories, how to link them with features, and all such things we'll discuss. How to manage the backlog, how to prioritize it, all such things we discuss using the Jira tool. Third point, everyone, is about the activities. Very similar to solution definition, the same thing goes with the activities as well. Activities required to complete deliverables are identified first. Very similar to solution. All the activities have to be defined. But here, it's not important to define all the activities. Activities are again divided into small iterations with deliverables first and then associated tasks are identified. So even activities are not completely defined here. Activities are also in the short iterations based upon the solution that we have. So that's about the activities. And the last thing is here tasks are performed in specific phases. Phase can be of 3 months, 6 months, even 1 year. But here we have iterations. Those may be from 1 week to 4 weeks, something in between. Ideally, in most of the projects, we follow 2 weeks iteration. So this is a complete, you may say, set of differences on your screen. I request you all to read through all the four differences. Third point, okay, let us suppose I say, Isha, Nupur and others, we are talking about one activity, and one activity is, let us suppose I say, I'll make it very simple for you all. If I say your solution is canteen ordering system, this is what you have to create. Activity is to come up with the more simplified solution. And here, in the predictive approach, what you'll do is you'll come up with WBS, work breakdown structure, and decompose everything. Login page, email address, user ID, password, one-time password, department, and other details. First breakdown. Second breakdown of the food menu, all the food items. Third about your payment gateway, all the options. Fourth about your food delivery, all the options. This is how you come up with the, you may see here, activities required to complete deliverables are identified first. This is how you'll come up with the things in the waterfall board. Define all the activities here. And then you start with the development. But in the adaptive world, this is not required to have everything. Let us suppose you're prioritizing login page in the Scrum Sprint 1. You just need these details to start with. In the second sprint, you will need these details. So it's not required to have everything before you start with the development. Whatever you prioritize as a solution, for that thing you'll need the set of activities. Are you with me, everyone? You don't need the full activity. You don't need the complete list of activities. You only need the activities those are pertaining to, those are linked with the partial solution that you're going to implement. Okay? Are you with me, everyone? So activities are also, you may say, partially prioritized, not the full set of activities. That's how we work in the agile mode. In simple terms, it's about partial delivery concept wherein you break down the requirements into smaller chunks and work in an incremental delivery. Incremental means step by step, one by one, not everything in one go. Okay? So that's about the activities divided into smaller iterations with deliverables first and then associated tasks. Like you all must have seen this thing that now in the agile world, in the user stories, we have an option to add these subtasks. How many of you are doing it? Subtasks are nothing but the activities. Those are within the given solution. Yes? Getting it? And I think in planning, are we not going to break down and then prioritize? Yes, you are going to break down. But in the predictive thing, full breakdown. There's a difference. Here, it's a full breakdown, and here it is partial breakdown. Partial breakdown, everyone, helps you prioritize smaller things, small little things in the first few weeks. It's not about the full breakdown, full solution, and then implementation. No. You are coming up with an incremental delivery and others. So breakdown is not the full breakdown. It's about the partial breakdown based upon the solution, partial solution that you have prioritized, and accordingly you work. Yes, you're working in bits and pieces. That's the, you must say, the good thing with adaptive mode. Getting my point? Yes. So it's not about like I'll give you one more example. In when I used to be like if I take you back to the year 2012, when I started as a trainer, in those days what used to happen that when we used to start with the live session, sorry, I used to tell my learners that today we'll discuss these topics and we'll target to close them today itself. And this chat box was not there. We used to have the traditional Cisco application WebEx, if you all have heard of. In WebEx, we have an option of Q&A. And what used to happen, I used to continuously speak for 2 hours. And after 2 hours, I used to open that Q&A when all the questions were listed. And then I used to go through those questions one by one. But now you see the change. I haven't mentioned that which all topics I'll cover. I've just mentioned this is the topic for today's discussion. And then you all are coming up with your questions parallelly. What is happening? This is the agile training as well. Yes, we are not focusing on the full thing. We are just focusing on one thing at a time. People gaining agreements, we are resolving conflicts, building consensus, and then moving forward. That's the good thing with agile, everyone. Yes, Shivani said it may be difficult to decide on the timelines. No, let me make it very clear. Sprint planning, when we talk about the adaptive board, it's part of your planning that you decide before the start of the cycle what is going to be the duration. Like, for example, if I say release one and we decide together as part of the management team that for this release we'll have 2 weeks iteration. This is going to be fixed throughout the 3 month cycle. If you're not able to deliver something within a sprint, it may be like pushed to the next sprint. So we have this flexibility. It's not like if you promise that we'll deliver something and we're not able to, then there will be penalties. No. You have come up with certain estimates, you'll try to complete it. If not, let's push to the next sprint. Yes, so it's not difficult. It's very planned approach. It totally depends upon how management decides how to size these sprints. Usually you'll find 2 weeks duration, but in a few projects, it may extend to 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, based upon what management decides. Yes, but what agile community suggests, the ideal duration of 2 weeks duration. Okay. Yes, Anna, Isha, Shivangi, Pavni, and others, are you all with me? Like we have SDLC of predictive, what do we have? As I mentioned, the same thing. It's not something different. You have to first, if you look at the differences, in SDLC also, what you were doing, you're first gathering the requirements, then development. The same thing happening in agile mode as well. But the only difference is that it's not the complete solution, it's the partial solution. Same things there in agile as well. It's a release within a release. But the only difference is the partial release, part of the solution, not the complete solution. Okay? Yes. More details we'll discuss today. But the first thing is, Shivangi and others, are you all clear with this table that you all see on your screen? Is everybody clear if they ask you this question that what are the activities, what is the timing, what is the level of formality? Would you be able to answer such questions? Yes, Shivangi and everyone else. So this was about everyone. The first thing as part of plan business analysis approach. Yes, yes, so earlier thing when solution updates, then development also updates. Definitely, yes. So as we'll come up with a new solution, the development is also going to increase, and by the end of the release, you'll have the complete solution ready and the complete, you may say, development being done. So that's how it works in agile, the partial release concept, the iterations and the incremental delivery. Yes, everyone. Now, yes, correct. Now, everyone, I have one question for you all, Shivangi and everyone else. Let's dig deeper into this thing. And my question to you all is, in your slides here, the elements, Akshay, Pavni, and everyone else, based on a discussion, IIBA should have mentioned that planning methods are of two types, predictive and adaptive. But to your surprise, they have mentioned falls between Akshay, Pavni, Shivangi, Gajula, Isha, Ayush, and others. What do you all think, Anna, Rafael? What do you all think is the significance, the importance of these two words falls between? They should have simply mentioned that planning methods are of two types, predictive or adaptive. Why they are saying planning methods fall between predictive and adaptive? Any guess, any idea? It's a very simple question to answer. What fall between signify? Anyone? Not the requirement, something else. Lawyer saying we are typing. We know the answer. It's a basic one. Yes. Vivian is coming up with a very good answer. This simply means it's not something in black and white. There may be few things in gray as well. Yes. Not simultaneously, but there can be a mix of the two. Law, you're still typing? Okay. So the answer is this is the hybrid methodology. Like if I tell you about my project, we have fully transitioned to agile ways of working. But since I am the product owner, I come from a traditional background, so I always ask my team to create the BRDs. My BS tell me that in the next team and other team, people are not creating it. I think they're not creating it, but we'll definitely create it because this always helps. So what we're doing here, we are into the agile methodology, but we're also accepting some good practices from the old world. And this is a mixed bag. And this makes it the hybrid methodology. Some of my learners told me, I don't know about you all, but some of my learners told me that in their project, they still create the use cases, and based on the use cases, they then create the user stories. Although creation of use cases not at all required in the agile world, but they are doing it. Because there may be few people like me in the other projects as well who are from a traditional background and they prefer this thing. Yes. So this simply means, Shivangi and others, very basic thing, that it can be in any project that you're following the traditional ways of doing the things. It can be that you've completely switched to the new ways of doing the things. And it may be that in your projects, you have somebody like me, somebody like more experienced than me, and they are not able to forget, they're not able to absorb and accept all the new changes, and they're still going with some old traditional ways of doing the things. That makes your planning methods hybrid. Yes, law is saying you old people are not able to adopt the new things. Yes. So it's not about accepting the new things, it's about recognizing there was good things in the old book. Yes. You cannot simply say this is an old blood and replace it with young fellow like Isha. Yes. Old people have some good things as well. At least they're good in philosophy, good in giving you some good lectures. Yes. So so meaning to say planning methods can be of two types, predictive, adaptive. It may also be a mixed bag with a combination of good practices from both the methodology. And such methodology is known as hybrid. Yes, Shivangi, Isha, and everyone else, you all are with me, following the significance and meaning of false between. So, false between is, is a combination of the two. Best practices from both the worlds combined together. Now, second thing, everyone on your screen, formality and level of details of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. Oh, sorry. So we discussed this thing few minutes back that in the predictive world we had the comprehensive documents as part of BA deliverables. And these are the form of BRDs, FRDs, FRS, SRS, release notes, user manuals, user guides, and all such documents. But now in the agile world, we have a new concept, a new terminology being used, and that is lightweight documentation. Using tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and others. Yes, the Apex, the stories, and others. Yes, so Kirka, you have a very good point here. Element simply means all the important constituents or components within a given task. So if task is one, then elements are like T11 plus T12 plus T13. So it's something like one task may have several elements, and all these elements combined together tell you about what are you going to do as part of a particular task. Okay, so these elements help you understand what are the important activities to be performed by a BM within a given task. Okay, so in simple words, which kind of those elements are the subtasks within a given task. Okay, everyone. Now the third point, everyone. Let's discuss this thing. Third point is, and this for you all to answer, it can everyone else. Let us suppose any activity is assigned to you. You all had this question a few minutes back that what exactly is the activity? Any activity. Let us suppose I say to functionally break down the requirement is one activity. Another activity is to manage the resources in your project. Another activity is to define all the non-functional requirements. BABAP guide says that if any activity is assigned to you, break it down into smaller fragments, into smaller tasks. Why do you all think it's an important thing for Kritika and others to break down the activities into smaller tasks when they plan for business analysis approach? How is that going to help you? If any activity is assigned to you, the above guide says break it into smaller fragments. Why to break into smaller fragments? Why not analyze the complete activity in one go? How this will help? Kritika is saying it will give us more clarity. Akshay is saying we can complete task in parts. It will make it iterative. Gajal is saying it's more efficient. And all these answers were so wonderful answers. Yes, brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone, for your sponsors and Rag and everyone else. Yes, it can be completed easily. Now, let me explain this thing. So, these all answers are wonderful answers. Thank you, Samrat. Now, I think it's easy to implement. Okay, so it's correct. So, in your class notes, everyone, session number 3, page number page number 5, I mentioned few points. Let's see if you all agree with this thing or do you all differ and you have some questions for me. We are talking about, everyone, the work breakdown structure. Breaking down the activities into smaller tasks, and it has a few advantages as listed below. First thing is, everyone, it promotes granularity. That is analysis at the more fragment or atomic level. And what exactly happens, everyone, when we're able to decompose the things into smaller fragments, we're able to gain more information, more detailed view that makes the things simple to understand, and then your team is going to make less number of assumptions. Did we talk about the creativity tool in our live session? Did we discuss about this tool? Let me show you that tool once more. So what exactly happens is, like, everyone, when we create a work breakdown structure, this would help us come up with more fragment level information. That's the first thing. If we have some fragment level information, it will help us in task allocation. Let us suppose I say Kritika is a lead BA or the product owner, and she's getting some requirements to analyze. She's creating some smaller features, and those features can be distributed among several BAs, and they all are working on those features. So it also helps in task allocation, and in a way makes tracking, monitoring, and tracing easier. And in turn, this helps in delivering better quality product to the end users. Third point, everyone, is a very important one. Let's read this third point. Third point says, everyone, analysis at the granular level helps to ensure that solution aligns with the stated requirements, and this helps to avoid the scope creep condition. What happens is, if you're able to come up with more simplified information, more detailed information, clear information, precise information, this helps everyone develop a clear understanding, and then chances to absorb creep. Creep is any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted component can be minimized. So they may ask you this question that why at all we should do this thing. This will always help us come up with more simplified solution, more detailed view of the solution, more granularities, more fragmentation, and that helps to avoid any creep, any redundant, or any duplicate components in our solution. And fourth point, everyone, is about something linked with point number 3. It also helps you define the scope. This helps to get clarity on the important requirement components, and in a way it will help you define the scope for the given set of requirements. Fifth point is summary of all the 4 points above. It says WBS promotes atomicity. Atomicity is all about granularity, fragment level information, low level information. So this is how point number 3 helps you in coming up with more accurate solution without any redundant or duplicate components. So I request you all to please read all these 5 points on your screen. I'll take a pause here. Point number 6 is about three important techniques we will discuss in the sessions to come, like functional decomposition, requirements traceability, mind mapping. These all are going to help us perform WBS in a very organized manner. Yes, Devraj, I can see the blue arrows. I hope you've got the answer. So, Gajla, to your question, after each sprint, it will go to development, not all. If it is all, then it is your waterfall. If it is each, it is your agile. Okay, Gajla? So that's a good thing with agile, that after each, any one, you're done with sprint number 1, you're done with your development, you'll go to the next one. So every sprint you'll find the development as well as testing to come up with a partial solution. Not wait for all the sprints to be done. Sprints are meant for development and testing. Scope creep, we had discussed in the previous session as well. Let's discuss this in one more time. Whenever you find everyone, whenever you find, and you have a good question, and the answer is it's not documented, it's visualized. And you can see here all these templates are here. So WBS is generally visualized, and you can see all these templates. Let me share this link once more. So WBS is generally in the form of a block diagram, a chain diagram, kind of an organizational model sometimes. So it is generally visualized, not you can document it for sure, but the better approach will be you create some block diagram like this. Yes, Anna. Coming to your question projector here, scope creep simply means when your solution has certain redundant or duplicate components. For example, let's take one example. In your hospital management system, you have one important feature, book an appointment with doctors. Projector is filling this form and she is getting an option to select the doctors from the list of doctors here. You select one doctor, book an appointment, but when you reach to the OPD, when you reach to the hospital, you find that this doctor is no longer impaneled. He resigned from this organization, from this Mayo Clinic 2 months back. Now Prajakta is frustrated. She is not happy. She is saying that I have traveled 15 kilometers to consult this doctor and he is no longer impaneled. Why you have not shared this information with me before? So Prajakta, imagine if you are a BA, how you will correct this problem? What you will do then? As a BA, you will ask your development team that in the database add one flag as active or passive, and only active doctors should be displayed on the screen. Yes or no? If somebody has left, the flag should be P for him. If somebody is active, the flag should be A. And that way you'll be able to ensure that there is no scope creep. And why the scope creep is happening? This scope creep is happening because you have not come up with the detailed information. Update the list, yes, update the list so that you have the active doctors in the list available here, and there's no one who is no longer impaneled appearing in this list. So a scope creep, everyone, is when unintentionally or intentionally you find there are few things added to this solution and that's causing noise. That's causing chaos and confusion. That's not required, but it's part of your solution. Yes, Lois send notices when a doctor leaves to reschedule. Yes, and hide those things. As Shreya is mentioning, yes, hide those things. If somebody is passive, his or her name should not be populated. It's a very simple. If you have to write this code in Python or in C sharp, it's very simple. If an else statement you have to write, and this helps you come up with this refined set of list. Is everybody clear with what is scope creep? So scope creep is, everyone, I've written the definition here. Let's read this. Scope creep is when solution grows larger in size and accommodates a few unwanted, duplicate, and redundant components. This causes components outside the solution boundaries to penetrate and become part of any scope requirements. Examples of scope creep, everyone. In HMS, if list of doctors at Mayo Clinic include some doctors, those are not empaneled, this is redundant information, scope creep. In canteen ordering system, yes, Veena is a very good answer here. Veena is saying that scope creep, to prevent scope creep, yes, I'll add just prevent. To prevent scope creep is about avoiding any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted information or any unwanted component. Yes, it's all about wrong, unwanted. Sometimes information is correct, but it's not valuable. Then as well, Veena, we have to remove those things. So it's all about the requirements that add value to your solution. Yes, sometimes what happens is we add a lot of things and those are not adding any value. So those are also redundant. So those are not wrong, but redundant in nature. Out of scope requirements, yes. In canteen ordering system, employees of nearby offices ordering food is again the scope creep. Okay? Is everybody clear with the scope creep? When I ask this question, Prajakta, are you clear with what is scope creep and how to avoid scope creep? You'll be able to avoid scope creep if you're coming up with more detailed analysis, you've done your proper research, you have factual evidences to, you may say, support your arguments. So this was about everyone the WBS. Very important thing. You all can use these templates to come up with the WBS. Now I have one homework for you all. I hope you all have got access to the projects in your LMS, canteen ordering system, library management, WhatsApp, pen, HMS. Yes. Now, NI and others, the homework for everyone is in your projects, there is one task here. Write down the main feature that needs to be developed. Please check and confirm, everyone. Is everybody able to find this task in your projects? Write down the main feature that needs to be developed. Now, you all have to use the WBS template. Something like this, you can use any tool of your own choice and then come up with a functional decomposition. And in tomorrow's session during Q&A, you all can share with me how you have worked on this task. And if you have any question, we can discuss. You just simply need to, let us suppose I say I'm talking about the HMS. So for the HMS, this is the first level. Next level decomposition can be patient registration, appointment with doctors, what else? Lab tests, medicines, what else? Your billing, and then decompose this one. So this way you all have to create one WBS for the task that you have in your projects. And it's a common thing in each and every project, everyone. In WhatsApp page, you'll find it as task number 7. In HMS, you'll find it as task number 5. Okay. So work on this thing and then you can share your findings, your analysis, whatever you have documented in tomorrow's session. That's the homework for you all. Next thing, everyone, is the timing for the business analysis task to be performed. So timing, as we have discussed in that table, that timing is in the form of phases. This can be of 3 months. This can be of 6 months. Yes. And timing in the agile world is in the form of iterations. Now, everyone, let me make it very clear to you all one more thing here. Sometimes they ask you this question in your job interviews. They ask you, is iteration equivalent to sprint? Answer is no. Let me explain this thing. If iteration is of fixed duration, let us suppose I say in this 3 months cycle, I divide this into 2-week cycles or 3-week cycles or 4-week cycle. If I have 4-week cycle, then I'll have just 3 sprints. If it is 2, then it will be around 6 sprints. If this remains constant throughout the cycle, this fixed iteration is known as a sprint. But let us suppose I say my iteration 1 is of 2 weeks duration. Iteration 2 is of just 5 days, or you can say simply 1 week. 1 week is equivalent to 5 working days. Then 1.5 weeks, then 3 days, then 2 days. This is not fixed. And when it is not fixed, these variable iterations are not sprints. Here we come up with the terminology as WIP, work in progress. And when we have such iterations, everyone, in any agile project, such agile project is known as Kanban. And this one is known as Scrum. And that's why, if you all remember, when we were creating the credentials on Jira, I requested you all to select Scrum and ignore Kanban. The reason is Kanban is more for defect fixing, production support, and short duration projects. Scrum is more popular agile approach. The reason is it helps you in coming up with very organized structured development, since we have fixed iterations in the form of sprints. So that's about the timing for the business analysis task to be performed. Okay, everyone, after this short break, we're going to talk about the remaining 2 elements. And then everyone, today will also draw few BPMN diagrams using some very important tools. Fixed iteration versus the variable iteration. Fixed means, let us suppose I say the cycle is of 3 months. And cycle here is also of 3 months. Cycle simply means the release plan. Yes, Sushil and others. In fixed, let us suppose I say I define my iteration 2 weeks. So we'll have sprint number 1, week, sprint number 2, sprint number 3, sprint number 4, sprint number 5, sprint number 6, six, six fixed iterations as 6 sprints. But here I'm saying iteration 1, let us suppose 1 week. In 1 week, you are able to, as per the estimate, complete the given change request or the defect. Iteration number 2, 3 days. Within 3 days, you are able to fix one production defect. Iteration number 4, within 5 days or 6 days, 6 working days, you were able to. Here you can see that we have the repetitions, but those repetitions are not constant. These these iterations are based upon the complexity and size of the change. Yes, it is based upon the effort estimation, based upon time required to complete the given bug or the issue. Such iterations are not fixed, and here we use the terminology as WIP. Yes, so when we have iterations of fixed duration, this is something that we use in Scrum Agile. We talk about Scrum more, but from the timing perspective, Scrum have always fixed iterations. Those are sprints. WIP is something that is linked with the Kanban Agile approach. Kanban is more useful, more relevant when we are into production support projects. L1, L2, if you have heard of these terminologies, L1, L2, production support, maintenance. For all such projects, you'll find Kanban is very important because here you're getting something to fix, you fix it and move ahead. But here it's not about fixing something, it's more about product development. So that's why to develop a new product, to create a new solution, the generally accepted or preferred approaches is Scrum. Yes, Sushil, are you able to understand the difference between the fixed iteration and the variable iteration? So when iterations are fixed, you promise, you come up with one policy, one compliance that every 2 weeks you're going to deliver something. That's your sprint. But if iteration is not fixed, you keep on varying it. You cannot come up with the sprint concept. You have this WIP work in progress concept here. And this is part of the Kanban agile approach. Okay. Now coming to the next question. Thank you, Sushil, for asking this. I hope it has cleared the doubt for other learners who had this question but they were not asking is perfect. Then can anybody paste yes? So Akash and others, I'm creating this document wherein I'm capturing all the links. Okay. So I'll upload this to your Drive link by the end of tomorrow's session. You'll find all these links, all these homework items, everything in your Drive link. So I'm listing down everything and you'll find the details by the end of tomorrow's session. Yes, Akash, with me on this thing. I hope I answered your question. Ritika has tried to share with you. Shivangi also saying the same thing. Yes, everyone with me on this thing. Shall we, or do you have any question for me? Any other question before we start with our discussion now? Any question from anyone? Shall we move ahead and talk about the very important thing, the next element, that is complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk. If you all are with me, you all can give me a thumbs up, and then we'll start with second last element, that is complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk. Yes, let's discuss this topic now, everyone, with the help of and I saying how do we identify the non-functional requirements? Yes, non-functional. I know, were you there in the previous session, or this is your first session? Were you there in the first two sessions, Hannah? Yes or no? Yes. So if you were not there, let me explain this thing in a high level here. Non, not there, yes, that's the reason. So we had discussed this thing in the detail in our previous session. You can go through the recording. But since you're asking this question, let me answer this. Wherever you find, in very simple terms, learners who are new to the analysis work, if you're watching any movie, if you're watching any movie on a screen, the protagonist, the hero, heroine, the villain, all those people that you see on your screen, these all are functional requirement that you can see from your eyes. But do you think it's all their work that you see on your screen? There are people behind the screen as well. Yes, Anna, those people are your script writer, your choreographer, your director, producer. These all people backstage doing the work, providing a better environment. These all are NFRs. So, what are the NFRs, everyone? NFRs are kind of the cameraman, yes. NFR is kind of an abstract noun that you can feel but you cannot see. Like if you click on a submit button and next page opens within a wink of an eye, Anna, you are so happy, you see, okay, such a good performance. But are you able to see that performance? No. You are able to feel that there's a good performance. Yes, you're working on a system without any interruption throughout the day. At the end of the day, you will say system was available throughout the day. Again, the environmental condition. Anna, Veena, Akash, Shivangi, they all are using the system throughout the day without any performance issue. You will say, yes, system is such a scalable one. Multiple people are using and there is no issue with it. So all the environmental conditions, all the supporting conditions, yes, those all are classified as the non-functional requirements. People who are not there in the previous two sessions, page number 303, Babok guide will find total 15 categories of NFRs. Okay. Generally, setup of servers from the IT perspective is a major contributor to the non-functional requirements. Setup of servers would help you come up with better performance, better security, better system availability, scalability, performance efficiency. So you'll find most of the NFRs are around the setup of servers. But there are few like usability, localizations, compliances. These all are part of the NFRs. Yes, Anna, with me on this thing? Yes. So 15 NFRs you'll find on page number 303. I request you to go through this. Also go to the recording of my previous session. And if you have some questions, we can again discuss in the next session. Okay? Or during our Q&A, again, we can pick this topic if there are a few more people who want to understand it far better. Okay. Now, everyone, let's talk about the next thing in the list, the very important thing, and that is complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk. Now, and I and everyone else, to make you understand this topic, I have one question for you all, kind of a case study, and let's see how many of you are able to answer these questions. Question is, everyone, on your screen. Let me increase the font size. Yes. I'll make few changes to the statement here. Sponsors, this includes Anna. If you won't mind me adding the names here, yes, Anna and Veena. Veena and Anna. Then we have Akash as a BA. Akash. and Kritika. Harsh and Kritika are the two BAs. An internal team includes law. Law, if you're fine with having you're part of the internal team, yes. If you want to be a BA, I can switch your name to BA's one. Yes. Shehbaz, you're also part of the internal team. Shehbaz and Law are part of the management along with Rafael. Yes. So Rafael, you're also part of the internal team. So we have sponsors, everyone. Anna and Veena are the two sponsors. BA's team that includes Akash and Kritika. An internal team, those who are going to come up with the solution delivery or those who are responsible to develop a solution. This includes Law, Shehbaz, and Rafael. Now, everyone, there are only 7 days left before the final release of the product. It means that release time was, let us suppose, 3 months, so only 7 days are left. Anna and Veena, they are the sponsors and the end users. They're coming up with some new set of requirements. And they had not discussed these things in the initial stages when they had discussion with Akash and Kritika. And now Anna and Veena are coming up with some new set of requirements in the later stage of product development. And these requirements were not catered to in the initial discussion with BAs and the internal team. Now, Law is also surprised, Shahbaz is also surprised, Akash is worried. And what Anna is saying, what Veena is saying, that they want these requirements to be absorbed, simply implemented as part of current release itself. Imagine if you are Akash and Kritika as a BA, how you will respond to this. I not say react, I'll say respond. How you will respond to this situation. What you will do in such a scenario. This question is open for you all to answer. And I is saying simple thing is change request and tell them that no, we won't do it. Create one change request and we'll do it later. Okay. What else? Bhavna is saying they have thing on a initial they have thing on initial stage. They can request for next release. So Bhavna is saying the same thing as Shahbaz and Anna that create one change request and we'll do it in our upcoming cycle, not in this cycle. What else? Gajula is saying that since we are in the adaptive mode, we may we may extend our release and have one more iteration. Shivangi's sin can be done after the release, but not in this one. Now, when Shivangi, Law, and others, when you all are coming up with such rude statements for the poor business users, don't you all think? Don't you all think? Everyone, I'll come up with one statement. Let's see if that changes the direction of your thinking. Before you say forget about this release, before you say create change request, don't you all think it's important for you all to see what they're requesting? Yes, Shivanga and others, don't you all think first important thing is to see what they are recommending? First, see what they are planning, what they're asking you to implement. Maybe it's just a small change on UI that won't take even 15 minutes. That may be a possibility. Yes. So IIBA says that look at the things. Now I say this is what I said, but I never saw this thing. Now, okay, let me check. Let me validate. Is this what you are saying? Yes, correct. So yes, yes. So good to see. So This was your answer as well. I haven't seen, but if it was, then it's a good answer, Isha. So the answer is, everyone, that before jumping to the conclusion and saying that no, we won't do it, let us suppose I say customer comes back and says that, did you ever check what I was saying? They may also say that I am also in the IT world for more than 25 years, and I also know that we are in last 7 days. So I'll not share something with you that's difficult to implement. They can come up with a counter argument. Would you be able to argue, or would you be able to answer them if you have not analyzed the requirements? No. So it's an important thing that you first see what they have shared with you and then accordingly come up with the plan. So first scenario everyone is, let's discuss this in detail. First scenario is, yes, and BS cannot show resistance. They have to be a very amiable nature. Yes, like I see that law is a very good BA in his team. Yes, I can analyze and I can feel. Yes, and the same thing with Isha as well. So you see here, everyone, when Akash and Kritika analyzed the complexity and size of the change, they found that requirements need less than 1 hour to complete business analysis work. And when they talk to their internal team, that includes Law, Shehbaz, and Rafael and others, Shehbaz says that this is such a cosmetic change. We just need to make few changes here and there, some HTML level, text level changes. And I think we can do this thing in 15-20 minutes. If I come up with the estimate, I'll say 1 hour to on the safer side, but won't take more than 15-20 minutes. And when you talk to your architects, they say it's a cosmetic change, so there's no impact on requirements architecture. And Soumya is saying that we should cry. Yes. Soumya is saying that the crying would help. Yes, perfect. So the new change, everyone, is uncertain for sure. It's a risky thing to accept this thing, but since internal team agrees to implement such thing, such capability, everyone, Soumya and others, is known as risk-seeking capability. You know there is a risk. Risk is always there because it's something new, and that too just 7 days left. But looking at the customer's demand, looking at the agreements reached with the internal team, you are going ahead and implementing this thing. Risk-seeking capability. Is everybody clear with seeking ability? And when it is applied, when team agrees, there is no impact, there is no issue, it's within the time permissible limits, you are implementing it. Now comes the next thing. Next thing is what you all were suggesting. This is part of scenario number 2, to create the change request. What Anna you were suggesting, what I think Shivangi you were also mentioning, what most of the people were saying. When Akash and Kritika analyzed the complexity and size of the change, they found requirements requirements were very complex, and business analysis completion may take 2 weeks. Forget about development. You yourself think that you won't be able to complete the analysis within 7 days. Analysis will take 2 weeks. Development may take 4 weeks, and you just have 7 days. So, in such situation, you are simply saying no to business. You say no, within the given time, we won't be able to create a change request for the next cycle. We'll do it in the next cycle. Or if you want this thing to be done in the current cycle itself, then you may ask them to increase the number of sprints. That's rare, or provide more resources, ad hoc resources. But considering the given timelines, considering the number of resources, you are saying no, and that ability is risk aversioning, saying no under the given conditions. And you have uh, um, um, and yes, law is saying that you have to also include the scrum master or somebody who is managing the release, product manager or the scrum master. Yes, and now you all can see here that you have a valid proof. If business team says why you are not doing it, you will tell them that development team has given the estimate of 4 weeks. My estimate is of 2 weeks. Testers are saying 1 week. If you count total, it's of 1 month and just 7 days. That's why we are not doing it. So this way, we are able to justify why you're not doing it. Is everybody with me on this thing, law and others? What is risk aversioning? Risk aversioning is about a new feature that needs to be developed. Yes, Shivangi. So here we are talking about the risk aversioning saying no under the given condition. And the third thing one more thing, everyone. One more thing can be, let us suppose I say, let us suppose I say that I have, I'll just take one example to explain this. Let us suppose I say we have law with us, and law is handling multiple projects like canteen ordering system, HMS, what else? Your library management system, and your which one is left? WhatsApp Pay. He's handling all four projects: canteen ordering, HMS, LMS, and WhatsApp Pay. Shivangi, we have with us, and we have Pavni with us. So Pavni and Shivangi, these two are the BAs, and they are working on this project canteen ordering system. And we have Soumya with us, who started crying when looking at this scenario. Yes, Soumya and Prajakta. So Prajakta and Soumya are the ones who are working on the project related to HMS. And what happens is, law, since is handling multiple projects, due to some miscommunication, due to some error, law is sharing these requirements with Shivangi and Pavni. HMS new requirements. In such case, Shivani and Pavni are not going to respond to this. They'll simply say that these are out of scope requirements. We are not entitled to work on such requirements. We can simply pass on these things to Soumya and Pavni here. We will not work on these things. This is not in our. This is not part of our BAU. This is not part of our project. This is something irrelevant for us. Law accepts the mistake, says my apologies. This was miscommunication. I'll share this thing with Soumya. In such case, in such case, Shivani and Shivangi and Pavni are neutral towards the new set of requirements shared in the later stages of development. So the last thing is risk neutrality. Neither yes nor no, you're not impacted by it. This is totally irrelevant and ambiguous for you. So the answer is, if they ask in your job interviews, that here you will apply risk tolerance. Risk tolerance has three levels: seeking, that is acceptance under the given conditions; aversioning, saying no under the given condition. You are saying no, we won't be able to do this thing. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the ability, we don't have that much of time. So you're saying no. Neutrality is neither yes nor no, you are not impacted by it, you are neutral, because these are some out of scope, redundant, or irrelevant requirements shared with you. So, this is the moral of the story. For such questions in the job interviews, you have to mention risk tolerance. You all can create one short form to learn and remember this thing as SAM, SAM. Is everybody clear with SAM? Next time you face such question in your job interviews, you have to mention these things. It will help them understand that you know the standard process, how to deal with such situation. Yes. So Isha has a very good point that if customer is adamant and you know that things cannot be done in a week, then you have to come up with a workaround. As I mentioned, either you ask them to provide more resources. I know what you're telling me, but I know where you're coming from. You are saying that they want you to do the things, those things are not possible to do. And these things happen in most of the projects. So, so tell them that provide more resources, provide more time. If they are adamant, they say no, do it within the given resources, then tell them that we'll do it, but it will be a compromise with the quality. If they're ready to compromise with the quality, we'll do it. Okay. Now, Isha and others, I can tell you based on my personal experience, it's good to say no and it's worse to say yes and give them a bad quality product. Because if you say yes for everything, I can tell you, I've been into IT work for such a long time, you can never exceed customer expectation. Okay. So it's a good thing to know when to say no. If you think that it cannot be done, you have the proper counter arguments to support your argument. You have the proofs, you have the evidences, then be confident and say, no, it cannot be done. Saying no is also a very important thing. Getting it. So, sorry. So, Ishan and those, that's why we're discussing this. You have the factual evidences to promote your support your argument. If there is still a damning, tell them that you have to come up with a workaround, something to make us do this thing. And most of the cases, if you tell them about all the pros and cons, they'll agree. Okay. So I have faced such a situation in my projects as well. The good thing is to collect all the evidences. And if you'll go with proofs before them, then they'll normally accept, provided you have a good reputation and they trust what you're saying. Okay. Else involve your managers. If you think that they'll not agree, involve your managers. Yes. So, so, so that happens. Sometimes it happens. Okay. Even in some cases, I have to even involve my manager. They don't agree with what I am saying. So it's something that's beyond what is bookish. Yes, something that you have to apply brain, and that's why everyone. And that's why everyone. Let me tell you one more thing. This Babok guy that we are now your statement making me laugh, so I'm not feeling well. So please, so so that's why everyone Babok guide that we're discussing is about principles, not rules. What exactly this means to everyone? This means what we are discussing is not religiously to be followed. These are some best practices that we are discussing. Now you have to apply your own brain, you have to apply your analysis, you have to apply your logical thinking and deal with the situations. Getting my point? So you are getting some best practices to understand, but these are not rules. The above guide is all about the standard set of practices. Those may help you tackle such problems. Yes. So when Isha, you came up with that statement, I got to know that you're a similar project like me when we face this situation every second or third sprint. Okay. But to deal with such problems, it's an important thing that you go with traditional proper documentation. Document everything, come up with all the factual evidences, and this will always help you come up with some strong statements, put forward your view. Yes. So put forward your views and like have the ability to say no. Risk taking is acceptable, but it will not be feasible to deliver, then you will go for risk aversioning. Yes. not based on the client requirement, based upon the feasibility and impact, Vinay and others. Let me make it very clear. This risk tolerance you'll be able to achieve, you'll be able to define if you are collaborating with your internal team and you gain their confidence. Talk to them, understand what are the challenges that they're going to face if they implement this thing, and that way it will help you decide on this thing. Okay? So it's a team effort, not a BA alone saying no. It's the collaboration with your team that helps you come up with such statements. Okay, everyone? Last thing is, everyone, here. Last thing is, everyone, business analysis approach reviewed and agreed upon by the key stakeholders. Now, I'll ask you all one question again. Law, Shivangi, and everyone else, since you're coming with very good answers, Veena, Isha, and everyone else, Rafael. Let me ask you one more question here. My question to you all is, please focus here. BAPM knowledge area 3.1. Let me increase this part if I'm able to. Okay, no. Okay, so if you look at here, everyone, this part here, 3.1.8 is the output and 3.1.7 is the stakeholders. If I talk about 3.2, same thing here as well. 3.2.8 is the output and 3.2.7 is the stakeholders. And this story repeats for all the 30 tasks in your book. Even if I open last knowledge area, last task, there as well, before the output of the task, there is one section as a stakeholder. What exactly you all draw out of this? Why do you all think before the output of any task, there is one subsection as stakeholders? Why do we have this section as the key stakeholder before the final output? Jagan is saying time to time communication to do what? Involvement to do what, everyone? Both these answers are incomplete but correct. Can anybody complete this? Yes. Absolutely wonderful. The answer is, everyone, a very important statement. The statement is BA is not a decision maker. BA is not a decision maker, everyone. Please make it a point in your mind. Think in that dimension that BA is always involved in research, exploration, investigations. He is the one who is going to bring the things on the table. He is going to come up with more details. It's for the stakeholders to understand, accept, and provide the sign off. BA is not somebody, BA is not somebody who is going to take decisions on his own. No. BA is a facilitator, he is a moderator, he is a researcher, he or she, I mean, both he or she is there to resolve conflicts, build consensus, and make everyone understand the things so that you are able to develop common understanding and then formal approvals before the implementation. That's the importance of the last task in the list. Yes, so Jagan, you were correct with your statement. I really appreciate this. Yes, so communication in the sense you resolve conflicts, build consensus. If there are any ambiguities or challenges, you're coming up with more detailed explanation. So yes, you're communicating the things so that you are able to gain consensus. Gaining consensus is more important. Communication is the first thing, and the next thing is once you communicate, ensure that they agree to what you communicate. Okay? Jagger and everyone else, is everybody with me? So the importance of the last element is the frequent communication and approvals before you start with any activity. Okay. So these are the 6 elements on your screen. Look at all these elements once more, everyone, and see if you want me to explain any of these elements again, or if you are fine with this. Perfect, and everyone else, I can see a thumbs up from you. It means you're clear with all 6. Yes, perfect. How about others? Simple to understand all these elements. Obviously, yes. Rajula, you can mention your questions in the group chat with everyone, okay? Because sometimes I miss the questions. You're saying so the below is not valid one because one more analysis, development, testing can't be done within 7 days. Adaptive approach should conduct, provided, as I mentioned, provided it's a complex change. If it's a smaller one, you can simply implement it within a given sprint. Okay, so thank you, Anna, Shivangi, and everyone else. So we have discussed about the elements, everyone. Thank you for your participation. The next, everyone, next important thing is the techniques. Now, elements we have discussed. Now, how to accomplish the things, how to work on those elements. We have few important techniques here. Today, we're going to talk about one very important technique, very popular technique, and a very important one, and that is process modeling first. We'll talk about brainstorming as well, but first we'll talk about the very important one, and that is process modeling. For process modeling, everyone, nowadays we have some very popular notations that we use, a very popular way of creating a process model, and that is using the BPMN. My question to you all is what BPMN stands for and what exactly BPMN signify, everyone. This question only for those who are using BPMN in their projects to create a process model. What BPMN stands for? First question for everyone to answer. BPMN is, if I say this PM is process model, then what is B? What is N? Yes. PM here is process modeling. And B stands for business and stands for notation. So business, process, modeling, notations, all those important symbols, images, icons, and all those important things, those may help us create one advanced flow diagram. Process modeling is about how well we are able to identify all the important process components from the inception till the completion and how well we are able to arrange them, organize them in a sequence that makes complete sense. So let's look at one standard process model. Let's look at the BPMN diagram, and that is your sim lane diagram. First, we'll look at the sim lane diagram from the BABOK guide, and then we'll try to draw this using some BPMN notations, everyone. So let's see what is the sim lane diagram and why it is so popular. So I'll take you all to your BABOK guide technique section, starting with P, process modeling, and let's look at the swim lane diagram. This is the swim lane diagram on your screen, everyone. I hope it's clearly visible to everyone. Swim lane role 1, swim lane role 2. Is that clearly visible to everyone? Let's first try to understand why the name swim lane, and then we'll try to decode what's mentioned in this diagram. Okay, let's first try to understand why the name swim lane. I'll make it very simple for you all to understand this thing. Let us suppose I say this is one swimming pool. This is one swimming pool, and these are the 3 lanes in this swimming pool. Lane 1, we have Vaibhav, the trainer, Law as one of the learner, and we have Kritika here. Vaibhav is swimming in this lane, Law is swimming in this lane, and Kritika is swimming in this lane. Vaibhav finds that Law is very proactive. Law is swimming at a very swift and very high pace, and Law is swimming very swiftly, and he'll eventually win the race if he's swimming at the same pace and velocity. Vaibhav is the old fellow. What he does is he is crossing the lane, obstructing his path, confusing Law here, and reaching the destination first. This is confusing Law. This is also confusing Kritika, and eventually Vaibhav is reaching destination first. If I go with the general rules in any swimming competition, if there is one referee or if there's somebody who is watching this game, do you all think Vaibhav would be declared a winner? In this case, no. Why so? Why do you think Vaibhav is not the winner? Vaibhav wouldn't be declared a winner. He is doing cheating. He is violating certain rules. If I talk in terms of process, if Vaibhav is process number 1 and Law is process number 2 and Kritika is process number 3, Vaibhav is bringing about a change. He is switching from this position P1, let us suppose X1 to X2, but at the same time, he is causing certain adverse impact to parallelly running processes. That's why he is rejected or disqualified. So what exactly, everyone, is the purpose of Simplilearn diagram, everyone? Law and others. The purpose is, yes, purpose is that when you are coming up with the solution for any given set of requirements, you have to also think that your system or your process is not autonomous or independent. Your system may have certain important integrations. Your system, in most of the cases, is linked to other systems. Like Ritika is talking about cross system, cross functional, and there may be several things linked with your system. So it's an important thing that you do proper impact analysis and ensure that when you're bringing about the change, it's not causing any negative impact, adverse impact to the parallelly running processes or the sub processes. That's the intent, that's the importance of Simplilearn diagram, everyone. Is everybody able to understand this thing? Or do you need some more examples? I can give you all some practical examples. Yes, definitely. Yes, we have the lifeguards. Yes, let's just talk about those. Let's talk about what law is mentioned. Law is saying that that we generally ask our users to fill. And in this form, we have like details like a username, the address, the age, the educational qualification, and we also have like the comment section where you can provide some comments. And then we have submit, and also we have reset button. This is one very basic form that we have in one of our application. And if I count, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 important fields for user entry. I was having a discussion with my business users, and they said, Weber, in our application, we also need one more feature. And they said, like, we want that there is one upload feature added here. And when I asked them the reason why do you need this upload feature, what's the context? They said, like, we are getting some details from the users, but we also need to validate. Like if Sachin says his full name is Sachin Raghuvanshi, so he should upload some document where we can actually validate whether it's a full name or not. Yes. So, so there's some scanned copy of the documents people can upload so that we can verify at our end. So this seems logical to us. I said, okay, we'll implement this thing. So they said, how much time do you think it will require for you all to implement this thing? So I said, it depends. Let me talk to our development team and then I'll answer this. When I had discussion with my development team, with my technology manager, they said it may take around 3 to 4 days to for us to implement this thing. So after 4 days, they shared this thing with me and they said, this is done. You can test it and you can pass on to the testers if you think it's good, and then you can share this with our users for the demo. So I was testing this upload feature, everyone, and I tried to upload few PDFs, few images and everything, and I found that performance was good. Within few seconds, it was loaded and form was getting successfully submitted. I was about to say that this is working fine. But then I realized one thing, everyone. Let's focus on this point here. Then I realized that this upload button is there. But before the implementation, we had the last field as comments. And this is missing here. Now, the actual number of fields here is 4 plus 1, this upload feature. Ideally, it should be 5 plus 1. One field is missing. So I asked my developers that why this comment is missing. It was a very important feature for us to gain the feedback from the users. So why you have removed comments? So they said, Weber, we have not removed comments. What we are doing is we had a section width defined. We have not increased the section width. We have just added one more field. As a result of that, the comments is now hidden. So I said, why it's hidden? It should be appearing on the screen, else user will not be able to provide comments. They said, this is something, a miss from our end, and we have to come up with the solution for it. Now the solution is, either we can add one scroll bar here, so that all the fields are visible, or we can increase the section width. Increase the section width would make it unstructured or make it like a screen that's different from other screens. So I suggested them to add this scroll bar here. Don't you all think this should have been analyzed at their end itself? Or this detail should have been provided by a BA himself? Because due to this error, everyone, yes, and that's a very good point here, that who is giving a solution here? Solution that I'm providing here is something in collaboration with the technology team. A solution that I'm providing, they are agreeing to it. If they're not agreeing, then we have to come up with another solution. Answer is not the solution architect. Answer is you as a BA. You are going to provide a solution, and solution architect should agree with it. Architects should not provide a solution. That's something happening in most of the providers. They provide a solution, and at the end they'll blame BA, that BA was not providing. That's why I did this thing, and BA like somebody is going to be blamed at the end. So you have to provide a solution, not rely on the solution architect. They should just agree to what you are saying. If they're not agreeing, you should come up with another solution option. Now, what we learn from the story, everyone, here is that when we are bringing about the change, we have to ensure that existing functionalities remain intact. And imagine if I would have passed this thing as a product owner and testers would have found this issue. This is one important type of testing that we perform in any project. What is this testing known as, everyone? When you find that a new requirement is a compromise with the existing requirement. If new requirement causes some issues with the existing requirement, what is this type of testing known as? This is a regression testing. So to avoid any regression error, to avoid any bug, BPMN is like a prevention better than cure. You are going to find bugs, you are going to fix it. That will be back and forth discussions. To avoid all such things, it's an important thing that you create a swim lane diagram. Swim lane diagram will help you understand what are the sub processes, what are the existing functionalities, and accordingly you're going to come up with the solution that's going to help you come up with the change. That's a continuous improvement, not the series of bugs. Is everybody able to understand the importance of it? If theoretical part is clear, we can go ahead and draw this. Once we'll draw this, we'll gain more clarity, everyone. Shall we move ahead and draw this diagram using one tool that is going to help us develop better understanding around it? Yes, Vijay and everyone else. Yes. So let's draw this one, everyone now, using one tool. So today we are going to talk about the very basic tool. Very basic tool, we are going to talk about it. What is the difference between the two? We can discuss. But let's first discuss about creation of it. In our live session, Kritika and others will talk about 7 different types of testing: sanity, regression, integration, functional, and everything. There you'll get the answer to this question. But let's first create one diagram using this tool, and you all can parallelly draw this thing. Let me share the link. Please click on this link. And I'm saying, so lane 1 current functionality will be reflected and lane 2 will having the additional. Yes, provided your requirement is linked with several other systems. Their sim lane is very important to create. This will help you understand whether the new thing that you're coming up with is causing any adverse impact to the existing functionalities or even the new functionalities. Okay, so let's draw this. Once we'll draw this and others, we'll gain more clarity. Okay, so please check and confirm. You all can give me a thumbs up on this link. Is everybody able to access this link? appdiagrams.net. I'm starting with a very simple tool, a free version that you all can use. Yes. Now here, everyone, you all can bookmark this link. A very useful tool. Why I'm saying useful? Because this can be easily linked with your Jira as well. So this can also be linked with your Jira. So that's a very good tool. Now here, everyone, if you all just expand this advanced section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row and fourth column, you'll find here horizontal swim lane like this. Please check and confirm. Just click on that link and you'll be able to drag and drop horizontal swim lane on your main screen, the main widget that you see here. Yes, let me repeat. Advanced section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is everybody with me? Or do you all want me to repeat this thing? I can repeat. If you're not able to do this thing. Everyone, Ramesh says yes. How about others? Shall we move ahead? Yes, let's move ahead now. And let's try to draw this. Not seeing advanced section. You'll see just below the miscellaneous one. General, miscellaneous, and then advanced. Raphael is able to see this thing, giving a thumbs up. How about Anna now? So Anna, just general, miscellaneous, just below these two sections. You'll find it. Anna with me, or you can share your screen with me once we are into our Q&A time. Okay, got it now? Perfect. Now, you can mouse over everyone. After advanced, Bhavna and others, within advanced, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row and fourth column. You just need to click here and you'll find one pool on your main screen, on your main grid, the way it's appearing for me. Okay, so app diagram, how to change it. You have all these options. You can plug and play with this and change it. Okay, let's draw one thing. Let's draw one diagram here. For pool, you can mention here canteen, double click, and you can change it like the way I'm doing it. Canteen ordering system. Lane 1 is about the registration. Lane 1 is registration. Registration. Lane 2 is about, let us suppose, the food menu. And lane 3 is about the payment gateway. Registration or login, simply you can say login. These are the three important lanes. Now we have to create one BPMN diagram, Simplilearn diagram. So it's an important thing for us to know what are the important BPMN symbols and notations. So for that thing, I'm sharing with you all one link. You all can give me a thumbs up if you're able to access this link. BPMN symbols explained. I'm sharing this link in the chat box. Please click on this link and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link that I just shared with you all? Yes. Now you all can see here, everyone, that here it's mentioned. You all can go through these videos as well. I'll just summarize. You all can see here to create a BPMN diagram for messaging, you have to use this message symbol, timers, escalations, conditions, links, errors, and activities for tasks. You have to use the rectangle for task, for sub process, the dotted one, transactions, call symbol. These all are few important BPMN symbols and notations. Sequential flow, message flow, associations, swim lanes, start, end. These all are mentioned here. Groupings, data storage. So the homework for you all is that you all have to read through this. Now using these symbols, let's draw one diagram. So what we'll do is we'll simply go to general section and we'll use this circle because as per the BPMN notations, we use circle to start the process. So you can use this circle and start with login. You start first, then you can use this connector with start, and then you can add one rectangle like this. And here you can mention enter username. Then after username, Next thing can be enter your enter password, then the one-time password. And if all this information is correct, then what we'll do is we'll add one decision box here. And here we'll mention that is info valid. If it is yes, we'll go to the next lane. And here user can view the food menu. Now you can see here, I think Law, you had this question that do we have any checks or validation? So you can see here that before moving to food menu, we are validating whether the information is correct or not. To avoid any user who is not part of Unilever, he or she should not be able to. What we are doing is to nullify the impact to ensure that only valid users are able to order food. We are having this important security check here. If information is valid, you're going to the next lane. And if information is not valid, what will happen is you have to enter the details again. And 3 times you enter details incorrectly, your access is locked. So if the information is not true, if it is no, then you're going back. If it is yes, you are then allowed to order food. And then you may add a few colors to it to make it look more attractive. So you can add colors and other things. Color should not be the priority. No, this is not a sequence diagram. Sequence diagram is based on UML principles that we'll discuss later as part of design. Sequence is for solution design. So we'll talk about design aspects as well. In sequence, we'll talk about synchronous calls, asynchronous calls. That's completely different thing. Okay. But yes, it's in sequence, you're focusing on synchronous calls. It may look very similar to this one, but this is not a sequence one. Okay. Now, everyone, we have created one basic process model here, basic Simplilearn diagram using some basic BPMN notations. I can show you all some sample projects wherein learners have created some very good, very attractive, and some very good BPMN diagrams. I'll just show you all a few of them. If I can show you some of them here. Like if I talk about HMS, Hospital Management System, Shreya Kasturi, and let's see what she has done. She has created such a brilliant one, if you see here, such a good Simplilearn diagram. Patients, hospitals, hospital billing, and look at this, such a beautiful diagram on your screen. Yes, some of you would be thinking that he himself is giving such a bad diagram and he's showing us some good diagrams. Yes, so it's for you all to draw, not for me. Even here, you can see such a good diagram. There's no color, there's no cosmetic, but such a good diagram. Yes, Shivangi and everyone else, so you all have to work on this thing in your in your projects. There is one task wherein you all have to, let me see if we have a flow diagram here as well. Yes, look at this one, such a good diagram here. Admin, user, system, and how well she has structured and documented everything here. So in your projects, everyone, there is one task here that talks about create a future process map. Please check and confirm, is everybody able to find this task in their LMS? Create future process map. Here you all have to create one swim lane diagram. So apply the same logic that we have discussed here. You can create some attractive visuals, work on this thing as a homework, and then in our next session, during the Q&A time, if you're interested, you can share your screen with me or everyone else, and together we can discuss on your questions if you have any around these similar diagrams. Learners who are planning to switch to transition to BS profile, people who are looking forward to become a certified analyst, for them, learning this technique is very, very important to know the BPM and standards and to know how to create this similar diagram. And also, one more thing, everyone. Once you are familiar with this thing, once you know how to create this, you can also add this thing to your resume that you know how to create swim lanes process models based on the BPM and conventions. It is going to attract the recruiters for sure, everyone. Companies are looking for the analyst who knows how to work on these process models. It's an important thing. Okay, so for now, you all can focus on this tool that we have discussed, app diagram. In our tomorrow session, we can talk about the lucid chart and other important tools wherein you can easily create certain attractive simulate diagrams. So there are a few more software that we can talk about, like Lucid one. Let's see if I have the access of now. I can show you all few Lucid diagrams as well. Let me show you if it's there. So Lucid is also a very good tool. Lucid chart. So you can create the Lucid online flowchart maker. It's a very good one. So Lucid can also, we'll talk about it, how to create simulations using Lucid as well. But first, try this one, app diagram, and create some visuals. I hope it's making sense to you all that what is the process model, why it is created. Yes, some people ask me this question. In this batch, people have not asked this question, but some people ask me this question that as a BA, if I create a simple flowchart without lanes, is that something that may help? It may help if you're working on some small change requests with hardly any impact on other processes. But if you're working on some requirements wherein it's linked with other systems, your analysis says that it's going to impact other systems or other stakeholders, or linked, you may say, uh, technology or linked tools. That's an important thing to create a stimulant diagram. From a tester, from a developer, people expect them to create some basic flowcharts. But from a BA, everybody expects that you create some BPM diagram and provide a holistic view of the solution. Yes, so that's why for a BA it's an important thing to create a swim lane and not a simple flowchart showing just end-to-end process. Okay, so that was about everyone. The process modeling technique, the swim lane diagram, the BPM and conventions. Now, in our sessions to come, everyone, we'll also talk about. And there are two things. One is BPMN, that's about the business process modeling. And there's also a technical process model for a technology team to understand the thing better. And there we create the activity diagram using UML conventions. This we'll discuss as part of chapter number 7. The UML notations, those may help us come up with a technical process model. Here we have talked about a business process model. Okay. So this was about everyone, the process modeling technique and the Simplilearn diagram. Let's talk about everyone and the interesting ones, brainstorming and workshops. Now, I'm 100% sure that each and every learner present here, all of you, you have been part of brainstorming sessions and also the workshop sessions. Now, everyone, my question to you all is, what's the difference between brainstorming and a workshop? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? These questions are open for you all to answer. Very simple technique. Brainstorming and workshop. What's the major difference between the two? Or do you all think it's one and the same thing? Not same, so I'm not saying not same. If it was same, then you won't be asking this question to us, that much we know now. Projector is saying brainstorming is about a number of ideas. Shivangi has a very good point. Brainstorming, and you're saying that brainstorming is not an enabler. Brainstorming is analyzing. Analyzing what? Not same. And I is saying workshop is demanding. Is demoing okay? Yes, demoing the things. Yes, absolutely wonderful, Anna. Thank you for your answer. Let me explain this. Let me explain this with the help of a very simple, basic example, and you all have to accept few things. So you have to accept that this is the brain, not the pair of kidneys or lungs. Yes. So imagine if this is your brain. Difficult to believe, but you have to believe that this is your brain, not your brain, anyone's brain, not the lungs or your kidneys, brain. And this is the right side of the brain. This is the left side of the brain, everyone. So, what is the role, everyone, of the left side of the brain, and how is it different from the right side of the brain? Why do we have this right side of the brain? What's the main function? People who are interested in biology before they became the analyst. What's the role of the right side of the brain? Right side of the brain is about, everyone. Anybody give an example? Right side is about the images. When I say I don't know about right, but I know about left, left is about the analytics, maths, logic, reasoning, and this is all your creativity. Yes, Vina? So everything is coming from left side. What your right side is doing? Right side is looking at the images, colors. Yes, images, colors. And nowadays, a very important thing that we cannot live with, without which we'll die, natural death, reels. Yes. So images, colors, reels, what else? Cosmetics. These all are part of your right side. So emotions, yes, emotions. So if this part is not functional, it's fine with me. Yes. Shivangi, after 3.5 hours, if this side is not functioning well, I'm fine with it. Need not to worry on this part. But this part should be fully awakened. This part should be fully active. And what is brainstorming, everyone? Brainstorming is about generating ideas from the key stakeholders with the help of their lateral thinking and cognitive mind. It's the initial step to start with your business analysis work. I remember somewhere you talked about crying today. Yes. So collaborate. Talk to the different stakeholders, have a discussion with them, generate ideas, and those ideas may help you start with your analysis work. This is a starting point. Generate ideas, ask people to share their experience, And all such things will be part of brainstorming. And it is considered to be unstructured in most of the cases. Unstructured. Questions, ideas, discussion, all those things happening. And the intent is to gain more ideas. But here, it's completely opposite. Here it's not about initializing the things. Here it's about finalization. Here it's about closure. And closure by training people, by mentoring them, by resolving conflicts and build consensus, by accepting the feedback, the review comments and making changes and then closing it. So workshop is more about the enabler. Workshop is more about finalization or a closure to move to the next thing. So workshop is more about gaining consensus. Workshop is more about the trainings, mentoring, and all such activities to resolve conflicts and build consensus. And that's completely opposite to brainstorming. Is everybody with me on this topic? Are you all following? I know it's difficult on the weekends, last 30 minutes, but we're discussing a very simple and basic thing that everybody can understand, yes? So that was about everyone, the brainstorming versus the workshop. Last topic for the day, the last thing to discuss here is everyone, lessons learned. Lessons learned, everyone, is very similar to one of the agile ceremony. Visualizing workshop is like generating quantity by following agenda. Not exactly generating, but it's about the quantity or a quality that everybody agrees to. Workshop is more about bringing everyone to the common platform. Workshop is more about making everybody agree and gain consensus on certain important agenda that you have already discussed with them. Okay, so workshop is more about enabler. Workshop is more about gaining consensus by providing certain training or certain important detail around the given topic. That's the workshop. Okay, Rajula and others. Now the next thing everyone, lessons learned. Lessons learned everyone is very similar to, or I should say synonym to, one of the agile ceremony that we are using nowadays in most of the projects. Which agile ceremony can be equated with lessons learned technique, everyone? Which agile ceremony are you talking about? One of the agile ceremony that can be associated with lessons learned technique. And what are the four agile ceremonies, everyone? In agile, we have the daily stand-ups, then we have a sprint planning and the grooming sessions. Then we have a review or you may say demos. And what is the last one, everyone? Before we close this sprint, what's the last agile ceremony, everyone? This should be a simple answer for everyone. What's the last agile ceremony? So, managers, can you clearly see my screen or is that not visible? Feedback, but feedback is given in which agile ceremony? Answer is retrospective We're talking about the retrospective meetings. Yes. So lessons learned that you want is about the retrospection. Successes, opportunities for improvement, failures, recommendation for improvement. I can easily remember since the last 30 minutes, let me share one story with you all here. When I was new to the corporate world, my very first job, working as a software developer, then with understanding of .NET, the Microsoft technology. So as a group, we all were hired more than 15 plus developers, and we used to make a lot of mistakes in our coding and programming. So our managers used to come up with some philosophical statements like, if you're doing a mistake, it's fine. Everybody is doing it. It's something wrong and everybody is committing mistakes. But if you repeat on your mistakes, it's no longer a mistake, it's a crime. And you'll be punished for that. But if you still not learn from your crimes and you keep on committing it, it's no longer a crime. It becomes sin in the eyes of God. Now, if you commit a sin, we won't be punishing you, God is going to punish you. So don't go to that level. Commit mistake, it's fine, but do not repeat on your mistakes. Yes. So if you look at the depth of this statement, so nobody then dare to commit a sin. Everybody is committing the mistake and nobody is going to the third level. So lessons learned everyone is about how we learn from his mistakes, successful, what are the success we had in the current sprint or the current release, opportunities for improvement, failures, and recommendations for improvement. Now, everyone, in your Jira, you'll find one lessons learned template. So let's look at this one. I hope you all have your Jira page open. On top, everyone, on top, you'll find here the Jira icon, and just before that, four small squares. If you have the Jira page open, you just need to click on this one, and here you'll find one another Jira product, that is Confluence. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find, locate this Confluence within this section here? If you have your Jira page open, just before the Jira icon, four small dots or squares. If you click on that, it will help you toggle to Confluence. If you click on Confluence here, it will take you to the Confluence, and here you can create a new page. So if you click on create, you can create a new page, and here on a new page in Confluence, you'll find here three horizontal dots. Click on this one, and then you'll find your templates and imports, and here you'll find one lessons learned template as 4 L's of retrospective. You can see here this template that's very popular in most of the projects. So 4 L's of retrospective: milestones, loved, longed for, lost, and learned. List what you loved about your work. List what you wished you had while working. List what you didn't like about the work, and list what you learned. And these L's, 4 L's, everyone, if you're able to capture, then it will help you come up with a proper action plan so that you not repeat on the mistakes. You're coming up with continuous improvements, and you keep a track of all those unsuccessful events, successful events, and then come up with a strategy accordingly. So this 4L retrospective template, they can ask you this question in your job interviews, that if you have to organize on retrospective meeting, although it's a job of a scrum master, but if you have to organize such meeting, what are the important things that you'll focus upon? So you can talk about 4 L's of retrospective. Okay. Navigation, everyone, is, let me repeat, to navigate to this page. Let me start from the beginning. So this is your main Jira dashboard that we created. If you're not able to find Sushil under the 4 dots, you can go under apps. Go under apps, explore more apps, and here you will find Confluence. So if at all you're not able to find it there, you can find it here under more apps. Okay. And very simple thing is you can click on these 4 dots and then Confluence here. Click on Confluence. Yes. Then click on Create button. New page. And within a new page, everyone, these 3 dots. Click on these 3 dots. And then templates and import. And then you can search here for 4L's retrospective. Yes. And also you'll find here one more template. That's the lessons learned. So I'll just show you all the lessons learned as well. We have here one more template. Let me check. Just search it here, like lesson. So there is no other lesson. Just 4L's will find it here. 4L retrospective. So this was about everyone, the 4L retrospective. Projector, you can follow this navigation. In the elements, we have discussed about planning methods fall between predictive and adaptive approaches. And fall between helps us understand that there can be a combination as well, a mixed bag, that's a hybrid approach. Second element, formality and level of details of BA deliverables are based on planning approach. Here we have discussed about comprehensive documentation versus the lightweight documentation. Then we have discussed about the work breakdown structure, the importance of it, timing for the business analysis tasks to be performed, complexity, size of the change and the overall risk. And everyone here, yesterday we had discussed about one topic, risk tolerance, and 3 levels to it. Can any one of you recollect those 3 important risk tolerance levels that we had discussed as part of this element here? Yes. So Vijay, you are wonderful with your answer. SAN as a short form you all can create. S stands for seeking, acceptance under the given conditions. A is your aversioning, saying no under the given conditions, ability to say no under the given conditions, and N is your neutrality. So seeking, aversioning, and neutrality, 3 risk tolerance levels we have discussed in detail yesterday. One another related topic, everyone, is risk treatment. Risk treatment is something that we'll discuss as part of chapter number 6, strategy analysis. So there we'll talk about risk treatment in detail. There we'll talk about the 6 risk treatment methods like transfer, mitigation, increase, and others. So those things we'll discuss part of chapter number 6. And then we have discussed about business analysis approach, reviewed and agreed upon by the key stakeholders. So these were few important elements that we have discussed in detail, everyone. And then we have discussed about, everyone, few important techniques as part of planned business analysis approach. Yesterday, everyone, we have discussed about one technique wherein it's an important thing for a BA to create a swim lane diagram. Swim lane diagram can be mapped with, can be linked with which of the following techniques that you see on your screen, everyone? Sim lane diagram creation is part of which technique? And you have 15 options on your screen. Which one you will prefer? Process modeling. As part of process modeling, using BPMN notations, we may create a swim lane diagram with multiple lanes. Multiple lanes tell you about the integrations, interconnections, linkages between the processes or the systems, or in few cases, even the stakeholders. So that's why process modeling, swim lane diagram is so popular, so important to create. As part of your projects, you all have to create a future process map, and there you can take the help of this swim lane diagram. Everyone, yes, the process modeling swim lane diagram. Then we also discussed about brainstorming, workshops, lessons learned. So these are few important techniques we have discussed. Remaining techniques we'll discuss in our upcoming tasks, upcoming knowledge areas. So these were few important things that we discussed yesterday. Now today we have to start with everyone the next task in the list, and that is plan the stakeholder engagement. And before we start with this topic, I have one question to discuss with you all. And let's see how many of you are able to come up with the right answer. Question everyone is on your screen. You are the business analyst for your organization and have identified a new initiative for a software development project. Based on the set of stakeholders, you and the management team have identified that you need to begin defining the needs, then set of requirements and other information for the project to work. Now, there's a slight twist in the question that will make it a bit difficult for you all to answer. Which of the following tasks, or I will make it as rank the following tasks that you should do as a business analyst. Now let me make it a bit difficult. You have to rank them, meaning to say all four are correct. And if you have to rank them, which one first, which one second, which one third, which one fourth, then what will be the sequence, everyone? Vijayendra is saying, I'll go with A, D, C, B. Law is saying, I'll go with A, D, C, B. And this is the right answer. A, D, C, and B. Anna, you are saying that you'll go with C first. Now, my question to you, Anna and others, is I think you were not there in the first session. That's why you're going with C. In our first session, we have discussed this thing that project scope can only be defined if you are clear with the stakeholder requirements. And Anna and Swati, can you imagine gaining clarity on the stakeholder requirements without having a discussion with them? No. So C is not the right thing to say first. First thing is, everyone, you identify the stakeholders and the characteristics, understand who is doing what, Then, based upon the nature of the requirements, based upon the responsibilities of the stakeholders, you'll organize one interview. It's kind of requirements gathering. When you'll organize an interview, you'll gain some information, and then you'll be able to come up with some baseline as the high level requirement. And then you'll break it down into low level requirement, and that is your project solution. Yes, so C is high level requirement, B is low level requirement. In order to gain clarity on the high level, low level requirement, you first need to identify the stakeholders, then talk to them, and then you'll be able to come up with high level and low level requirements. So answer is A, D, C, and B. Is everybody agreeing with this sequence? Or do you want me to explain a bit more or give some examples? Swati and others. Are you all fine with this? Vijayendra, you had answered ADCB and you're also asking for example. Yes, let me look at your response. ADCB. So you were correct with your answer. This, okay, let me explain this. Let us suppose I say requirement is, and I know those, let me explain this. Let us suppose I say, very simple example, Unilever project we are talking about. Unilever project. Yes? Yes, Chandra, you agree with me? Yes, so you are the only one who is agreeing. Who else is agreeing with me? Akshay is also agreeing. Thank you. Akash. Okay. So some of you are agreeing. Some of you want to explain. Rafael, you agree with me? Okay. So thank you for that. So you your project, everyone, and the requirement is, everyone, to design the page that's related to food menu. Now, Rafael and others, Vijay and everyone else, if the requirement is to define and then design the food menu page, what you will do then? What's the first thing that you will do to gain more clarity around this requirement? So first what you'll do is, food menu is something, a very important thing. And you'll try to identify all those stakeholders who may provide some valuable inputs on this food menu thing. Yes, this is the first thing that you will do to gather the requirements to understand what should be part of food menu. You talk to them, they'll give you some suggestion, some opinion, they'll give you some information. With the help of that, you'll be able to come up with a baseline. You'll be able to come up with certain high level requirements. And then what will happen? After that, you'll do your analysis, feasibility, gap, impact, and all such things. And then that will help you come up with the complete solution for it. So B is always going to be the last thing because this is the atomic level information. This is atomic. This is granular. And before B, you have the high level requirements. Now the toss is between A and D. Which one to be prioritized first? Anna and others. Can you ever imagine, can you ever conduct an interview without knowing who is part of the interview? No. You have to first understand, yes, A and then D. You have to first understand who is doing what. You have to understand the roles and responsibilities of the key stakeholders. Yes, how can we interview somebody without knowing his background, without knowing what his capabilities or his skill set is, what his or her experience is, what exactly he is doing? It's an important thing to identify the stakeholders first. Then you talk to them. If you talk to them, they'll give some information that will be the high level information, and then break it down into low level information. So this is how it works. A, B, C, B. Vijendra and everyone else, you all are with me now? Clear with this thing? Yes. So the moral of the story is why we have discussed this topic here, why we have discussed this question here. Moral of the story is requirements gathering, requirements elicitation. When you perform, it's an important thing to know your stakeholders well. Understand what they are doing, who is doing what. That way, it will help you talk to the relevant team members, talk to people who are responsible for the requirements, or people who are responsible to provide the sign offs. Now, sometimes what happens, I'll share one job interview question with you all. One of my learner, she is like a senior manager with one of the top MNC in Bangalore, and she was like facing a job interview for the product owner's position, a senior business analyst or a product owner, you may say. And she said, like in the interview, she has answered all the questions correctly, but for one question, she was a bit confused. She said, like they asked me one question that who approves the requirement in your project? Whom do you reach out to when you have a design ready? Who is providing the sign off? And she said, like in my project, we generally reach out to a project manager. So I said project manager. And then she was not selected for the job interview, and she asked me, like, is this a right way of answering, or do you think it's not the right answer? So I said, like, this is not the incorrect answer, but in the job interview, from a senior business analyst, from a product owner, they expect you to come up with some standardized approach. Can anybody answer this question? Who approves the requirement in your project? A stakeholder is not the right answer. Even a sponsor is not the correct answer. Even the client is not the right way to answer. If they ask you such question in job interviews, tell them that, and now I'll come up with the answer, and let me see. Question is, who provides the sign off on the requirements documented by the business analyst? Whom you reach out to for the consent and approval? Akash. So let me answer this thing. Let me see if you all are convinced with my answer. If you're not convinced, I'll come up with more examples. Let me come up with the answer. Answer is requirements approval or a sign off can only be provided by a stakeholder who is authorized to provide the sign off. Somebody as an individual or a group who is part of decision making authority is only entitled to provide the sign off. Stakeholders may be 100 in number, but the stakeholders who are designated, stakeholders who are part of the decision making authority, stakeholders whose responsibility is they are authorized to provide the sign off, they are going to provide the approvals. And then you can say that in my project, the decision making authority includes product owner or product manager or domain SME or sponsor, and they are providing the approvals. But before you come up with these names, you have to ensure, you have to make it very clear to them that these are part of decision making authority. If we have a sponsor and he is not part of decision making authority, he is not authorized to provide a sign off, will not reach out to him or her or the group. Will only reach out to those stakeholders who are authorized to provide sign off, who are part of decision making authority. So what they expect in the job interview is, law and others, that you come up with certain jargons and terminologies like decision making authority, your stakeholders authorized to provide the sign off, and then you can come up with the examples like product owner or your PM or your sponsor is part of it, and then they provide the approvals. Is everybody able to understand how to answer such questions? So you have to use some keywords like decision making authority. You have to use some keywords like authorized, and then you can come up with examples like PM and others. If you directly say PM or sponsor, this will not give them a good impression. From a certified analyst, they expect you to talk about standardized practices, certain important protocols followed, or certain important, you may say, procedure being followed in any organization. Okay, with me, everyone. So this was about this question, everyone. We had a detailed discussion on this topic before we started this topic. So let's start with this topic now, everyone. The topic is plan stakeholder engagement, plan and approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the stakeholders. And how you do that? Yes, Law, you can come with your question. And how you do that? By identifying the stakeholders and analyzing their characteristics. Stakeholder analysis, and the stakeholder analysis, everyone, includes identifying the roles, the attitude is about your behavior or your responsibility or your behavior, decision making authority, level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. Sometimes I get this question from the learners that what's the difference between power and decision making authority? Can anybody answer this question? If let us suppose Prajakta and Vijendra are powerful and influential stakeholders in any company, and Vijendra and Anna are the decision makers, what's the difference between the two? What's the difference between a powerful or influential stakeholder as compared to a decision maker? Or do you all think it's one and the same thing? Anna is saying power can change the decisions being made. It's a very good answer. Thank you, Anna. Vijendra is saying he can influence the decision making but has no authority to do it officially. Absolutely wonderful, Vijendra. Yes. We're getting some wonderful answers. I don't think I need to explain more now, but let me make it very simple for people who are new to the analysis world. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about company ABC and handling the project XYZ. ABC company CEO, CFO, board of director or chairman These all are powerful and influential stakeholders. But if I say in XYZ, we have one product owner or a project manager providing the approval from the requirements, these are the decision makers here. They are the decision makers, but what Anna is mentioning here, powerful means that they can turn their decision. They have this power, but most of the time they not get involved in these activities. So that's the difference between the two, everyone. Decision maker is somebody who is having the authority to provide the approval for the sign-offs. Yes, everybody with me on this thing? So when you perform a stakeholder analysis, we have to identify the decision-making authority, level of power and influence of the key stakeholders, role and attitude. You all can make a note of this thing, mark with an asterisk. Learners who are preparing for the job interview, they may ask you this question that what are the important areas to focus upon, important things to cover as part of the stakeholder analysis. Stakeholder analysis helps you understand who is doing what, that is role and responsibility, who is doing what, and along with that, the decision making authority and level of power and influence of the key stakeholders. So, question that they may ask in a job interviews is how do we perform stakeholder analysis? What are the important things to focus upon? What are the key focus areas when you perform a stakeholder analysis? So, Prajakta and others, as part of stakeholder analysis, you are going to identify and define roles. Role is more about the designation, profile, or your position. Like role can be of a business analyst, role can be of a project manager. An attitude tells you about their responsibilities, what they are doing as part of the project. Yes, Prajakta and others. So this is about the stakeholder analysis, the first element in the list. The second thing is everyone, the stakeholder communication needs. Yesterday, I think I'm not able to recollect the name. Maybe it was you, Jagan, who talked about communication. Yesterday, something around communication you mentioned. Yes, stakeholder communication need everyone is the second element. And let me share one story with you all here. And let's see how many of you are able to understand the moral of the story. Not the moral of the story, basically, this is just something that I came across. So, since I am part of the uh, interview panel, job interview panel in my company, so I get few questions from the HR that these questions you have to add in your discussion. You may add few more questions, but these are few questions that you have to ask the interviewer. So one of the very traditional and very favorite question of the HRs is like, what is your strength as a business analyst? Or what is your strength as a product owner? So I was interviewing someone who had more than 20 years of experience into your development, testing, and analysis for the product owner's role. So I asked him this question that if you can summarize in one sentence your biggest strength as a business analyst. And he came up with a very beautiful answer. Let me share his answer with you all. He said that Vaibhav, in these many years in the corporate world, I'm now fully confident. Now I can say that I know how to communicate non-technical requirements to technical stakeholders. Now look at the depth of the answer. Look at What exactly is trying to say here? He's saying that I know how to communicate non-technical requirements in a way business requirements to the implementation team. So he's telling me that he knows business well, he knows how to document the things, he is well equipped with all those skills, those help him understand the business requirements, talk to the business stakeholders. At the same time, he also knows how to come up with the solution to fulfill the demands or the challenges faced by the internal team. So, what is second element here, everyone? Second element, everyone, is about you talk to people, you have a discussion with them, having in background, having in your mind, you know what is their background, and you talk to them accordingly. The stakeholder communication needs. When you talk to the business stakeholders, focus on the business objectives, business drivers, background, understand the context, understand what are the business needs. And when you're talking to your implementation team, you have to ensure that they understand what product needs to be developed, why it is getting developed, what are the business benefits, so that they're able to come up with a better quality solution. Now, Jagan, Prajakta, and others, let us suppose today I communicate something to you all. I share some information with you all. What's the next I should be prepared with? What do you all think should be something that I should be prepared with when I'm sharing some information with my learners? My learners may come back with their questions. Maybe a few things are not clear to them and they may ask questions like, Projector, like, please repeat the question. Or they may come back with their questions, ambiguities, clarifications, feedback, review comments. Then what is my role as a trainer, everyone? My role is to collaborate with them, talk to them, maintain free flow of information, resolve conflicts, build consensus, make them understand. Yes, some may say again I'll start crying. So yes, so here you have to focus on the first pillar only. You can cry, that's your personal choice. But the main important thing is that you have to collaborate. Collaborate in the sense you are working as a team, you maintain free flow of information, share all the details, resolve conflicts, build consensus. These all things will be part of stakeholder collaboration. So you all can see here three important elements. Perform stakeholder analysis, first thing. Understand who is doing what, who is the decision maker, who is influential stakeholder. Then come up with the plan to communicate with different stakeholders based upon their background, their skill set. And the last thing is, once you communicate something to others, they may come up with their ambiguities, questions, problems, issues. You have to come up with a plan to resolve conflicts and build consensus. These are the three elements on your screen, everyone. I'll take a pause here, wait for your questions before we move to the next one. And the first one on the list is, everyone, stakeholder list, map, or personas. And here we have three important methods. One is the RACI matrix, then the stakeholder matrix, and then the onion diagram. These all methods are going to help us plan stakeholder engagement. Let's talk about the first one in the list, the RACI matrix, and let's see what exactly RACI is all about, how it is created, and what's the practical significance behind it. Yes, critical. So let's talk about RACI in detail now and see what exactly RACI is all about. But before we start with this topic, the question to you all is, Kritika and others, what RACI stands for? What's the full form? RACI. You all can answer this question. And meanwhile, I'll go back to your class notes and I'll open the detailed discussion that we'll have on this topic, the RACI matrix. So, what is RACI? RACI, everyone, the full form. What RACI stands for? This is one sample RACI matrix on the screen, everyone. The task, the key stakeholders here are A, C, I represents your RACI matrix. This is the overall summary of different tasks and then the associated stakeholders. This is one way to represent it. It's a holistic view, but ideally you'll find one task at a time. You can create a RACI matrix and define all these stakeholders. So this is one sample here to make you understand how you can document this thing. Okay. So this is about everyone the RACI matrix that helps us perform the stakeholder analysis and understand who is doing what. Next matrix the list everyone is the stakeholder matrix. You all can see here on y-axis, the vertical one, we have the influence, and on the x-axis, we have interest and impact of the key stakeholders. Now, I'll take you all back to your 8th standard and I'll ask you all a few questions. If this is quadrant number 1, this is quadrant number 2, this is 3, and this is 4. My question to you all is, listen to the question carefully and then answer. Vijayendra, Shivangi and others. If influence of the stakeholders is high, and at the same time, interest and impact is also high, then which quadrant you'll opt for? Let me repeat the question. Question is, if influence of the stakeholders is high influence, and interest is also high, highly influential, highly interested, then out of the 4 quadrants, which one you opt for, everyone? Which one is high region? Answer is 2. And this 2 is the quadrant where you may find decision-making authority, people authorized to provide the sign-off, stakeholders providing the details on the requirements, and so on. So quadrant number 2 is about work closely with the stakeholders and engage with them effectively. You talk to them, you have a detailed discussion with them, gain more information from all these key stakeholders, and eventually get the sign-off as well. So this is the most critical quadrant for any business analyst. And you work closely with these stakeholders and engage with them effectively. Imagine Vivek, Anna and others, you have some highly influential stakeholders in your company like CEO, CFO, board of directors, these all are some highly influential people. But since they are involved in miscellaneous activities, they're not interested in what Vivek is doing in his project, in what Anna is doing in their project. They're just interested to know about the overall success of the project. So if we have highly influential people, but they have no interest in the project work, then which quadrant you opt for, Anna and others? Highly influential but least interested. You go for quadrant number 1 and ensure that the stakeholders remain satisfied. That's why you all must have observed this thing, seen this thing, that in most of the projects we have a town hall after every 3 months, the annual events after every 1 year. Why do we have such activities? To share with them the overall progress, the overall success, so that they remain satisfied. Now let's take another example. Let us suppose I say we have Shahzad with us and we have Anna with us. Anna and Shahzad are the two new joinees. They are two new joinees, company ABC, and they are college pass out. Yes, college pass out with zero experience. So their influence is minimal. They won't be able to influence anything. But since Anna and Shahzad are the young blood, they are energetic, they are enthusiastic, they are ambitious, they want to learn and grow. So they are highly interested to know about the work items so that they can start working on those things. If the stakeholders are having least influence and high interest, then which quadrant you opt for? Which quadrant talks about high interest and low influence everyone? We are talking about quadrant number 4. In quadrant number 4, everyone, you'll generally find people like testers, people like developers, operational support, and others. They may not be involved in decision making. They may not be taking some decisions in your project, may not be that influential, but since they're going to work on some critical work items, it's an important thing for you to inform them. Vijay, you had this question a few minutes back. What's meaning of informed? Are you now able to understand what's the importance of informed? Informed means that you may not be having the detailed discussion with them. You will not involve them in your critical decision making meetings. But when it comes to sharing the information, you share everything, all the information with them so that they can develop, test, or provide operational support, whichever is their responsibility. Now, let us suppose I say Shahzad and Anna are new joinees and they have not been allocated a project yet. They are the bench resource. They are the bench resource means that they're not allocated the project yet. They're not part of the project yet and they are waiting for the allocation. So they are least influential and least interested in what is happening at the project level because they don't have access to anything at present. In such cases, when influence is low and at the same time interest is also low, then which quadrant you opt for everyone? And there are four quadrants here. Which one do you all think represents low influence and low interest region? Yes, the answer is 3. 3 is about low influence, low interest. That is, monitor to ensure that stakeholders' interest or influence does not change. So this is your stakeholder matrix on your screen, everyone. I'll remove everything from the screen, make it a clear screen. Request you all to read through what's there in 4 quadrants. Try to connect with what you're doing in your projects. Projector is saying that is quadrant 3 important for us? Can anybody answer this question? Projector is saying that she understands that 1 is important, 2 is important, 4 is important. Is 3 important? Shivangi is saying yes. And why do you think, Shivangi, that it's important? I agree with you, it's important. But why? You all can participate in the discussion. Projector is saying why 3 is important. 3 is important, everyone. Let us suppose I say, let me take one example and we'll understand why 3 is important. Let us suppose I say, Shivangi, we have with us, and Shivangi is a new joinee, and Shivangi is on bench at present. After 1 month, Shivangi is allocated to the project, and now Shivangi is our one of the senior product owner. Then what you'll do as a BA? You'll push Shivangi to this quadrant, yes or no? After 3 months, we got to know that Shivangi is having 25% stake in this company and she is going to join the board of directors. So you have to push Shivangi to this quadrant. Yes or no? After a few months, you get to know that Shivangi is joining here as a senior developer. So you're going to push her to this quadrant. And Lois gives a very good point here that priorities might change. It may be that Shivangi is on bench at present. There is no role assigned to her at present, but maybe after a few days or few weeks, she is actively involved in the project. So you have to come up with the plan to classify her or move her in other quadrants. Are you with me, projector here? So 3 is important. 3 is important to monitor the changes. Are you with me? It may be that she's not that influential at present, but who knows, after 3 months, she becomes part of board of directors. Okay? I'll share one very funny story with you all. I was part of one project, and this reminds me of that funny story. So I was part of, I'll just tell you the name as well. I was part of TCS for a very long time. And we had one client, this was a UK based bank. I'll not name the bank, but I'll just tell you this was a Pioneer Bank, UK bank. And here we had one project manager. And we all used to report to him. Yes. And there was one of our team member who resigned from TCS and switched to another company. After having like around 2 to 3 years in this company, he got the opportunity to work in this bank as a senior manager. And now this manager who used to shout at him day and night, he is reporting to him. So what is happening here? This simply means This simply means the priorities may change, designation may change. Somebody may not be influential at present, but it may be that in time to come, he or she gets into some another important role. So it's an important thing to monitor those things. Are you with me, Prajakta and others? So the moral of the story is, yes, yes. So, and I think karma coming back, yes. So, so, more, so more of the story is that no. More of the story not to switch the job. More of the story is BA must be proactive and BA must come up with a proper stakeholder engagement plan. Yes, so it's an important thing for a BA to come up with a stakeholder engagement plan, whom you are going to talk to on a frequent basis, which are the stakeholders you have to inform about everything, you have to communicate as I think Jagan, you were talking about the communication yesterday. So communication is very important. You communicate the things to other. You transfer the information, and you also like are involved in discussion with senior management and ensure that they remain satisfied. So this is what we are doing in. This is what we are trying to learn as part of this topic here: plan stakeholder engagement. And these four quadrants helps us understand how we'll come up with the engagement planning, how we'll interact with the key stakeholders based upon their influence and interest. Now look at this matrix once more, everyone, and see if this makes clear sense to you all. See if all these four quadrants you're able to understand the significance of it. And if you have questions, we can discuss. This is important for those learners who are preparing for job interviews. In your job interviews, they ask you this question that how do we create a stakeholder matrix? What is on the vertical axis? What is on the horizontal axis? And what's the practical significance behind it? So influence is on the vertical axis. Interest and impact is on the horizontal axis. And we have four quadrants. First one is about the senior management. Second one is about the decision makers. The third one is about the least priority. The fourth one is about informed set of stakeholders. Yes, Purnima is saying that I cannot understand the difference between impact and interest. If I show you the same diagram, that's a good question. It's a good catch, Purnima here. Let me add a red heart to this. This is basically the extra creativity of our content team. If you look at the BABOK guide, you'll get to understand why I'm saying extra creativity. Because in the BABOK guide, if I take you all to this diagram, it is just impact. Interest, these people have added to avoid plagiarism, I believe. Okay, so don't get confused, Pinuma and others. It's only influence and impact. Okay, so all these impacted stakeholders are always interested. So interested is something, you can take it as a subset of impact. If you are getting impacted, you have to be interested. Yes or no? If you're not interested and you are getting impacted, then you can think about, you can imagine about the results. Okay? So don't get confused, just focus on the impact. You may ignore the interest. Interest is something that's a subset of impact. Okay? So Babagat is not talking about it, it's just influence and the impact matrix. Yes, Purnima, with me on this thing? Yes, so this is about your stakeholder matrix, everyone. The next thing is, everyone, the onion diagram. Onion diagram, everyone, is relatively simpler, not that popular. But one very good thing with this diagram is this helps you classify the stakeholders based upon their involvement with solution delivery. In solution delivery, everyone, you'll find people like project manager, implementation subject matter expert, testers, BA. These all are part of solution delivery. Now, this question is for you, Purnima and others. When we deliver a solution, who is going to use it? Who is most impacted by it? Whenever any solution is delivered, who is most impacted by it? Yes, imagine Bhavna is the end user, Anna is the end user. And when they start using the product, they are not very clear with some of the features. They're not able to operate the product well. Who is going to help Anna and Bhavna here? If Bhavna and Anna need assistance to operate or use the product, who is going to help Bhavna here? The help desk. You generally talk to the help desk and they provide some assistance. Yes or no? So end users in the help desk you will find in the next layer. And when you are using a product, when you start using a product, you're paying for it. The benefits are realized, analyzed, and justified by the sponsors and other industry experts. And then the ultimate benefit goes to the customer along with suppliers, regulators, and others. So in this diagram, you all can see here, there are 4 different layers, and this helps you classify the stakeholders based upon their interaction with solution delivery. So that's your onion diagram. Not that important, not that popular, but yes, it may help you divide the stakeholders, classify them into smaller groups based upon the interaction with solution delivery. So this is about, everyone, the onion diagram. So we have not discussed all the 3 methods here as part of the stakeholder list map or personas. So here we have discussed about the RACI matrix, the onion diagram, the stakeholder matrix. People are preparing for the CBAP examination. You all may create one short form here as ROS, ROS. R is the RACI matrix, O is the onion diagram, S is the stakeholder matrix. 3 important methods to perform stakeholder list map or personas technique. Yes, everyone. Next technique, everyone, in the list is the very important one, and that is mind mapping. Let's see what is mind map, why it is becoming so popular in the agile world. When I talk to people, I talk to my learners who have recently completed their PG program or the master program in Simplilearn. And in most of the cases, they tell me that in the job interviews, they ask them questions around mind mapping and how to define the features and how to organize the backlog. So let's see, everyone, why mind mapping is becoming so popular, although such a simple technique, and how you'll answer these questions in your job interviews if they ask you questions around the mind mapping. So let me first open one mind map, everyone, and then we'll discuss some job interview questions here, how to create this mind map, and what's the practical significance behind all such things we'll discuss. But before that, Let me show you all one mind map, one taxonomy of the mind map, and then we'll have a detailed discussion. This is one mind map on your screen, everyone. My question to you all is, from your 6th standard mathematics, and my question is this diagram linear or non-linear? Question is open for you all to answer. You have one figure on your screen. Name of the figure is taxonomy of a mind map. My question to you all is this, you will get the answer in a few minutes once we'll talk about this thing in detail. My question to you all is this diagram linear or non-linear? If linear, why? If non-linear, why? This diagram, everyone, is a non-linear diagram because it is split into branches. You all can see here there is one main topic, and with this main topic we have topic number 1, topic number 2, topic number 3, topic number 4, and then for topic number 2 further decomposition. So what is happening here? You all can see here in the theory part here, it's mentioned a mind map has a central main idea. Now you get the answer to your question, Anna, here. A mind map has a central main idea supported by secondary ideas or topics, followed by as many layers of ideas or subtopics as necessary to fully capture and articulate the concept. Now, this concept can be related to your requirements. This concept can be related to your any task that you're performing. This concept can be any important activity that you need to decompose and analyze. So the mind map, everyone, in simple terms, let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. Let us suppose I say my main topic is hospital management system, HMS. Main topic is hospital management system. And I'm having a discussion with Raphael, Anna, and others. And I'm asking my learners, my team members, to come up with some topics around this main topic, HMS. Anna says that Weber for HMS, I strongly recommend. My analysis says that we should have a proper mechanism, a proper structured way to create a patient ID so that the appointment with doctors and other related things can be more structured and organized. And then Raphael says that for patient ID creation, we should have a patient registration form that talks about the medical history, that talks about their address, a scanned copy of the documents, and other things. And at the same time, we also need to ensure that the NFRs are clearly defined so that environmental conditions are not causing problems. We have Shivangi with the Shivangi says that apart from patient ID and appointment with doctors, we should also look into the inventory. Inventory and ensure that we have proper supply of medicines, surgical instruments, biomedical devices, yes, and all such things. If somebody from, let us suppose Vijendra is from the commerce and economics background, and he says that above the billing part is very important. The accounting, the the insurance reimbursements and other things. So what is happening here? Here, this example was of the requirements mapping. Here you can see here that we had one high level requirement that was decomposed into smaller chunks and then again divided. And here we have come up with a proper breakdown structure. We are decomposing, we are analyzing the main topic at the most atomic or the granular level. So what is a mind map, everyone? To summarize, I'll write one equation. Let's see how many of you are able to understand this thing. Summary of the discussion is mind mapping is equal to brainstorming plus non-linear diagram creation. Is everybody able to understand this thing? And now Rafael and everyone else. This simply means if you are discussing few things with the key stakeholders, you are generating ideas from the key stakeholders, give it a shape. Shape in the sense you create one non-linear diagram and make a note of all those suggestions, group them together and create a taxonomy of a mind map. Mind map is going to help you not only define the high level requirements, but is also going to help you come up with a description, the details of low level requirements. It is going to help you decompose the main topic into smaller fragments and analyze the things at more granular level. So that's why it is becoming more popular in the agile world. So if some requirements are given to you, and if you're able to create a mind map, it means you're able to divide the epic into smaller features, and features can be done into smaller stories. So if I say this is one epic, these are the features, and these are the user stories.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.